Hello there, good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. I am going to be your presenter for the day and I am very much looking forward to it. You know I'm in my happy place on here at Sewing Street. So we have got a jam-packed day. We've got all sorts of fabulous things going on. A day full of guests. We've got the lovely Fiona who's going to be joining us in the first hour with some beautiful dressmaking. We're going to see her a little bit later on as well. There she's all ready to go. Hello.
Hello,
Fiona.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Don't forget, it's one of those situations you can jump ahead and see what's going on. Can you believe it's 5 months since we've seen Fiona here at Sewing Street? Way too long.
I know, it seems like ages.
Doesn't
and
it
you've
just?
changed the studio, everything's different.
That's it.
Honestly, I blink and you've like changed everything. It's crazy.
Oh, no, I am very much looking forward to working with Fiona later on. But one thing that has not changed is 8 a.m. in the morning, we bring you that early bird. It's the first thing that we do. It's one of those situations that it gives you the opportunity to bag a bargain, to set you up for the day. And that's exactly what we are going to be doing. And this is actually something I was using only yesterday, pre-wound bobbins. Now, we have got a fabulous deal for you because what we have got are 3 fabulous little canisters here with loads and loads of pre-wound bobbins in there. Now, they're for your embroidery machine. You're looking at 3 packs, each one having 120 metres in there. 2 of your lighter tone, as you can see, and 1 of your darker. And I don't know whether you can pick that up on the packaging, but they are Guttermans. So they are brilliant quality. Fabulous value for money when it's an early bird, because the price that you'd normally pay is not the price you pay when it's an early bird as well. So I don't know what Ben's got planned for us. At the moment, we're looking at probably about, is it about £7, £8? Oh my goodness. Oh, that's like buy 2, get 1 for free. So I think we were looking at close to £21, weren't we, for the 3, which at this time in the morning, divisible by 3 is about £7, isn't it? So, yeah. So it now works out at £4.66 per canister, not per spool, because don't forget, in each one of these you have got 6 pre-wound bobbins and they can save you so much time. I was doing some embroidery yesterday and it's literally like, one, put a bobbin in, put a bobbin in, put a bobbin in. I just continued with my sewing. And you have got 12 of your white, you've got 6 of your dark there as well, all coming together for just £13.98. Brilliant, £4.66 for a pack. Now, not surprisingly, lots of you are getting involved with regards to these. We're saying embroidery, and if you are using it in an embroidery hoop type machine, then brilliant. But don't forget your decorative stitches as well. Some of those can be quite dense with the actual quantity of border stitches and things like that. So potentially you could use them in that scenario as well. So do consider that. But I think it's just a really good value for money, especially if you are doing embroidery, because you use a lot more threads, don't you? So a lot more bobbin threads. But don't forget, this is going to go up at midnight back to £20.97. So back to that closer than £7 a pack. Get them while you can. That's the only thing I can say, which is what lots of you are doing. And it's not limited to 1 set of 3 per customer. So if you want to increase those quantities, by all means, you can do. And it's still just 1 P&P for the whole day. So I'm going to leave those with you. Details on your screen if you're wanting to shop for those. But then I'm going to tease you. I'm going to show you what we've got coming up. I know you'll have already checked out the schedule because we do, don't we, days in advance when we're looking at what's coming up. But today is an extra special day for me because it's lots of firsts, lots of new kind of friendships that are forming today, I have to say. Now, teaming up with the lovely Fiona, we have met in a past life briefly. Looking forward to growing that relationship. And we've got the most amazing cocoon dress. You are going to love it. You've probably spied Fiona wearing it already. Then we've got a bit of Sashiko, but Sashiko with a difference. Cara has been very, very busy with her design work and she's come up with the most incredible panels. In fact, I would call it a playful springtime twist. Well, that's what Ben said, so I'm pinching his words. Then after that, we are back with Fiona with some amazing accessories. If you've always wondered how to make your own hat, kind of military cap style, you need to tune in then because they look amazing. Like a kind of baker boy feel to them. Then back at 11, we are back with Cara. Cara with a little bit more Sashiko. Lovely cushion, very traditional style, but not necessarily traditional threads. And then the last hour, of course, we are dedicating to Yarn Lane with a lovely Mandy and some amazing cardigans and projects. It's a bit cheeky, chunky. I like a bit of cheeky chunky. That's something to look forward to, isn't it? So you see, you don't need to go anywhere because we have got everything here for you. We've got amazing patterns, we've got beautiful fabrics as well. And of course, we have got you as company. And don't forget, if you want to get in touch, you can do. All you need to do, email the studio, message us through social media. We've got the tablet ready. And also you've got the message system on the website if you wanted to as well. So that is the key thing. It's really, really easy to find your way around. So there you go. You don't miss anything, you can still continue to watch us and you can see everything going on. And just below the first add to basket button, there's a little message box, but you can scoot ahead. Sometimes it takes us a while to show you everything that we've got coming up. So I do suggest you do have a little look in there because there's all sorts of goodies. Now, the fabrics, oh my word, we've got the most incredible fabrics to share with you. Better than half price, 2.5 metres for £17.45. And that multi-splodge fabric, oh, it's lovely. It's beautiful. We've obviously got Sashiko things coming up from a little bit later on. And your tools, the things that we use day in, day out when we're sewing are there for you as well. And there's those beautiful pastel panels that we're going to see later on. So we better get a jog on really, haven't we? We've got a lot to cover. Me waffling on is not going to help. So today, for this first hour, we are going to be focusing on dressmaking. And for me, dressmaking is key. If you get the right pattern, then you will find yourself making this over and over again. Change the fabrics out, you get a completely different look. And I have to say, Fiona, that is the sense that I get from the pattern that you brought to us this morning, the cocoon dress.
Yeah, because I've already made myself quite a few and I've had messages from people because it's only been available as a download up to now and people have messaged me saying that they've made about 3 so far. So yeah.
It's a beautiful dress.
It's a really good practical pattern.
Beautiful. It's one of those dresses that I think you can feel comfortable in. It's got a lovely shape. It's got shape to it. It's got design to it, but equally so, it's got comfort built in. I kind of likened it to an elasticated pair of trousers. Comfy.
Yeah,
got that comfy feel.
That's pretty much it. It's the comfort zone, isn't it, that we all love at the moment, especially with all this cold weather. We just feel
snuggling
cozy,
down. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, Fiona mentioned the pattern. Well, we have got the pattern available, popping the details up on your screen. It's a really, really accommodating pattern. I mean, £17.50, a brilliant price to start with. But then the actual pattern itself has got so many different sizes in there. So you've got from size 8 right the way through to 28. Good range.
Yeah, I've been trying to extend my size range as much as I can because just to be all-inclusive, really.
Absolutely.
And I think it's the sort of style that would, you know, suit all sizes.
It's got pockets as well, which I love.
And it's got the pockets and it's got a special pocket with this because it's sort of, well, I'll talk about it later.
Ooh.
Unless you want me to talk about it now, do you?
Well, I'm looking at it and you're saying that. Is it like a kangaroo pouch kind of pocket?
Yeah, it's set into a very long raglan sleeve. So
okay.
You can see from here, this probably could sort of demonstrate it a little bit. You see?
Yeah, I can see that there.
Oh, mammy. The seam goes all the way from the neckline right down to the side seam. And then there's a little panel here, which is quite a nice feature. And then it sort of sits in there. And that's the pocket that sort of gives it its cocoon
So
style.
no pocket bags into side seams and things like that?
Well, it is a pocket bag inside, yes.
Okay.
But it's set into the raglan rather
Yes, sorry, I
than
meant like the
seam.
side seam. It's,
Right.
yeah, sorry.
But then also the shape is tapered in towards the lower hem as well.
Nice.
So it kind of tapers in, not too much, you know, I mean, sometimes I sort of think, oh, I'd quite like it to taper in a little bit more. I've only done it subtly, but you can, you know, sort of taper it in a little bit more if you want to.
It's nice because it kind of still, having that taper, I think still gives it the structure and shape rather than it making it kind of just straight down the sides.
Exactly.
And I have to say, Karen, I couldn't agree more. Good morning, Karen. Morning. Fiona's patterns are amazing, generous fit, but classic. That is the key thing, isn't it? And so easy to follow with fab instructions and videos as well. So yes, now with Miss Fiona, it's been well, since festival, that was the last time we saw you.
Well,
Was
I
it
came here just before the
August?
Festival of Quilts, which was the
Wow.
beginning of August. So, yeah, I think I don't know what I've been doing.
It's been busy, busy,
What
busy.
I've been doing. I went on
okay.
holiday, but that was only for a couple of weeks.
That's
so,
all right. That's okay.
yeah, I've just been busy doing things.
Now, with regards to the pattern, obviously people are potentially going to be looking at fabrics that we've got on the show as well. So how much fabric, I know it's difficult to kind of say because obviously with 8 through to 28, you've got your different sizes.
You know what, with this one, I put as a flat 2.5 metres.
That is very
All
convenient.
sizes. Now, obviously, well, I think smaller sizes could place the pattern pieces different ways.
Okay.
But, and sort of eke out a bit
Yes.
for making, you know, some scarves or
Yeah,
hats to
yeah,
go with it, you know.
yeah.
But I've just put it as 2.5.
That is brilliant because my preferred cutter fabric is about 3 metres because you're covered for all sorts then, aren't you? So it just shows you.
What are the lengths we've got here? Are they?
They're all 2.5 metres,
Yeah, they're 2.5 metres.
So
They're plenty
absolutely, yeah.
For all the sizes, yeah.
Perfect. So you can just literally go for your pattern and then choose your favourite fabric, which I will show you around. And you will see some of these working with them. We'll refer back to the pattern as well. So just very quickly going to go through the different fabrics. These fabrics are beautiful. They've got this lovely rope twist to it. And I know we are going to see Fiona working with this one. But one thing that she did ask me to mention to you is when it actually comes to the fabric, the selvage to selvage, the pattern is woven horizontally.
Well, it's a knitted fabric and it's knitted so that the cable runs horizontally. Now, there are some cable knits where the cable is very obviously going down
North to south
vertically.
sort of thing, yeah.
And so when this arrived, I thought, oh, lovely, you know, that'll go down. But actually, because I'm an ex-knitwear designer, so I really scrutinised it because I thought, I don't believe this. And then I realised that it has been knitted with a cable effect going across the fabric. Now, a lot of people might think, I prefer my cable that way up, but be careful because when it's a knitted fabric, obviously it's a two-way stretch, it could drop. So
yes.
The stretch goes across the fabric. So if you've turned it sideways up, then, you know, as you wear it, it could drop. So just be aware of that.
Okay,
but
lovely.
I think actually cabling going across the fabric looks lovely.
It is beautiful,
I mean,
isn't
it's like really
like it?
different, isn't it?
No, absolutely. Now, I would offer to hold this up and show you, but 2.5 metres long. I am vertically challenged and can't actually do that. So it's a big piece of fabric. But for £17.45, works out, I think it's about £3.50 per half metre, which is phenomenal. So £6.98 a metre. I mean, this, and the quality is absolutely beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. It's actually a better than half price deal. I think this is kind of one of the deals from November that's kind of got left over. So if stock sells out, that's it. We're not going to be able to bring back any more of these. So we have got very, very low figures with regards to these. Some of them you've jumped ahead and we have got single figures. So that one is your kind of your cream, your ivory. Very neutral, very much a colour for next season, I believe. So that's that particular one. One of my personal favourites, there goes my bobbins, navy. Can't beat a bit navy in my book. Love navy. So this one, again, you've still got that rope twist coming through. We only have 4 opportunities for you to get involved with this one. This is why it's key to jump ahead. I always mention the fact that it's a good idea to jump ahead. Sometimes we don't have huge quantities. So that is that lovely, beautiful. The quality of this is phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love it.
It's so soft as well.
Absolutely. Always a favourite. We've got black available as well. So if you wanted to get hold of it, do you know what? I think there are going to be some people that will potentially just buy this because it'd make a fabulous wrap or a throw, wouldn't it, if you wanted to, if you didn't want to dress make with it as well. But you can see you've got plenty of stretch in there. Don't forget, if you have just joined us, it's a horizontal weave. Just be mindful that, as Fiona said, if you do decide to cut your pieces this way, then you may get a drop over time because the nature of gravity, and we all know about gravity. So there we go, £17.48 again. Again, not huge quantities of that one. Black is always a popular colour, but the marl grey, this is lovely, isn't it? It sees you from season to season, doesn't
classy.
it? Absolutely, absolutely. And look at it. I mean, this one really shows off that fabulous knit design in there. Isn't that gorgeous? That some kind of rope knit that we've got. So yes, if you fancy getting hold of those, I know I've gone through them speedy quick, but I don't want to eke into the demo time because we've got some fabulous things to share with you. So I'm going to just move those out of the way. I'm kind of building a fabric wall in front of me here.
I made a little scarf as well
Oh,
out
look
for
at
leftovers.
that.
In the pattern, I scaled it down for the second half of the show, and I, you know, just to sort of like go with it.
Oh,
So
that's lovely.
just
Oh,
adapted the
little loop,
pattern.
yes.
Yeah. So what am I doing?
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Cute, isn't it?
And that's
It's a
almost
mini
like
version of the wrap scarf that I'm doing in the
it's a
second.
bit like a bonus project, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That project's coming up at, where am I? 11 o'clock. No, is it 10 o'clock?
10.
10 till 11. I've lost an hour already and we've only just got started. Right, where are we going next, Ben? Tell you about jersey, which colour? The splodgy, oh yes, of course. Oh, it's over here. Now this is lovely. £17.45. This is beautiful. I need a bit more space. Let me just move these bits and pieces out of the way. So this is gorgeous. The quality of it. I mean, Fiona, this is beautiful fabric, isn't it?
The colours are lovely as well, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean,
It's
so
really lovely quality.
bright and vibrant. Now, it is a lovely, lovely kind of, almost like it, well, it's that that jersey backed, isn't it? It's so
The
soft.
loop back.
Beautiful. The print, beautifully vibrant, as you can see there. It's a digitally printed one. You got your stretch, as you can see, with that one as well. So in all your different directions. 2.5 metres again. 2.5 metres. Oh, got a little bag in there as well. Again, another one. Well, when stocks have gone, that's it. We won't have any more of it. Non-directional. Lovely to work with, isn't it, this particular
Oh yeah,
style?
really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It presses really nicely as well.
Nice.
I'd say that's a fabric that would take you into spring as well. Spring,
yeah.
summer. I mean,
Good point.
You know, spring
Good
and
point.
cold summer.
Beautiful, absolutely good. And I love it. You've got those kind of pinks and purples and oranges in there, browns, purples. You could team this up with any colour kind of trousers or
Nice
skirt.
little nail
and you're fine.
varnish with that pink,
Yes.
pink in it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It's got such a lovely feel for it. Do keep adding to your basket. Do keep checking those baskets out. So the thing that you've got to be aware of, we don't have bountiful supplies of any of these fabrics. We're having a bit of a tidy up in the warehouse, to be honest, because obviously new year, new season, new fabrics we're going to want to bring to you. So we need to make a bit of space. Because as you can see, 2.5 metres can take up quite a bit of area. Now, we've got some gorgeous sweatshirt fabric. Which colour should we go for first? Should go for the one on the top. This is gorgeous. I just want to cover myself in this fabric. It's just so cosy. Now this is your ochre. So ochre is kind of that, almost like a mustard orangey tone. It's looking a little bit more orangey on your screen, I would say, than in the studio. But it is so soft. Custard. That's a nice description of it. Yeah. It is so fluffy on the inside. It's beautiful. Is sweatshirting a fabric to be afraid of, Fiona?
Well, it's quite a stable fabric, and you just need to use a ballpoint needle with it.
Which we
But
got on the
apart
show,
from that,
I
no,
think, yeah.
I mean, the beauty of it is that you don't really need to finish the edges, because when you cut it, it doesn't really fray, does it?
Absolutely, as you can see there. Very, very
you know,
neat, yeah.
It's win-win, really, with that one.
I love it. 2.5 metres, brilliant value for money, I have to say. It's just, this would be lovely in one. Your dress would look beautiful.
Well,
in
I
this, wouldn't
actually
it?
have got that dress that's made in that fabric.
Oh, I've
So
got that
if that's-
colour as
yeah,
well.
is that the same colour, or is it a bit darker?
Oh, it might be a
Might
tad
be a bit darker,
than
but
the
it's
blue
the
we've got
brushed
coming up.
one. So, yeah, it's
Ah.
just got a lovely weight to it and
Nice drape.
Yeah.
Love it. So there you go. So again, brilliant value for money with that particular one. I'm just going to move that. Oh gosh, I haven't got enough room. Move that one around. We'll go to the blue. I'm not going to open them all up and stroke an ooh and ah because we're running out of time. So yeah, the denim. Again, nice and easy one to work with, fabulous with your jeans, wonderful with your navy tights if you're making your cocoon dress. So that is a nice one there, $36.99 each one of these. Apparently, this is not a colour I could wear, but it is a colour for the season. Apparently next year, not next year, because we're in
White's
next year,
big.
aren't we?
Yeah, I googled it, what the colour's going to be in, and they just went white.
Okay, so there you go. But I suppose you could use it almost as panels if you wanted to, couldn't you? If you didn't want to make something entirely.
And there's plenty of opportunity with maybe doing the sleeve in one
yeah.
colour and the body in another.
Like that idea. Marl grey, again, we love our greys, don't we? Nice and easy one to work with as well. So classic colour, that particular one goes with everything. So yeah, nice. And you can dress it up, dress it down, can't you? It could be quite comfy, but equally so, you could have it looking quite elegant when you're going out in the evening. And classic black as well. I mean, it's always a favourite, isn't it? And again, a nice easy one, maybe with those thick tights again, with a little pair of boots, something like that, perfect. But again, seeing you right the way through to the spring evenings, and even in summer evenings, quite often you'll still wear black, won't you? So
oh yeah,
all year round.
definitely.
So there we go. Those are the 5 different colourways that we have there. But of course, this hour we are going to be concentrating on that fabulous pattern, the beautiful So Girl cocoon dress, which I know is going to become a firm favourite of yours, especially when you see how it all comes together. Lots of you pop this into your basket. Can I urge you to check your baskets out? Because one of the situations we often find when we get into demo and you realise that you definitely want it, it goes crazy. And now if it's in your basket, you've kind of reserved it. You've kind of said, oh, I want one of these, but it's not yours. So if other people come along and take advantage and get it checked out, then they can come and sneak it out your basket. It's very rude. But it's one of those things. So make sure you're checking your baskets out with regards to these. But I am going to hand over to the lovely Fiona and ask, what do we need to know?
Jersey needle.
Okay.
Stretch stitch setting, which
Lovely.
is quite hard to say without stretch stitch setting. It looks like a little bit of a lightning flash, doesn't it?
Yes, that's true.
Or there's another one that's got 3 lines in a row, but I like the lightning flash because it's a bit quicker.
Okay.
So what else really? I pop a walking foot on as well.
Okay.
It just eases through the sort of, you know,
Good
sometimes,
advice.
especially with the brushed back jersey sweat, it can get a bit bulky, maybe the seam. So that's like, you know, useful to have your walking foot if you've got one. But if you haven't, I mean, she'll be fine. Still should be fine. On the back of the pattern, you've got the size information. It's much bigger on the inside of the pattern. Okay. So, you know, if you find that, we haven't got a lot of room on the back of the pattern, unfortunately.
Fair point. Yes, yeah.
But so I've reproduced it on the back of the pattern just so that you can see it a bit more easily. And you've got all the finished sizes on there. So you check your size, obviously, against the size on the pattern. And then check the finished garment measurements as well, because to be quite honest, because it's so roomy, you know, it's an oversized garment. You don't want this sort of snug, do you? You want it kind of quite, you know, especially after Christmas. I'm still sort of, you know, got a few
I think you
pounds.
get used to the comfort, Phil, don't you? I think since we all were at home.
You put on a bit of weight over Christmas.
Well, and also I think it kind of goes back to kind of COVID when we were just in our leisure wear all day, weren't we? So
right,
kind of still used to it.
Yeah,
lovely.
we are still used to it.
And I can see full comprehensive instructions you've got there.
Yeah, so it's fully illustrated, but there's also on the blog, which we sometimes mention.
Yeah, go for it.
Very good for. I put all the photos of anything I've made, or if I sort of do any extra, it's just pulling down on that side. If I do any extra, something in a new fabric, for example, I pop it on there, a little bit of background, a few tips, that sort of thing. And also, what else? Oh, and photo step by step. So in the brochure here, you've got the illustrations and then the photographs on the blog.
Perfect. There we go.
Yeah.
So I can see confidence is the key thing with this. You've got everything there that you can kind of go and refer to. So it's going to give confidence.
Now, I've put this level as an intermediate, but actually, if you're a beginner and you've done a bit of maybe simple sewing, you know about dress, you know about seam allowance, and you know, and use the blog as a help, then I think you'll be fine. I mean, I think. Why have I done? I think because the construction of this is a little bit different to just shoving in a couple of pockets on the side of the seam. You know, it's fitting it into the raglan. So I just sort of like thought, you know, I'll put it at intermediate, just covering myself.
But there's no zips or buttons or anything like that. Is there no cuff?
Oh, there's another thing that if you, in summer, if you fancy making this in a woven fabric, not a stretch fabric, then you will obviously need to get into it. So you could possibly put the back piece pattern, you could cut a seam allowance and just cut two pieces rather than one, because the front and the back are cut on the fold. The pieces are cut on the fold, so there's no back seam. But if you want to put in a concealed zip, for example, you could cut the instead of on the fold, the back piece, you can cut a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Cut two pieces, and then you can sort of add your zip in.
That's good advice.
And then you could make it in some linen, or
a nice
holiday
linen
dress.
viscose
Fabulous,
mix. Yeah.
Yes. You know, and although this is stretched, you know, I mean, it's still got enough room to get the sort of sleeves on. You know,
like
but
that idea.
Try it in something cheap first, just to sort of check it out. But I think you'd be fine.
Perfect, fabulous.
But the construction of it is sort of very straightforward and also quite interesting. You know, it's quite an interesting make, this, because it's slightly different. So the first thing we're doing is we're working with the sleeve here. Now there's another little tip as well, which is, this is one of my favourite sewing tools. Masking tape. Do you use masking tape?
I've not used actual masking tape.
Well, it just means that you can write on it, stick it on your piece.
That's a good point.
If you've got a pattern where some of the pieces are very similar, and maybe you've got notches and you can't really find the notch very easily, stick in a bit of masking tape and write. I don't know if the camera can see, but I've gone mad here, you see. Sort of just write, it just makes it very quickly.
It makes sense, because I've used sticky notelets. But of course they don't stick very well,
That's right, and this is great.
Perfect.
And if you sew over it, it doesn't really matter, because it doesn't affect the needle or anything. So I use it all the time. It's really
good tip.
So but in particular, it's these side front pieces. Let me show you. The side front and the side back are very similar. And these little pieces are what make these little this side gusset here, this side panel. So it's important to mark them, just so that you know what they are. And also, I've marked the front and the back of the sleeve. So these are written on the pattern piece, so you just transfer it to the piece.
Can I ask a question with regards to directional fabrics? Because obviously every kind of got indication on the pattern, because obviously the little parts that you were just showing us, we need to make sure that that's going in the same direction.
Yes, we've got directional arrows on the pattern. But having said that, you know, if you've got a stripe, for example, and you want the stripes going, there's no real rules as to it going a different direction, because it's only a small piece. It's not like going to go out of shape. So, but there are directional arrows on the pattern, and on the lay plan, all the pieces are in the same direction.
Perfect.
So if you've got the pattern going upwards, running
north-south,
right way, north-south, then you'll be fine.
Perfect.
So there's no sort of, I haven't done a lay plan where they're all fitting, because I wasn't gaining anything.
Yeah, so sometimes you don't do. No, that's good advice. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start with the sleeve here, and I've just already pinned these in just to sort of get ahead of the game. But if I just take that off here, you'll see that I've pinned the side front to the front. Can you see if I just flip that over?
Yeah, I can see that.
And then what we're going to do is sew along here, and then flip it over, and then give that a press.
Lovely.
And then we have a back piece, and we stitch it on here. Now, can you see you've got a little bit of a triangular bit that sort of sits up there?
Yes.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Now, if you line it up at the bottom, let that overhang, because when you fold it back, you want this line here to seamlessly run what's the same, equally on the same level. Yeah. And this bit you can just trim off.
Perfect. Okay.
So right, so what I'm going to go ahead of the game, and I'm going to pin the pocket pieces in at the same time.
Okay.
Normally on the pattern, what I've done is I've divided pockets in a separate section. So, but I'm going to race forward, and I'm going to just now pin the. Now, on the pocket, you've got some notches. I've marked with a Sharpie pen, but I don't recommend that. I've done it for ease. And then you match up the first notch to the pattern. And again, you've got a little bit sticking out here, but you've got to be aware of the fact that when you're doing your 1 centimetre seam allowance, that is going to sort of run
Oh, could you nudge that just over a little bit? It's just dropped behind our details on the screen, so I didn't see the left-hand side. Just where, on the piece of fabric that you're working with, you were showing us where it doesn't line up at the end.
It's just that, hang on, so if you line up the notch,
yeah,
and then don't worry about this bit, as long as the notches are right, because when you're sewing your seam,
perfect, thank you.
You're actually in the right place, you see what I mean? So it's the same as the little triangle sticking up
Lovely,
the
thank
outside.
you, Fiona.
So we're going to pin that in.
Do you have to think about what type of pins you're using when you're working with this type of fabric?
Well, I see that we've got some lovely ballpoint pins here, but it's not something I normally use. I think because, but I would recommend them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So that's one sleeve pinned in.
Lovely.
I'm just wondering whether to do both sleeves
or
just do one sleeve.
While you have a wee ponder, I'm just going to very quickly mention those pins and also the needles as well, because this is the key thing. If you are working with those fabrics, then it is about having the right kind of tools for the job, isn't it? So yes, we have got, they are separate. So the needles, we're very busy for the needles. Schmetz, name that we know and love as well. You will get a full set with regards to yours, only £2.99. Always useful to have in your stash as well. So yeah, just in case you have those situations when you're working with your jersey, you're all ready to go. So £2.99, proving to be very, very popular. Something that's a little bit more unusual, which I've not come across, ballpoint pins. So it might be that you're going to find yourself with a new style of sewing with your jersey fabrics. So the ballpoint pins are going to be perfect for things like your jersey, your stretch fabrics, your t-shirt fabrics. So having those is always useful to have, isn't it? And of course your little storage pot to pop them back into so they don't get mixed up with your regular ones. So £2.49, both incredibly affordable and kind of key for you to get those pristine stitch outs when you're actually working. Very limited with some of those fabrics as well. So yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of any of those, you need to be quick. I've had some sellouts. I'll tell you about those in a little while.
I can imagine ballpoint pins being quite good for sewing with lace as well, don't you think?
That's a good point, yeah.
Right, so what I've done now is I've pinned my side panels on my sleeve, both sides, and I've also pinned one pocket piece as well at the same time. So I'm going to sew those now on the machine. Now the seam allowance is 1 centimetre. So, which is pretty much lining up your foot against the side of the fabric. So
that's perfect. Look how beautiful that.
Now I'm not going to do the stretch stitch on this. I'm just going to lengthen my stitch as well. I mean, that's another tip, is to, if you lengthen your stitch as you sew, you don't possibly need it quite as, you know, having a longer stitch does help.
Okay, and it is quite a thick fabric, so yeah, it's probably very good advice.
Yeah, I would say particularly with that brushed back jersey.
And don't forget, if it is a new fabric to you and not something that you stitched with before, don't forget when you've cut your pattern out, you're going to have lots of little bits left over that you may want to turn into different bits and pieces, but you've also got it there to test your different stitches, your threads, play around with it. So that is the key thing. Incidentally, we have got Facebook open and lots of you sending lovely messages through, so thank you. I won't go through them all because they're watching the demo, but thank you. And hopefully, Christine, you're feeling better because she's not been very well, bless her. Sounds lovely when it's stitching through.
And I'd remembered to put a jersey needle on this. Last time I didn't. And of course it can push the knit fabric into the machine. So it's quite important to sort of use that.
There you go. Because you were saying about in your past life with knitwear and knitwear fabrics.
That's right.
It's a new area for a lot of people, and sometimes people shy away because it's kind of the fear of the unknown, I suppose, isn't it? But they're not as scary as you might think. Working with different
knit
fabrics,
no.
Yeah.
I think once you've tried it once, then you'll be smitten.
Perfect.
You know, and they're so easy to wear, aren't they?
Absolutely. Imagine the compliments you're going to get if you've chose any of the fabrics, to be fair. But I mean, this one, it looks like almost like a woolen knit when you look at the fabric. Beautiful.
So there we go. I've stitched those on.
Lovely. And again, don't forget everything's explained in the pattern, so.
That's right.
Now, the pattern that we're talking about, we have got the details up on the screen, just because Fiona's doing exactly the same on the opposite side. So very, very quickly, let me just explain to you what the pattern is, because lots of you popped it into your basket, so you might not have all the information that you need to know. So let me explain. It's a multi-size pattern. So this is a dress that's going to see you from size 8 right the way through to 28. As you can see, the nature of the start is a very generous fit. So it's kind of got a lot of leeway with regards to those size differentials that you've got there. That loose look as well is very much on trend and very much a kind of a classic look at the moment with all generations. I mean, the teens are out there wearing those kind of loose looks as well. Now, the key thing with this one is a tapered design. So you may well notice that as you come down towards just above the knee, you've kind of got that tapered look. So it's not a very loose, shapeless dress. It's got that gorgeous shape to it. And of course, you've got that gorgeous sleeve where you've got that very, very clever detail where the pocket falls part of that gorgeous seam that you've got there. Obviously, you've got your long sleeves. Because of it being made from jersey, don't worry, you're not going to have any issues with regards to working with your jersey, but woven fabrics would be perfect as well. But also, you haven't got to worry about things like cuffs. Elasticated cuffs, you haven't got to worry about. They're not going to be fitted onto it. You don't have to worry about a buttonhole or a zip, although in the summer, you might want to make it out of some woven fabrics, because once you've got a dress that you like and it fits you well and it's easy to put together, then you could be tempted to try it with other fabrics as well. So that is the key thing. Just remember, if you are splitting that back seam, because everything is cut on the fold, split that back seam, just add an extra centimetre onto your fabric and that will accommodate for a zip if you're choosing to do so. The sizes and the dimensions are all on your pattern envelope as you would expect, all the different bits and pieces that you need. But the basic rule of thumb is that you're going to need 2.5 metres of fabric, which is what we've got on the show in the different variations. But of course, you have got your kind of physical measurements as well as your garment measurements. So if you want to kind of check between those two, you can. But as you can see, a beautiful design with that lovely tape. I do like that taper that comes down, gives it that shape, but what a classic look. And I have got a feeling that once you make your first cocoon dress is not going to be your last one, because I think this will be one of your firm favourites. And for £17.50, I think that's a wise investment of any sewer's money. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, QAS 587 is that all-important item number. But as I mentioned, if it's in your basket, please check your basket out. I don't want you missing out on this one. Half of the stock has gone of the pattern and we've got the same quantity in people's baskets. And we see this over and over. You're wanting to watch the demonstration, which we're going to go back to. You'll choose to check your basket out at the end of the demonstration. You know you want it. so why not check it out now? And then that way you don't have to worry about what's going on at the end of the demonstration. So you can kind of watch and relax knowing that your pattern's going to be on its way to you soon. Right, so I can see that you've got the iron out now, Fiona.
Now, yes, I'm sort of well ahead of the game here. Now, can you see how that's, if I just take that off there.
Wonderful.
I don't know if the camera can catch, but you're getting lots of nice direction going there, which is
lovely.
What I wanted.
We might need you just to slide your board over into the middle of the area.
Can you see?
That's
You've got the cabling
perfect.
going
Thank
that
you.
on the sleeve, and then it's going like that on the...
It looks like an odd shape when you put it together, but it makes sense afterwards.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I think the thing is sometimes you just have to trust the pattern and trust the instructions, don't you? you get to the end result and it'll all be good.
Now, we have got a bit of top stitching on this pocket, which I'm going to leave off just for the sake of, you know, speed.
Okay.
Now, it's one thing we forgot to mention, and that is I would recommend that if you want to make this on an overlocker straight away, I would recommend making it with just stitched first, just stitch it on the machine first, because, you know, with an overlocker, it's very difficult to undo it, isn't it?
Yes.
So I would say if you've made one and you want to make another and you've got an overlocker, why not? You can just sew it up with that, and it would be nice and quick. Come together really quickly.
This is the key thing when you're working with different fabrics and you kind of get used to them, you'll find how speedy they are. Just to warn you, some of the gorgeous fabric that we're seeing being used at the moment has gone. I think is the grey gone as well? The grey's gone. The navy's gone. The only two that we've got, I'll go through everything again, is we've got black and we've also got that lovely cream. So if you're getting a bit of fabric envy from Fiona, then yeah, be warned. Be warned that at Rope Knit, we've only got the 2 colour options. Others, we're okay with the others at the moment, but I'll go through everything in a little while as well. But we are limited on some of them. So yeah, be a bit speedy quick if you can. And don't forget your early bird, those bobbins.
Just a little words about pressing. Now this fabric has, I don't know what the composition is, but it does have a little bit of synthetic in it. So don't have your iron on too hot, because the last thing you want to do is to sort of singe that lovely softness.
Would you suggest, perhaps if you're a little bit nervous, to use something like a little pressing cloth or something like that?
Pressing cloth.
Or an old tea towel as they usually use.
A pressing cloth. But maybe sort of check your, check on a little bit on, set beforehand.
It's kind of getting to know it, isn't it, as well?
That's right.
Yeah. Just if you want to know that composition, 54% rayon, 26% nylon, giving it that lovely stretch, and 20% polyester, giving it the durability. So it's a nice mix.
So that's the sleeve.
Lovely.
And you can see that the pocket piece has been attached to the front side panel only, not the other side. Sorry, I should be doing it like that, shouldn't we?
That's
so the side panel only. Now I'm going to move on to the front now, which is a little bit more straightforward.
So that was all done on the back piece?
No, that was done on the sleeves.
On the sleeves, sorry, sleeves.
And this is the front.
Right.
So, and you can see that I've lined up the pockets on both sides. So I'm going to now sew down here. Now we're not sewing down this bit here, we're just sewing down here.
Okay.
And I would be tempted to, especially as we're going across on the diagonal here, don't stretch your fabric as you're sewing. Just ease it through naturally, because you don't want to get any, if you stretch it and sew it, then you're going to get a little bit of buckling.
That's where that walking foot's useful, isn't it?
It definitely
kind of regulates the way that it's going through.
That's right. I forgot my pin cushion today, so I'm sort of all fingers and thumbs here.
Oh, bless you. You've probably spied behind, Fiona, some of the products that we've got coming up a little bit later on as well. So the hats look very, very snazzy. We've got some lovely fabrics coming up a little bit later on as well. And a beautiful bag as well. And of course, a little scarf. So in this hour, we are concentrating on the dress. But how amazing are these? So you definitely need to tune back in at 10 o'clock. We've also got some lovely fabrics to share with you, which you saw there as well. So yeah, told you it was a good day today.
I think some places in the country have got snow, haven't they? So they're probably not going out. So hopefully they're tuning in.
Yes.
With the
well,
snow
tomorrow apparently is supposed to be a worse day than today. I was quite surprised when I came out this morning. I thought it was going to be really, really bad, but it's not too bad today here in Redditch.
No, it's not been too bad.
No.
My
We're kind of
husband went
protected a
overboard
bit
with
like the Malvern Hills, Redditch, we're kind of the ditch, and it's usually if the snow gets over the Malverns, then we get it.
Yes. Yes, we don't normally get snow in Worthing, but this year we were the only place in the country that did have it a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I'd never make a weather girl, I can't figure it out.
My post office guy, he's never seen snow ever in his life.
Oh, really?
India, yeah.
Oh.
It's quite funny to see his kids, like, sort of never seen it before.
I remember some friends came over from Australia the once, and yeah, I think one of the guys was about 19 and he'd never seen snow. So,
yeah, it's amazing.
Incidentally, I'm just going to share with you some of the messages coming through on Facebook, just as we're seeing a little bit of pressing going on there. So we've got loads of you tuning in, some lovely kind of little comments coming through. As I say, Christine a bit poorly sick, but she's feeling a lot better today. Sue, good morning to you as well, wishing us a good morning. And as is Jan as well. We have had a question about the bobbins. Can we use them in an Elna 570A sewing machine? I don't know is the honest answer with that one. I think they're pretty much a universal size. So if you can use universal bobbins, and of course that's a reference to our early bird, So yeah, the early bird, if you do wanted to get hold of these, if you weren't here at 8 o'clock, that's what we were showing you. So you've got your 3 canisters, as you can see there, 18 pre-wound bobbins. We are saying for embroidery machines, but £13.98. You could actually embroider on some of your sweatshirting before you actually put it into your garment, couldn't you, I suppose, if you wanted to? You could embroider onto all sorts. Saying about you could embroider onto the sweatshirt fabric if you wanted to before, yeah.
Yes, or even a bit of hand embroidery.
Yeah, that's good, yeah, that's true.
Lovely.
Where are we up to?
Now, very exciting, I am attaching the sleeve, slanted edge and pocket to the front slanted edge and pocket. So it's literally one on top of the other. Now, obviously, you're going to match it up where the pockets meet. Let's get my pins a bit nearer. And I think that at this point, I'd put my pins going at a sideways like that, because you can run over them if you take a deep breath.
That's it. Also, so I didn't ask about the seams. Do you? Because obviously, when we're quilting, we talk about pressing to the dark side. Do you open the seams when you press them? Do you have them all going in one direction?
Some of them are pressed towards one piece rather than another, and they're top stitch, and some are pressed open. It depends on which one it is. So I think for the side seams, they're pressed open.
Does that get mentioned in the instructions?
Yes, it does. Yes, and that is particularly important, I think, because you know, there's some where they sit better if they're pressed to a particular side.
Oh, that's good to know, because that's not always information that's readily available, is it? So yeah, that's good to know.
So you can see I'm pinning all the way around the pocket here, and then what we're going to sew all the way around. Oh, no, that's a pin. So if I just stretch that out, I don't know if you can see, the camera's not getting the whole thing, but I'm going to sew all the way down here.
Full length.
Now I'm stopping at the bit where the seam allowance is starting for the pocket, and then I'm going round the pocket and finishing here. So I'm not sewing up here, I'm just finishing here.
Okay.
So I might start at the pocket.
Wonderful.
I might just do one side, just so that I can show you how to put the back on.
Lovely. I do like this dress, I have to say.
It does come together pretty quickly.
It's funny as well, because it's one of those situations that quite often you'll have a fabric, and I've bought jersey fabrics before that I like, and I just love the fabric, but never had the actual opportunity or the project to make. And then the pattern sometimes finds you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm thinking with this. I've got jersey in my cupboard at home, and I think, I think it looked good in this.
I mean, I like that idea about the sort of two-tone as well, you know, especially if it's like shades of one colour. I think that could look good. You know, you might have a bit of a small piece of one colour, and you haven't got enough for the dress, but you've got enough for one piece.
I think that's a good idea.
Section of it, so
like
you
a
could add
patchwork
to
version. I can't wait to see our viewers.
You know, it's a great to use up small bits, isn't it? I mean, sometimes we're left with like a metre, and you think, oh, what can I do with that? You know,
an in-betweeny bit, isn't it? That measurement. What sort of feedback have you had from your customers previously? Because obviously, So Girl, a brand that is Fiona's brand, all sorts of different types of patterns. I don't know if we stock any more on the website beyond this particular one, but what sort of feedback do you get from your customers about your patterns?
Oh, just such lovely feedback. I mean, just like, you know, I've made so many of these. I love the instructions. Generally speaking, instructions people tend to find very clear.
Yeah, we saw, was it Karen who emailed in earlier on? Yeah.
And also,
I know they're always popular here.
That's generally the sort of story, really.
I like that, but that's brilliant to hear that kind of accolade.
Well, it's music to my ears, because I think that's what I aim for really with sewing, is to make it straightforward. I don't really like patterns where there's lots of fiddly bits, and then when you get to the end, you think, oh, I don't know whether that was worth all the effort.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I think also you want a pattern that's quite versatile, so that you can change it slightly and do, you know, make it different. you know, Hackett's and...
I like your suggestion with woven fabrics as well, getting into the summer.
Yeah, I definitely would like to make myself a linen one or a sort of linen viscose mix one or a printed one with nice printed cotton. So now you can see, if I put it that way up, you can see how it looks.
Wonderful. So
See,
starting
that's
to,
a
oh
really
yes,
sort
you
of-
can see now, yes.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then if you flip it over, and you can see there the pockets come.
There it
There
is,
it is,
yes.
and then that just flips down. You know, I mean, you might want to stitch the pocket down. I mean, I wouldn't on this because it's got a nice weave to it.
Yeah.
If you want to stitch the pocket bag down and have as a feature on the front, then, you know, that's
a good point.
There's no rules against that.
I love that style. It's like an...
Yeah, so
I mean,
there
look
it
how neat
is.
that is.
Now,
That's lovely.
Let's put the back on. So
Okay.
we're just moving over to the back piece. We've got a very long seam, diagonal seam, which is the raglan again. And we get the, what's that? No, that's the other. Here it is. Put it there for safekeeping, and then I can't find it. So we're going to pin this in here. So start at the top edge.
So that's on the back
This
now.
is
So it's
the-
kind of that,
Yeah,
that
so this
seam
is-
at the back.
So this is this seam here.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, lovely. Again, you haven't got inset sleeves, you know, where you kind of have to make sure that you've got the front and the back and
Yeah.
the notches all lined up and everything. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
The only thing with this is that you've got a front and a back on the sleeve,
Yes.
rather than the actual
Yeah.
on the sleeve head.
Yes.
You have got a back and a front, so you
Yes.
just got to make sure you've got that. Now, yeah, you should have some notches to line up. So you've got 2 here and 2 here. So just match those up there, and then you're not going to end up with too much fabric on one side.
Wonderful.
And now this cable, I haven't finished any of the edges, but actually, you know, it's
There's
quite
no
well
fluff or
behaved,
anything,
isn't it?
is there? No.
You know, if you want to just do a quick job without finishing the edges, I won't tell anybody.
You won't say send the dressmaking police round.
No,
Um,
send Esme Young round.
Oh gosh, yes. Just to give you a little bit of a time check, we've probably got, is it about 7 minutes or 5 minutes or so left?
Right.
So you're okay at the moment, so don't worry.
I think I'm not doing too badly, actually. I've sort of tried to, you know, do it methodically. Normally I'm sort of a little bit more all over the place, but anyway.
And don't forget, at the moment, we're working within a restricted area. Fiona's trying to show you as much as she possibly can on our overhead camera. And of course, at this stage, all the fabric is coming together. So you've almost got that large piece that you can't always see a lot that's going on. But when you're actually doing it at home, you will have that kind of luxury of that space to be able to lay everything out and see it.
Sewing standing up is not sort of easy.
Yeah.
But having said that, I think it's actually quite good for you to sew standing up.
I'm because of my kind of previous life, I demonstrated for a sewing machine company at exhibitions. It's
Yeah.
always standing up. So
Really?
yeah, I feel more comfortable standing up than sitting down.
Well, I mean, they're saying now that, you know, sitting down is not, you know, you've got to stand up every hour, haven't you? You've got to move around, stand up. So actually,
okay.
this is getting on my nose down here, right there.
Are you chasing the pedal? Is it running around?
Well, it's getting stuck under the table. 'Cause It's so big. I'm not used to these big pedals. Ooh.
Now, just as obviously Fiona's stitching that together, because we've not got a huge amount of time left, can I very, very briefly just mention we've got some fabulous fabrics to share with you. The lovely kind of knit twist, the cable twist that we're working with. Is it all gone now? Yeah. Oh, it's just hanging on by a thread, if you excuse it. Cream is gone, it's just this moment gone. The black is the last of the 4 options that we've got. So we haven't got the grey, we've only got 5 opportunities for you to get hold of this one. So it's kind of your last chance. We haven't got extended delivery with regard to this one. We are clearing out the warehouse to make room for loads of fabulous things, which is why you've got such a brilliant deal. And when you're looking at that £17.45, don't forget that's for 2.5 metres. £6.98 a metre, that's what what you're paying for that, and you've got enough in that piece if you've gone for the pattern to be able to make your cocoon dress using those. In addition, if you do want the grey, we have got sweatshirt fabric available for you in the grey, so that will give you an idea of how your dress is going to look if you're going to go for that. You can use it for this dress very easily if you're wanting to. So, yeah, Fiona's done that with the finished sample that we've got. Colour-wise, with regard to that one, you've got your gorgeous ochre that we spoke of earlier on. So your ochre, if you're wanting your ochre, that one is available. We've also got the black that is available if you're wanting to go for the black. We've got complete contrast to that one. You're almost like a winter white with this one, which apparently is the colour for next year, or this year, should I say, because we are now in next year, if that makes sense. And then the final one, if you like your denims and your blues, then you're going to love this one as well. So half the stock of this one has gone. So if you do like the look of that one, please be quick. There's only one more fabric for me to just nudge to you, and that is that jersey backed jersey. Is it terry backed? It is terry backed jersey. Sorry. It's like so many words in one little phrase. We've only got a couple of handfuls left of these. It's beautiful because we've got 10 people shopping for this one, and if you all check out your baskets, you will be very happy. If you don't, then you could potentially miss out with those, but nobody can multiply on that one, so go for it. And that's your pattern. Don't forget your pattern as well. That's the key thing if you're wanting to get hold of your pattern. Well over half the stock of the pattern has gone. Yeah, most of you going for this one is potentially going to be a sellout on the break. Sorry, Fiona, I just needed to G those along a little bit.
That's okay. I'm just pinning the side seam now. So I've just pinned all the way. I've put the front to the back and the side and the sleeve side edges. So I've pinned it all the way around there. So I'm just going to now pin the sort of front to the back as well.
Lovely.
Obviously, I would have probably pressed it a bit better. I was going to say, actually, if you leave your edges unfinished, because if you're overlocking them, you can overlock them together. But if you're leaving them unfinished, you could just press them open. But if you're overlocking, just press them to one side.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with the fabric. I mean, there's been no shed with it at all.
No.
And also the sweatshirt fabric, I've been moving that around the set, and there's no fluffy bits that have come off that.
No, that's right, yeah. So I'm pinning here. And you just have to make sure that the side pockets here there's a little bit there where you just pin it all together.
Beautiful. Now, we're not going to get the chance to completely finish this and potentially not see you stitch this seam, but
no.
Can I very, very quickly ask you about the finishing of the neckline? Because that's something that's a little bit nervous.
So after you've sewn it together at the side seams, you've got your band here, you sew it together at the one edge, and then you stitch it on to round the neck band.
Perfect.
Put your seam at the back, and before you do that, just fold over and press 1 centimetre on the other side. So pin the raw edge to the neck edge, and then flip it over. So you're sewing it on the front, right side, flip it over to the back. Now, I like to hand stitch it on, but if you want to stitch in the ditch or, machine it down, that's fine. But I think it's quite nice to have a nice edging. I think with this one, I've actually top stitched it as well. So, you can do either.
Perfect, there you go. But of course, it's all detailed in the instructions. And don't forget, do check out the Sew Girl blog as well. And you've got contact details with your pattern as well. Fiona, thank you so much. That was a whistle stop, but I'm amazed at how much we got done with that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I did more than I expected. So.
Perfect. I love it.
Very straightforward pattern.
We will see you about an hour's time then. Turning our attention elsewhere. Now, if this pattern is in your basket, check your basket out, and I will see you the other side of the break. So grab yourself a brew. I'll see you in 2.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I am very much looking forward to because we're looking at a little bit of hand stitching. We're talking about a very traditional style of sewing as well, so Sashiko, but not in the sense of when I think of Sashiko, I tend to think of your dark colours, navies potentially, white threads, quite a serious feel to it, but lovely at the same time. But on this occasion, we have got the most incredible things to share with you. We've got these fabulous wallets. We've got panels that are going to detail each one of these, which you're going to love. You've also got the ability to make a little purse alongside it if you're wanting to. But what a lovely look. These fabulous pouches that you are going to be able to create. We're going to be chatting about those because these have been designed, as have the panels, by the lovely Cara, who's here with us today. Cara, can I compliment you? These are beautiful.
Thank you. Oh, I won't take all the credit. Lou has been very, very creative. She works her magic. So
Very good.
I come up with the idea and then I put it to Lou and then she puts it all together.
It's
so.
all about the teamwork, isn't
It
it?
is, definitely. But I loved doing it. I wanted to bring, you know, a sort of modern contemporary feel to Sashiko.
You've done it perfectly.
And the threads, my goodness, the threads today are just incredible.
Absolutely.
Absolutely
Because
incredible.
I have to say, and I don't know about our viewers, I mean, you can agree or disagree with me, but when I tend to think about Sashiko, I do tend to think about kind of the navy and the red and the cream thread, very traditional.
Yes.
Which is lovely, but I just love this modern twist.
It's just so simple as well. It's not sort of like embroidery where you feel, oh, gosh, you're a little bit overwhelmed by it. All it is just running stitch.
I love it. Now you can probably see we've actually got 3 different variations. We'll be going through everything in closer detail, so don't worry, you'll be able to see exactly what you're going to be getting. But basically you have got a choice of 3 different colourways. The panel will come in 3 different colours and we'll be chatting about the panel. You get full instructions alongside it as well, so it's just choose exactly what it is that you want. And so if you want to go for the blue, then that is going to be the bag that you're going to be able to create, and I'll show you that panel in just a few moments. So that one is your blue. Oh, I asked for these stands, now I'm knocking them everywhere. So, yeah. Then the green. So the green is that lovely minty green that we just looked at. And don't forget, you are going to be able to create that fabulous little purse as well. So you're liking that. And of course, the florals. The florals, is the choice of all of the florals with each of the panels, or is it the green if you want daffodils?
So if, the green was the daffodils, the tulips is the pink, and
Perfect.
the pansies is the blue.
Perfect. Just in case people have a preference with regards to the actual flowers, I just thought I'd better mention that as well. And again, you've got your panel feature in there as well. So brilliant idea, lovely choices. So shall I show you that panel to start with? So the green, I'm going to open this one up. So with this one, your Sashiko stitching is going to be done for your daffodils. And when you look at it, I mean, it's lovely upside down. 50-50 chance. There you go. Beautifully printed. And the panels that we've got here, I'm guessing, Cara, that are our pattern pieces.
They are the pattern pieces, and there's an incredible way of making the clutch bag with actually only 3 seams.
Oh, okay.
3 folds and 3 seams.
And is there anything that we need in addition to the panels to make up our little bags?
I've actually used H640, so
Okay.
the iron-on wadding, just to give it a little bit more body.
Okay.
And the magnetic clasps as well. I'm not sure if we've got those
We
there.
have, yes, yeah.
So the magnetic clasps, if you want to actually close the clutch bag. And also, if you want a little bit of decorative, we've got pom-poms, which
We
are
have got
lovely.
pom-poms.
And
which is
pom-pom
gorgeous,
makers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and the clasp. No, there's, I don't know if we've got the little magnetic, the round
We
ones.
have. We've got the little round ones. These
Yeah.
are all, we'll come to everything, but they are all on the website. So if you want to get it all into your basket at the same time, we've got your gold tone or your silver tone with regards to those. We've even got your purse clasp as well. So all of the different bits and pieces. If you do need those, we have got those available as well. So you don't have to go anywhere. It's like a one-stop shop here at Sewing Street. So that one is your green with the daffodils, which is beautiful. Next one we've got is the blue. And the blue is where you're going to be able to create those fabulous pansies. Again, you will be able to create your little purse with your pansy flower on there as well. So all of the panels include the purse as well. And again, beautiful fabrics inside and out. And the panel, similar sort of idea. You've got all of the different components, all of the different pieces pre-printed, including your gorgeous detail of your pattern. So you don't even need to trace that. You don't need to kind of trace it out, because when I held it up, you might have seen the outer parameters, but with this one, you've actually got all of the intricacy of the detail in here, which means that obviously when you come to stitch it, you don't need to do that additional step of actually tracing out your design. It's all done for you, which is brilliant. And you can see that gorgeous rectangle detail that's going to allow you to create those fabulous little pansies. Incidentally, thread-wise, we've got loads of thread that we'll be sharing with you. We've got some variegated thread and these lovely bright colours, which again, if you're thinking, well, I love Sashiko, but I've never seen these kind of colours, We have got loads and loads of different bundles, which I will show you in a little while, so you can shop for those as well. So that is your panel in your blue with your pansies. I'll tidy these all up in a wee while. Then the last one we've got is that lovely pink. I have to say, the print of the fabric, it's almost got like a linen
It has,
look to it,
yes,
hasn't it?
yes, which is really, really nice,
Yes.
rather than a flat, you know, cotton. You know, there is a texture to
Yeah.
it, but it's a printed texture rather
Beautiful.
than, yeah.
Very, very clever in the design. This time we're looking at tulips, which is lovely. And again, your tulips are going to be detailed on your pattern as well, so there's no tracing, as is the case, which I think it's one of those things that I love the idea that it's all done, because I want to get in with the stitches. I don't do all the prep, I want to get in with the stitching.
And also the stitching doesn't take very long, which is wonderful. So it's a really, really quick project.
It's nice as well if you just want what I call a breakaway project. It might be that you're working on something that's much larger, that takes up a lot of your time, but sometimes you just want to do something where you're making that project in a couple of hours or something like that, 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
Panel again, all of the components that we spoke of. Clever construction means that everything is put together so as you can put those folds in place with your stitching, and very quickly and easy, just 3 seams make that fabulous purse that we've just looked at, that little bag. And of course, again, you are going to be able to make your little purse, but it will have your tulip featuring on that one, and obviously in the same pink. So there you go. So those are your 3 different choices. Now, the connecting factor is every single one of them will come with your instructions. Now, I know we have got this available as well, should you want to shop for it by itself, but the pattern by itself, £9.99. Now, it is included with the panel, so if you've shopped for the panel already, then you don't need to worry. But this is where you've got full colour instructions detailed in here. Area for you to put your notes in there. Clever little technique for making pom-poms if you're wanting to, with a fork like that. And again, you've got the template there for your purse. So again, that is something that if you're shopping for the panel, you'll get that automatically. But if you want to get it by itself, then you can do. Now, the only other thing that I'm going to mention to you is, what am I mentioning? The clasp. So this is the only other thing that you'll need. It's almost like an antique look. Isn't that lovely?
Gorgeous. Really, really pretty.
And that is really pretty. I mean, you've got, I don't know if you can notice, there's some gorgeous little detail on the, almost like the button that you've got there. In fact, I'm going to put it down rather than hold it, because you'll see if I'm shaking. But isn't that pretty? That additional detail, I love all the kind of detail that you've got around. And that is included within that £6.99 if you're wanting to go for one of those. So that's the only thing that I would suggest you add in as well. So there you go. And again, you've got kind of all your information that you need with regards to that. £6.99, absolute bargain. And it just gives it that finishing touch, doesn't it? Make it give you that professional result. So there you go. I've given you lots of choices. We'll come back and chat about threads. We'll talk about needles as we go as well. But it's all on the website. So if you do want to shop for it ahead of us, get into it, then you can do. But do you know what, Cara? I need to know, what do I do to get started?
Right. The first thing that I always say with Sashiko is preparing your thread. And you want to prepare your thread to make it easier for you when you're actually stitching. So I'm going to do it from one of the skeins here, and this is just a gorgeous one. I used this one for the pansies because I felt that, you know, it's got the purple of the pansies that people usually know, and the blues. So, you know, it's very, very indicative of springtime and everything.
Beautiful.
So you take your skein like that. You'll take your label off the skein, and then you'll notice that there is a little tie that ties all the threads together like that.
Okay.
Okay, and then you can actually unravel the skein.
Oh, okay, right.
So that's your full skein, and usually I would say when you're doing something as small as this, you can actually cut this in half. So you cut both ends. So I'm just going to get rid of that little tie.
See, I know it sounds daft, but something as simple as how to prepare your threads is the key thing, because I'd have that all knotted and twisted.
Oh gosh,
and awful.
honestly, yes. And it just makes it so much easier. And the other thing is, you never know with the variegated thread, if you wanted to sort of have it longer, you can. but it just makes it more difficult to work with. So
yes, I must admit, I'm a bit of a lazy stitcher, so I have my threads as long as I possibly can cut them. And
so that's a good length to actually work with. So, you know, I would go for that. And then what you'll do is with the label that you've kept, so that you know the colour, I'd actually just thread one end, just twist it slightly, it keeps the ends together.
Oh, that's a good tip.
Twist it slightly, and then you can pop that in the label and then put that roughly about halfway, and then you'll plait, but loosely, really, really loosely. So you'll take some on the left, then a little bit less in the middle, a little bit less from that side, and then you'll just loosely plait this.
That's clever. I've not seen this done before. Thank you for this.
It just makes it so much easier, and all your threads are kept together. They're already cut to a good working length. But you'll see that I'm plaiting it, but I'm doing it very, very loosely. And you'll notice that the ends aren't even, but that doesn't matter. And it just means then that you've got your Sashiko thread and you've got the label, so you know the colour that you're working with. So, you know, that's really, really good. And then all you'll do, this is one that I've started already, is when you're ready to use a thread, you'll take from the centre and you'll just pull it. And because it's loose, it comes out very easily. And this
is brilliant.
This is the variegated one. So you can see it goes from a light blue to a dark blue. But if you want, when I was doing the actual pansies, I sort of tried to do the pansies so that you had sort of more pink on one of them, more blue on one, and more purple on one. So if you want to, you can pull the dark pink, and you'll see that that goes from a light blue to the dark pink. And then if you wanted the purple, pull the purple one out. And that goes from the dark blue to the purple.
Oh, these are beautiful. And 100% cotton, the threads, aren't
yes,
they?
They are.
Yeah.
They're matte, they're not mercerised, so they're not shiny. But this is a traditional Sashiko thread. So it is a matte thread. You don't untwist it, you don't try to strand it, you're using it as it is.
Perfect.
So.
I love it. And the bundles that we've got, they're quite comprehensive bundles. The one that we were just looking at has got loads and loads of different colours in there. I will show you these in closer detail in a little while, but there's I think we've got 3 different bundles. They're all detailed on the website, and many of them have actually got variegated threads in there. So this is the actual one with the purple, which you've already found. In fact, because we've referenced this purple one, can we pop the details up on the screen? I think that'd probably be a good idea. So that is the gorgeous purple. So you can see there, this is going to be the bright one, I'm guessing. So we've got 3 different kind of options. We've got the brights, which I believe being this one. We've got antique, and we've also got pastels as well. So this one, confidently going to say it's the brights. It's got bright red in there, got the bright colours there. And you've got 4 different variegated, I think. Hold on. You're getting a lot in here for $19.90. Just a note, presenters have little hands, don't do such big bundles. So you've got, where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4 variegated in there. Then you've got 6 of your plain. Well, there's nothing plain about these. They're absolutely gorgeous. So that works out at less than £2 a skein. $1.99 a skein. My goodness, no wonder they're flying out. We've got 3 different bundles. This one's got your traditional cream in there as well. If you're wanting to go for your pastels, I know we're very busy for these, so I'll quickly give you your choices. Your pastels, again, you've still got your variegated in that particular one, as you can see with those. So these ones are your pastels with your pastel pinks. This is a perfect one if you want to keep that pastel tone going with your panels. So details popped up on the screen for those. Again, $1.99 a skein. And the last one, just to differentiate, if you're wanting your antique, much more muted tones with these, and lots of kind of reds and oranges in there as well. So again, you've got your variegated in there as well. So 4 variegated in that one too. And the details are changed on your screen. I'm going to leave those alone for the time being, but they're on the website if you want to shop for them. So Sorry about that.
No, don't worry. Honestly, I couldn't believe it when I got sent all the colours. And I
Yes.
thought, oh my goodness, you know, it's just so nice to actually introduce some colour.
Yes,
to
yeah.
Sashiko. So what I was going to do is show you how you start with your stitching, and then I'll talk about the assembly. So this is your panel. So you'll cut the panels out. For the purse, the coin purse, I actually found it much, much easier to leave the front and the back of the purse together.
Okay.
So that you can actually stitch it rather than holding something really tight. And also, when it comes to actually putting the H640 on the back, it's much easier to do it with a rectangle than it is to cut it and then press it.
Perfect.
So cut the rectangle out, like I've done here. This was the tulip one, and then put your H640 on the back. So, those are the pieces that you'll cut out. You'll start, the Sashiko needle has a nice big eye, and we have a couple of choices, I think, with the needles, but they come in a pack of 2. It has a nice big eye, a very sharp point, and a long actual needle. And this is much, much better when you're actually doing a line of stitching, because you're putting your fabric onto your needle rather than your needle into the fabric. So if you've got a longer needle, you can do more stitches in one go.
Okay.
As opposed to traditional embroidery, it's okay to tie a knot. So
that's
this
the big
was just,
question,
oh
isn't it?
my gosh.
Do not or not do not.
I'm like, oh no, you can't. But with Sashiko, it's okay to tie a knot. So you tie a knot in the end. And also bear in mind that because of the H640, your knots are going to sink into the wadding. So they're not going to be sort of very proud. So you can tie a knot and then you can start stitching. So this particular one, I've got the purple with the blue. And that, as I say, is a really, really nice length to start stitching with. So I'm going to start on one of the pansies.
And I suppose this can be where you can, if you want to be quite directional with where the colours are going to be at the starting point.
Yes, you can. So I've put the knot, and the knot's actually the purple section. So I know that this first petal is going to be more purple. So you'll see I've started at the centre, and there's my knot on the back. If you've got a bit of a loose end on the knot, you can trim that off. And then all it is just following the pattern that's printed onto the fabric. And you'll do it in just running stitch.
Now, are there any rules as to the size of the stitches that you're going to do, or do you just literally cover the area?
You cover the area. We've with the designs, and Lou's done quite a few of these designs now for me. So the length of the stitch is really, really good for coverage and for stitching. It's not too fine and it's not too chunky. So you want something just in between, but this is a lovely length of stitch.
So literally cover the marks that are there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you'll just carry on around this petal. So you can see I've got mainly the purple. And you can see how quickly it grows as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's lovely if you've got children that want to start stitching, and you know, maybe they've not done any stitching before. When my daughter was at primary school, it was the millennium, and we were doing a project with all the children, and we even got the sort of ones in reception to do a running stitch with supervision, because the needles were a bit sharp.
Yeah.
But they were perfectly able to do like a running
That's a
stitch.
lovely
So
idea.
it's just lovely to get, you know, children started and to
Absolutely,
create
yeah.
something, and all they're doing is just following the line. You can do more than one stitch at a time when it's a straight line, but when it's a curve, I just find it a lot easier to actually do the stitches just one at a time.
Good advice, I like that.
And you don't want it to pucker either, so
Okay.
take your time and just loosen the stitches there.
And I noticed you're not stitching in a hoop. Is that something that's traditional with Sashiko?
With Sashiko, because you're actually going to be putting the fabric onto the needle, we'll do a line in a minute, I'll do one of the lines around the edge. You are actually holding it like this.
Oh, okay,
so,
right, so you need the fluidity.
Yes,
Yeah.
so if you want a hoop, and if you find it easier to have a hoop, then please, you know, there's no rhyme or reason, you know, there's no rules. If you find it easier to actually use a hoop, then please do. And then what if it was a hoop, I'd pass my needle backwards and forwards. But because it's Sashiko, you're actually holding it in your hand.
Okay.
It's much, much easier.
Thank you.
So this is one of the petals. So I've done one of the petals round there. And if you look at this, there's another petal there. So what I'm going to do, and I wanted to show you how you stop. So we make sure that it's not puckering the fabric. So we come through to the wrong side. So we've started with a knot, and then we're actually going to pass the needle under the stitch there and then go through the loop. And you're doing a knot on the back for one of the stitches. I'll do that again. And that should hold your stitch nice and securely. And then you can just cut that. And that's the first petal.
Gosh, that
so we're
came
going to do it
together so quick.
Yeah, we're going to do another petal round there. But what I'll do is I'll show you on the border. I think on the borders I did the green. So again, you've got variegated colours. So you've got lots of different greens there, which is really nice. So tie your knot.
It's lovely because you don't have to think about changing colours because it does it all for you.
I know. And it's very sociable. You can sit and watch the telly, you know, as long as you've got a good light, you can sit and watch the telly, have a chat with people. It's very sociable.
Yes,
it really
and also
is.
very, very easy to transport. So if you're going off on your travels, maybe waiting for somebody who's doing, I don't know, football, gymnastics, and you're sat in the car waiting, or even within the building, it's something that's incredibly portable that you can take with you and just do a little bit while you're waiting, or if you're waiting for treatments in hospitals, or it could be that you're a bit poorly sick, a bit like Christine, who's sat in bed at the moment and you can't really get out to all your crafty bits. You just literally got it there almost on a tray in front of you.
Oh, it's definitely good, and it's very mindful. So if you are recuperating, maybe you've had an operation or an illness and you're told to take it easy, this is a wonderful way to occupy your hands and your mind and everything, and take it off, you know, any worries that you might have just for a moment or two. So this is how you're actually going to get the fabric onto the needle. So you put your fabric, you put your needle into the fabric, then you're folding it back and doing it a few stitches at a time. So,
So just literally weaving it.
yes.
Okay.
And that's why, because of the technique, it's not so conducive to using a hoop.
And I can see why you need those longer needles as well now.
So we're doing quite a few stitches in one go. And then just when you feel that you've done a few, just take your time actually pulling your needle through, because you don't want your thread to knot up. So just take your time passing the fabric off the needle so that fabric's going onto the thread.
That's a really good tip, because I regularly find that my threads kind of gather, you know how they like twist around each other when you pull the thread through?
Yeah.
I like that idea of kind of manipulating it with the fabric more so.
You can use traditional standard cotton, you can use metallic threads, which are lovely.
Okay.
We've used them on some of the Sashiko projects that we've done in the past. But now I've pulled that through, you can see that you've done a line of stitches.
Oh, look at it changing.
And then you can see it's a bit puckered, so what you want to make sure is that you don't keep that pucker, so you smooth the fabric out again.
Okay. And then off you go again.
And then you carry on. So you'll do all your stitching first.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if there's any more stitching that you want me to show you.
No, it's mesmerising. It's almost hypnotic watching you sew.
It is.
But we won't get everything done if we do sit watching you sew.
Oh, I'm quite happy to sit and sew, so just ignore me, I'll just carry on stitching. The other thing that we've done on the daffodil one, we didn't do any stars on the background.
Okay.
So you can see that the background is as it's printed. So if you want to add stars, then you can do. So on the pansies and the tulip one, we've actually added
around
some
the
little
edges.
stars.
Oh, I see,
And that
yes, yeah.
softens it. And all you'll do to do that, if I can just show you here, and choose your colour, choose which colour you would like. But with a friction pen, you'll just do some random dots.
So you don't draw the star, you do
don't
dots.
need to draw the
Okay,
star, you
right.
just do some random dots. And don't worry if you think, oh gosh, those two are a bit too close. And then all you'll be doing is just like this.
Okay,
So doing
yes.
that little star. The only thing that I would say is that I found it was much, much better, I'll do a little one, to start and stop one star at a time. Don't, like with normal embroidery,
So don't travel
sort of
across.
travel across,
Right, okay, yeah.
especially when the threads are dark, because you don't want those threads to show.
And sometimes you can kind of see the detail. If you can't see the colour, you can see that the fabric raises up a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, so to do the little stars, you're going not in the hole, you're just going on the outside, sorry, in the dot. You're just going on the outside of the dot.
And I suppose that's because you don't want to keep going down into the same hole, I
That's
suppose.
right. You can if you want to. And if you want to, you could do a French knot, you could add a bead. You know, you can sort of play around with these, so you can make them as simple as you want or make them a little bit more
That's a nice
detailed.
idea, the bead as well.
Yeah. We do, there's gorgeous seed beads, I know, on jewellery make.
Absolutely. We've got shedfuls of them. Of them.
So there's 3, and then you'll just do another couple. So you're only doing 5 straight stitches.
And even with that small area, you can see how the colour, the blue's coming through now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's your random stars.
I love it.
And then when
A little
you've
bit
done
random.
it, again, you thread your needle back through, thread it through the loop like a slip knot, and then just cut that.
Perfect.
And then ready to do another one. Okay.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Right. Okie dokie. So,
Obviously, we'll do a recap in a little while, but if you want the blue panel is detailing the pansies that we've just seen Cara working on, incredibly busy. All you need to do really is to add in your threads, which you can see we've got in abundance. We've got loads of gorgeous threads that we can share with you. So you've got your pansies featuring on the panel. You're also going to be able to make a little purse that will have a pansy on there, obviously the blue tone. The green tone is detailing your daffodil, so very similar techniques, but this time with your daffodils and of course your little purse that you're going to be able to make alongside that one. So details for the green panel up on your screen now. And the last colour is that lovely pink with the tulips in there. It kind of, I see it more so on the pink than I've seen on any of the other colours, although it is on all the other colours. You've almost got that like subliminal linen feel to it as well. It's still smooth, but it just adds nature to it. It's got that kind of, that natural feel to it. It's very, very clever. Again, you are going to be able to make that lovely little purse alongside it, again with your tulip on there, but what beautiful design. I love it. So incidentally, busy for the purse clasp as well, since I was just mentioning that very, very briefly. £6.99. It's almost one of those ones to get hold of it, even though you're not making the purse at this moment in time, so you've got it there ready to use when you do need it. So £6.99, beautiful, almost antique finish, which keeps very much in keeping with the style that you've got there. It's also got the little loops on the side, so if you did actually want to put like a crossbody kind of loop or chain, you could do that as well. So nice idea. I'm thinking Mother's Day with a lot of these.
oh,
Can you
definitely.
imagine
Or
the kids?
Easter.
Yeah,
Easter
as
present,
well.
you know, and the actual little clutch bag. I think that should be big enough to put a tablet in it.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a good idea.
So don't just think, or, you know, to put some of your sewing things. So, you know, keep all your bits and pieces in.
That's my space.
Yes,
Mine.
don't touch. So I wanted to talk about the actual assembly of the bag, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, please go for it.
So this one I've done in traditional Sashiko. I don't know whether, well, we have got a red, haven't we?
We've got reds featuring in the bright, and there's also a red in the vintage.
Yeah, but I know that you do the navy plain and as a separate one, the big.
Oh, the traditional Sashiko threads. Sorry, these ones, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, we have got these available as well.
So
They're not all as a bundle, but they're there.
Yeah. So I've just done this, and again, you can add your little stars around if you like, or just do it as it is.
Perfect.
So you'll stitch that first. I usually put a towel on the top of it, and then I steam it, because you don't want to flatten the stitches too much, or have the towel underneath. But on this one, I've actually added the H640, and you want to add the H640 just for half the bag.
Oh, okay.
So you want to actually have it on the front, and this is all the front of the actual bag, so it's just on half the bag.
Wonderful.
So that's harder to actually press the stitchings, which is why I put a towel usually over the top. So you'll do your stitching, you'll actually put your H640 on, and then the next thing is, I just wanted to talk about, was actually how you put on the clasp.
Okay.
So the magnetic little ones, you've got the...
That's it, we've got them in a gold tone and a silver tone.
Yeah, okay, I've just got, oh, it's always the way, isn't it? I've lost one of the washers.
Oh, which
Have you got a washer there?
Yeah, which one is it you got there? Is it the silver
I've
tone?
got a silver one.
There we go, let me pass you. Oh gosh, I'm walking, I'm wandering over. There you go.
Thank you. I just need that. That's lovely. So you'll have a deeper catch, and then you'll have a narrower catch there. They're magnetic, as you can see. So you will actually want to put the shallow one on the, this is on the inside of the flap. So I've just cut a tiny little bit of H640 on the back just to strengthen that area. You measure half, so you go at half, and then you're measuring down, I think it's 1 1/4 inches.
Okay.
And then you'll pop your little washer there, and I've drawn with a friction pen either side a couple of the slats there.
Lovely.
So then with a unpicker, very, very carefully, or very sharp scissors, you'll make a little slit in the fabric.
We've got some stalk scissors on the show as well, so they're quite good for
Yes.
nipping little tiny bits.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And then you'll take the narrow part of the catch and pop that through. So you're going through the cotton fabric. If it doesn't go through very easily, it means that you've not gone all the way through the H640.
Okay.
So we'll pop that through like that till it comes to the other side. Then you'll pop your washer on top and fold that back.
Oh, that's easy done. So no tools or anything like
No,
that.
no tools at all. The only thing is, when you're doing that, I would actually try to always do it on something wadded.
Oh, a bit
so,
of sponginess.
yes.
Got you.
And
Okay.
that's one. And then the other one, actually, it's the other way round. Ignore me.
Well, thankfully, you can just bend those back, can't you?
You can bend them back.
And it happens all the time. So, yeah, you've got your two parts to your magnetic clasp, haven't you? So you've got your kind of your...
The deeper one and the
deeper
narrow
one.
Yeah.
And your innie and your outie. These are pretty. I don't know if these are the exact same ones. I've got that lovely kind of gold...
Yes,
finish
it's
to
a
them.
gold finish
Yeah,
one, which
I
is
know,
really,
I didn't
really
notice
nice.
that before. So yeah, it's just getting it the right way around, isn't it, to make sure that you've got it. And as I say, it's retrievable if it is a case
Yeah,
that you don't
so
quite
there
get
we
it
go.
right, so don't
I've
panic.
Quickly, it always happens,
It's
especially on live telly.
Oh, 50-50 chance, you can guarantee it, can't you?
And then the other one, you're actually going to measure halfway, and this is where the lining and the outer of the bag meet halfway, and then I think it's 3.5 inches down.
Okay, but it's all detailed in the instructions.
It is all
anyway.
detailed, and this has already got the H640 on the back, so there's no need to add an extra bit. And then this is the narrower part of the clasp that you'll put in like that.
So similar technique.
Similar.
Perfect.
Only thing I would just make sure that there's a bit of wadding when you're pressing that down. So put the washer over the top and then fold those back.
Perfect.
And that's how you do the magnetic clasps.
Oh, that's easy done.
Okay, right. The folding is exciting. I like
Okay.
this bit.
I'm going to concentrate for this bit.
I'm going to have to concentrate. So you're going to fold it in half with the outer facing outwards, okay?
Yeah.
Like that. And then the next bit is where the magic happens. So what we're going to do is, if you can see, there should be on the panel a little mark where the fold of the
Oh, right.
flap
Oh, yes, I
is.
can see. Yeah.
Either side. There is on the sample I had, it was on the outer edge. So all I did was just with a permanent pen was just make a little mark.
I'll just have a little look on the ones that we've got.
I'm hoping that they've added it on.
Yes, they have. It's quite pronounced, actually. I'll do it on the overhead, I think, to show you.
It should be within the seam allowance.
And it kind of crosses over, so it's, so you can see it's very much there, so that's going to help you. So when you actually cut your fabrics out, like you say, it's within the seam allowance.
Yeah. Okay, so you folded it in half. What you're going to do is take your flap part and you're going to fold that back so that the halfway mark is actually on that mark there. So where those marks are for the flap, you folded the bag in half, and that's where that's going to meet. Now, I found it much easier just to pop a couple of pins in because you want the edges, the raw edges, to meet. So just pop a couple of pins in just to hold it in position at this stage.
If you've got a preference for quilt clips, could you use quilt clips?
You certainly could, but I didn't bring mine and I wasn't sure where the other ones were.
I've got some here.
Ooh, have you got any in a little? No. Anyway, you can use the.
Do you want to use those?
Oh,
I'm feeling very generous today. I'm not here very often, so I just keep giving things away. That's probably why I'm not here very often.
I love these clips. They are so good. So yes, we could pop those there because it's going to be much easier because we're just holding those raw edges together. Also keeps the fabric nice and flat as well. So the next stage is then flipping it over, or we just fold that one up like that. Okay, so can I show you that again? So we folded it in half. We've actually marked the halfway mark there.
Okay.
We've put the clips in, and then we'll take the other part because this is the lining of your flap. Right. This is the lining of your bag. And then your outer is in there.
Cara, could I trouble you to slide? Oh, perfect. There you go. You're ahead of me.
So we're going to just pop that in there, matching the raw edges. So we've actually done 3 folds.
Okay.
And you are now going to stitch. So try and make sure that your edges are all meeting. So, just turn that over. We're going to leave a gap.
Now is it important where you leave the gap?
I found that on this one, I actually left it on the flap.
Okay.
It's much, much easier when you're turning everything through to have it on the flap part. And what we're going to do now is just sew along there, across there to that mark.
Yeah.
And the same from that mark all the way down.
Perfect.
So actually it's 2 seams, or 3 if you count going across that.
If you're being pernickety.
And that's it.
That's all the sewing done.
So I can do that if you want to go.
Yeah, by all means. It's lovely to see it all come together during one of the shows, isn't it? Incidentally, we have got another Sashiko show coming up a little bit later on today as well. We've got 11 through until 12 o'clock, which if you've spied the fabulous cushions behind Cara, that's where we're going to be chatting about those. But this hour, we're talking about the fabulous bag. So just as those seams are being stitched, I'm just going to explain to you what you're going to get in case you've just joined us. So with these, we've got your different sets of these. So you've got your 3 different panels, 3 different colours featuring 3 different flowers. So you've got pansies on the blue, you've got daffodils on the green, and you've also got your fabulous tulips which are featuring on pink. And they all feature this beautiful Sashiko stitch, which is already printed on the panel. So all you need to do is actually stitch through those details. So when you actually get your panel home, you've got all of the components already there. You've got your lining attached, and you've also got the fabulous detail, whoops-a-daisy, there, which is showing you where your stitches need to go. So if I hold that as quite tight as I can, you'll see that you've got your stitch detail there. So if you're familiar with Sashiko, you may well have traced your designs previously onto your fabrics. Well, with these panels, you don't need to. It is already there. So that is the key thing. So that one is your green, featuring your daffodils, and you've also got your additional little elements for you to create your little purse as well. So it's a brilliant value kit because it gets you instructions as well. So there you go as well. So details are on your screen, but I've got a little bit of breaking news for you as well. Something we didn't realise, we've actually got a fabulous deal with regards to this. So Hayley, upstairs Hayley, you're tripping over Hayleys in this place, there's so many of them, but Hayley has, she's messaged into us down to the studio to say for us to do a cheeky deal. So there you go. There has been a lot of you actually shopping for multiples of these as well, so it makes it a little affordable. Now, don't forget, if you have checked out your basket, then don't worry, you will still get that lower price along with everybody else. But lots of you shopping for the different ones and going for multiples. So $18.99, making it a very affordable way for you to go for those multiples as well, rather than you just having to choose one of them. The only thing you need to add in is a little bit of wadding, H640, which we've got on the show if you want, your magnetic clasps, and your fabulous little purse element there. But every single one of those panels, I'll hold this one up so as you can see, I've got everything that's on there. It's going to come with full instructions. There's no actual template on the instructions, but you can see there, you've got your large rectangle with your attached lining, so you don't have to cut those out separately, just keep them as a large rectangle, and that clever folding means that you are going to be able to create those folds, which we'll see in just a few moments as well. You've also got some additional bits. I'm going to ask about these little ovals in a moment as well to find out what they are, and then also the detail for your purse. You can see the little circles of heat there as well. And then finally you have got your pink, your gorgeous pink, quite a soft pink, I think you'll agree with this one. And again, all of the different pieces, oops-a-daisy, nearly. So again, all of the different elements on there. And again, if I show you, you will see that you've got all of that detail. So you've obviously got your different parts of your fabric. So you've got your detail with your stitch detail there. So that's your pattern printed on there already. So all you're going to do, as you saw earlier on, is stitch over those little lines that you've got there. So there's no tracing or anything. And the Sashiko threads that we've got on the show, and traditional Sashiko threads, will cover that line so you won't see it. So you've got your front part of your bag. Attached is the lining, so there's no seams to put in place. You just cut that out as that larger rectangle. And then you've got the additional pieces which will help you create your little purse, as you can see, and the lining pieces there as well. So details for your pink on your screen as well. £4 saving on each one of those. So it's one of those kind of situations that if you were thinking about going for multiples, rather than us having a big bundle with them, we've kind of got the kind of lower price, which means that we're pretty much covering the postage really with those. I must ask Cara as well, we've got these little kind of ovals and these little labels. What are they about?
They are labels for you. I think on the, have a look on the daffodil one on the inside.
The daffodil one? Oh, okay.
So you can actually either hand stitch or embroider or just do with a permanent pen.
Perfect.
And then zigzag, use Bonder Web and then
nice
zigzag.
idea.
The only thing that I would say is do that before you actually assemble the bag.
Got you.
So any labels or anything like that, you can do that. You can add it actually to the little purse as well.
Okay, I like that. And the little purse you can see here, I don't know if we've got a label on the purse.
No.
Oh, isn't it pretty with that lining in there as well?
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Gorgeous, lovely. So there you go. That's what those are for. I'm glad I asked.
Okay. Do you want me to?
Yeah, carry on.
Next bit.
Carry on, yeah.
So I've machined down and left the gap. I machined down the other side. And then you've got your turning gap there. The only thing that I would say is I've trimmed some of the wadding just to make it a lot easier when you're folded it. So now we actually take that through and we're going to turn that through. And this is when the magic happens. And what you want to do is when you're turning it through, make sure that the outside of the bag is the one that comes out rather than turning it that way.
Okay.
I think I've got turning tool somewhere. Oh, here we go. My trusty chopstick.
Always good to have.
Yeah. Or if you have got, you know, something to just poke out the corners, and then you'll just poke the corners out like that. Same with the flap. I think I've got another little one that I can get in quite close, and then just poke the corners out. And you can actually go within the bag and poke those corners out again as well.
Right.
So just to try and make sure that those are nice, and you can go inside the bag and poke them out. Take a little bit of time doing this until you get nice sharp edges.
I can't get over the construction, so simple.
And we have the opening, so what you'll do is you'll just fold the fabric in. You can press that. I'm just wondering about time. Are we okay?
Well, we've probably got, about 7 minutes or so
Okay.
left.
I'll just show you. I want to talk about the assembly of the
Oh, well, in that
little
case, yeah, if you
coin purse.
Yeah, it's-
So I won't. So you
pop a
would
pin
just
in for now.
pop a couple of pins in there, and I would actually invisibly stitch this rather than machine it. If you want to, you can machine it, but I just think it looks a little bit neater if you do it.
Detached from the
Yeah.
Sashiko, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Then you'll press it very carefully again, get rid of all your friction pen marks, and just flatten it out. And then once you've sewn that,
Beautiful.
that goes over the top.
Love it. Thank you.
And that's your little clutch bag all done.
Wonderful. There you go. Lovely.
Such fun. It's such fun. So, so you'll do your stitching again, and then you'll cut out the front and the back of the purse. You'll also do the same with the lining, and then right sides together, you will machine all the way around this curve here. And then what I've used is pinking shears. or you can
okay,
snip
yes.
the curves because you want a nice smooth curve. So you'll do exactly the same with that. Excuse me. If I had more time, I would sort of show it to you. So you'll cut those two out, machine them both together, and then you'll put the lining inside. So the right side of the lining is against the right side of the outer. And then you will then machine. So you'll machine all the way round. So you'll machine all the way round the opening there. And I can show you, thank you. That was very, very subtly done.
That's okay.
So you'll machine all the way round, leaving a turning gap. So again, you'll turn it all the way through and then fold in the turning gap and again hand stitch that. And then you'll insert this into the actual, I'll just open this
There's
one.
little tiny holes in there. I didn't notice at first sight that you've got the little tiny holes. So when you're actually stitching the kind of the pocket of the purse to the clasp, you've got everything there to help you.
You have, and then, so imagine that this is double-sided and you've neatened it all, and you'll match the little V at the top there, and then match the side, and you'll actually tack over the top to hold that in position all the way around. There's instructions included in here, but also in the instructions. And the reason why I've put a template in the instructions is that if you wanted to do any other little purses, so don't feel that you're going to be restricted just to this, is if you want to do any other little purses, you can use your own fabric.
Nice
and
idea.
do that. You can actually add some Sashiko, simple Sashiko designs and everything. But you will hold it in position roughly with the thread that goes all the way round, and then I've done it with some Sashiko thread. You'll just run a back stitch through the holes. There's only holes on one side, but you can see my stitching just under here.
So neat.
And then it's just, again, so simple.
I love
and
it.
I love the clasps where you have glue, but I tend to get glue everywhere.
Yeah, and it goes on the
Absolutely
fabric
everywhere.
and spoils everything as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I've actually got the instructions here as well. So the instructions actually detail everything step by step. You've got all of your photographs there, as you can see, full instructions, as well as the instructions that come in the clasp packaging. And of course, you've got that pattern there, so if you do want to go on and use your own fabrics as well. Don't forget the kind of essentials that you need beyond your panel and these instructions. Things like your Sashiko needles, we've got those, so getting that perfect stitch out with regards to those. Both of these coming together for that saving price that's popping up on your screen, £7.48. £2 saving. You've got £4 saving on each of those panels as well. So if you're going for one of the kits that we've spoken of as well as this, you've got £6 saving overall. And it might be that you're wanting to use some of those savings for your threads. So we've only got a few moments left. So is it okay if I quickly whiz through those different threads? Because I know we only very briefly touched on them earlier on. So the bright one, which is the one that I've got in front of me, and this is the one where we saw that gorgeous purple variegated being used. So this one, if you like the look of this particular one, these are your brights, £19.90. You've got 100% cotton with regards to these. They are Sashiko threads, so you can see there you've kind of got all of the signage. And if you have just joined us, go back to the beginning of the show when we learnt about preparing our threads, because it was phenomenal. Absolutely amazing demonstration showing you how you can actually get your threads together. So those were the brights. We're now looking at the pastels. So again, you've still got your variegated for your pastels. So very much your kind of pretty tones with regards to your florals. That lovely almost chambray blue in there as well as your variegated, as you can see. So that one is your pastels, if you like, in the look of your pastels. Last bundle that we've got for you is your variegated, your, what do we call it? Did we call it vintage? Antique. It's one of those old words. So antique. So antique, again, you have got your variegated in there as well, 4 of those. And you've got more muted tones, I suppose you could say them, and that lovely mustard that you've got in there as well. So yeah, if you do fancy going for those, I don't think we've got any duplications in any of those bundles, but to be honest, they're gorgeous. So even if you did, you wouldn't need to worry about it. But the star of the hour has been our fabulous kits for you to create one of these fabulous bags. Now you've got 3 different variations, £4 saving, whichever one you go for. So it might be that you're going for the blue with the pansies. And don't forget, your panel is going to enable you to create not only your fabulous bag, but also that little purse as well. So you've got your pansies, the gorgeous kind of soft blue that you've got with that particular one, £18.99, and that is your full panel, your panel that's got all of the detailed stitching on there, so there's no transference of the pattern with those. You've also got your green, if you prefer your green, so the green has got the daffodil design on there, so if you're wanting to go for that particular one. And then the last one that you've got is that lovely pink, which is that beautiful tulip design, as you can see. So brilliant value for money. I think a lot of you are actually going for all 3 of those because together they look beautiful. And it's such a lovely skill, isn't it, to have?
It is, and I've just spotted the pom-poms. We didn't mention the pom-poms.
We didn't mention
and the pom-pom maker.
We have, yeah. Sadly, we're out of time, but the pom-poms, you could be adding the little pom-poms maybe as little trims to the corners and things like that if you wanted to. So if you do want to go for the pom-poms, you will find those on the website as well. Now, of course, Cara's going to be back with us in an hour.
Yes.
Looking forward to it. The most amazing cushions that you can see behind her. So make sure that you do tune in for that hour as well, because you're going to love those. Similar sort of idea with a panel. So, Cara, thank you.
Thank you.
So much information, so many fabulous techniques, and more of it in an hour's time. So I will see you at the other side of the break.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
My goodness, I'm having such a fabulous time this morning. I do love my time here at Sewing Street, even more so when we've got so many different varied shows. It's been brilliant. We've had some fabulous guests already. Fiona's rejoining us for this show as well. And I've got all of your lovely company via social media as well. Now, in the last show, we had those fabulous panels, and I think somebody did mention that they could only see the blue. They should all be available on the website. So just very quickly, before we get into the throw. So at the moment, the green one is on the screen there, as you can see there as well. But then it will kind of rotate and flip through. But if you can't wait, just scroll down to the bottom of the screen. It might be because the image is the same on all 3 of those. So do just look for the wording, and there is a kind of an inclusion of an image of the panel there as well. So they all 3 there. So that was lovely Julie. So if you are watching Julie in a chilly chart, hopefully you're feeling a bit cozier. So there you go. Right, so this hour, totally different. Very excited about this now. I'll reintroduce the lovely Fiona to you, and if you tuned in bright and early at 8 a.m, you will have already enjoyed a fabulous hour with Fiona and the lovely dress that she's wearing. But this time we've got something a little bit different, which I am very excited about. Different projects. We've got the fabulous hat, wonderful bag, and the gorgeous scarf as well.
Got the 3-for-1 offer here.
Busy.
Not 2 for 1.
Busy, busy.
How am I going to do it? This is what I'm thinking.
Well, we'll certainly be getting a wiggle on, so make sure that we've got plenty of time. So I'm very quickly going to show you everything that is available for you on this hour, and we'll get straight into the demo. Straight away, you can see we've got some gorgeous fabrics. That's what we're going to be chatting about as well. But the patterns themselves, there are 3 different patterns. So we were looking earlier, or just a few moments ago, at the hat. So I think that's an exciting one to look at. Brilliant price, £12.50. How amazing is that? And we've got fabrics that are going to echo those designs, not only from the pattern, but also that's on the display that we saw. So if you want that, £12.50, DGS 593. Then we have got the bag, so your hat and your bag, looking all together. It could be that you're using the same fabric and creating a little ensemble. We will look at them in closer detail. Don't worry, I just want to get all those details out to you so you can start popping them into your basket and not missing out. So there you go, you've got your fabulous bag featuring in there, which I love that rucksack look, but it could be crossbody if you're wanting it to go in a different style. And then the last one is your wrap, scarf and the baguette purse all coming together, which is brilliant. And this is a lovely little pattern for you as well. So again, complete outfit if you've got your hat that you're making, your scarf, your little crossbody purse there as well, all coming together beautifully. And you've got your wrist strap option if you want to go for that. So £12 for that one as well. So brilliant value. Those are your 3 patterns, always popular. Very, very busy early on as well. So yeah, do go and have a look for the cocoon dress as well. I don't know if we've got any of those left, but that was popular in the last time. Might not have any of those left. Now, fabric-wise, I just teased you with the fabric that was featuring on one of the patterns. So we have got that one available. We've actually got 4 different variations of a theme within these ones. So good sized piece of fabric, as you can see. Now, you could be forgiven for looking at this and thinking it's almost like a wool tweed, but it's not. It's got that look, but it certainly hasn't got the price. So it's actually polywool. So with this one, 1.5 meters, we'll be chatting about the benefits of this fabric with Fiona in a few moments, but it's my job to get all the information to you as quick as I can. So sorry if it seems very speedy quick, but £13.99. It's got that heritage look, perfect to actually create your bags and those hats we were looking at, but it hasn't got the price attached to your wool fabric that you might be looking at previously. So there you go. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, you can do. Got that one in a blue as well, £13.99, 1.5 meters with these. The blue has been very, very popular because you've got that gorgeous blue and then you've got the darker colours on there, as you can see with regards to this one as well. So £13.99 is getting you 1.5 meters. So yeah, brilliant value for money when you are looking at a considerable size. £4.66 per half metre. So just bear that in mind. If you want something in between the two, where you've got your grey and your blue coming together, then this might be one that is perfect for you as well. And it's lovely fabric. It doesn't seem to fray that much actually when you're looking at the raw edges. So there you go. If you like the look of that, £13.99. That one is your light grey, but featuring that mustard in there as well, which is beautiful. And just the last one that I need to share with you is this almost kind of got it's almost like what's the phrase? I don't know, it just reminds me, my dad had a jacket like this, and I don't know what, it was like a proper, maybe a Harris tweed, something like that. It's got a lovely wholesome feel to it, absolutely beautiful. And you've kind of got that olive green in there with little flecks coming through as well. £13.99 if you fancy getting hold of that one. So those are the 4 different options of your fabric, each as beautiful as each other, but don't forget those patterns. These are proving to be phenomenally busy. So if you're wanting to go for those, they are all on the website. And breathe, Hayley. Breathe. I know I can talk fast, but I just want to make sure that you know everything that is available so you can shop for it at your leisure. But now we're going to relax because we are now safely in the hands of Fiona. So, Fiona, what do I need to know? Where do I get started?
Well, this fabric one would think it was the same both sides, but I think subtly it's that much softer on one side, slightly
Okay,
brushed.
fair enough.
So bear in mind that, you know, because it might be good to get, you know, your old sticker, like I was talking about.
Oh yeah, masking
to sort
tape,
of
top tip.
mark the right side and wrong side. But, you know, if you don't get it right, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Okay.
Let's talk about interfacing. We've got this, I'm using H640,
Yes.
but you could, if you wanted to, just use a standard iron-on interfacing, fusible interfacing.
Okey-dokey.
But, you know, if you've only got a sort of a medium weight in stock, you could use a couple of layers of that, or if you've got a heavyweight one, you could use that. But I do like this H640 for bags. I think it just gives that bag just a really nice squidgy feel. Now, I haven't used it for the flap.
Okay.
I've just used it for the base. So you don't actually need that much. You're just doing it for the outer bag, not the lining. And then the flap I use in a standard interfacing. But if you've only got the fusible and you've got the fleece interlining, then, you know, by all means use it for their flap as well.
Perfect.
But, you know, I just think it gives it a little bit flat, it's more flat.
Yes.
The other thing you could use, which I've used for this bag, is foam, bag foam, which I'm a big fan of.
Yes.
If you're a beginner to bag making, I would start with something easier, like the H640, or if you've got some spray glue and a bit of batting left over, by all means use that. You know, we're all ones for sort of like using up what you've got.
Absolutely,
But the fusible interface, the H640, is brilliant. You can just iron it on and get on with your job, and it stays in put, and it's got that perfect loft. So, so yes, I would use that. I've used a little leatherette buckle.
Oh, yes.
But we've got some push locks here because these buckles are not that easy to find in the UK. But these push locks, in a lot of ways, they're better because they're so much more secure. You know, you can just push it and then it's secure. In your pattern, for the bag, you have got your metal bits included.
Oh.
Which are in antique brass.
Oh, okay.
So it's
like the D-rings.
It's a what a bargain.
Can I open this up? Is that okay?
Yeah,
Just take those
they're
out.
really good heavyweight duty ones, so they'll really look good with this.
Wow.
And I've matched the brass of the, what's it called, push lock. So it's antique brass to match with the push lock. So, you know.
Perfect.
Just
So,
kind of like, just to let you know.
if you shop for your pattern, then you're going to have those little bits in there. So you've got your D-ring, you've got your slider, magnetic clamp. Yeah. That is phenomenal value for £15.50.
I know. How did I do it? How? I'm broke.
Oh, no, I wouldn't be surprised. My goodness, that is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So,
now, the pattern doesn't include a magnetic clasp, but a lot of, but you can use the magnetic clasp instead of this.
So when you say,
don't want,
so when it's not included in the instructions.
in the instructions.
Got you.
So
Physically
we put the
included.
magnetic clasp in just as a replacement for either this, or if you want to put a push lock on, you can put it on the inside if you, use it on the inside.
I love it. So there you go. That's included with the pattern. Yeah. But the push locks, which is where we started, we kind of disappeared and went down a little rabbit hole then, didn't we? Which happens with me a lot. No, not at all. Not at all. So these are your push locks. Now, I think, are they available individually, Ben, these? So we've got 4 different colours. So it depends on the colours that you're going for. So the red one, that is the first one that we're going to be looking at. So the red one, if you're wanting to go for that, £4.99. Again, go for multiples of these, just in case you need them, then you've got them there. And it does make a difference, doesn't it, having the findings that are correct, so, or the haberdashery, should I say. So there you go. Or hardware, whatever word you want.
They're so easy to sew on as well, Hayley, because if you just get some embroidery thread and split it, so you've got a strand of 3 strands, and use that to sew it on, so it's nice and strong. You know, because sewing thread's probably not going to do it. Yeah,
and
you
don't
want to go out and
thread,
buy a sort of thick top stitch thread.
Yeah.
So if you've got some embroidery thread or
Good tip.
Yeah. But that red, wouldn't that look nice with that khaki one?
Actually, yes. Oh, personal shopping. I love a bit of personal shopping. So if you've gone for that gorgeous fabric, I mean, you've got the red coming through there, haven't you? Yeah. Well spied, that girl, well spied. So there you go, that one is the red. We've also got this lovely tan. And the tan, I mean, the tan's going to go with any of the colours. I mean, almost doing exactly as we saw Fiona mentioned there. You've got the tan coming through on the blue. So if you're wanting the tan, then the details are on your screen there, £4.99. They're all exactly the same price. It's just personal choice with regards to colour. Then you've got the lovely kind of chocolate brown with this particular one. Again, Very, very easy one to work with any of those fabrics, to be fair. Very forgiving. I think it'd even work with the grey, because grey works with everything, doesn't it? So all sorts. But I must admit, I think I potentially would be going for the black if I have gone for the grey, because that one just finishes it off personally, doesn't it? So there you go. So there you go. That one is your black. You've got your brown. You've also got your tan, and you've also got your red. Individual item numbers, but each are £4.99 if you're wanting to shop for those as well. Very quickly, the fabrics are flying out. So I would just put that out there. So whichever one you're wanting to go for, I'm not going to go through the details again, but the price is exactly the same across all of those. So yeah, they are all on the website. Whichever one you're choosing to go for, then please do make sure you're shopping for them as speedily as is possible.
And you can make all projects in those, including the scarf, can't you?
Well, this is the thing I was going to say, fabric-wise. I mean, what would we get to make out of 1.5 meters?
Well, you can do all three.
So you could do the hat, the scarf, and the bag to match?
Yeah, because each of those takes a ½ meter. So
wow.
You can do all 3 projects. If you with a bit of clever cutting, you might even be able to get another hat out of it. I don't know.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe you could sort of mix them in with, like sometimes you get those patchwork tweedy hats, which are lovely, don't you?
Nice idea, yeah. So £13.99. So let's just say £13.99. You add your pattern in, okay? You choose your patterns, whichever pattern you're going to go for. So you have got, if you went for all 3 of the patterns and your fabric, you can make all 3 of these. That is brilliant. So your pattern for your bag, $15.50. That's including your finding. Were all the patterns the same price? No. $12.50 for the hat and $12.50 for the scarf, I think it was. Oh, $12 for the scarf. So they're different prices. So all 3 of those together would be £40. And then your fabric, £15 and 50p. Oh, no, that's what we've got on the screen. £13.99, sorry, the fabric. So £53.99, you would have enough fabric to make all 3 of those projects and a bit left over. And that's brilliant.
And you've got your rings.
Yeah, and you've still got the patterns to use in the future.
That's right.
Oh, I know what I'd be doing. Choose your fabric and go for all of them.
Would you like to see some of these?
Oh, look at you. Oh, very, very Carnaby. Very Carnaby.
It's great,
That
isn't
is
it?
fabulous.
Yeah.
I love this. Is it a case of one size fits all when it comes
small,
with
medium
hats?
and large.
Okay.
So to measure your head, you're just going above your ear tips,
Right.
round your temple. So whatever that circumference is.
But they're all in the same pattern, so we don't need
so
to order for
57
that.
is a medium and 59 is a large and 55 is a small.
Oh, I'm learning.
So, and you've got all
today.
sizes in the pattern. Yeah.
I like that look.
Yeah. And then the scarf. So you can just pop it on over.
And it's very clever because it's actually got a loop in there.
It's shaped at the back of the neck, so it's not too high at the back. Because what I don't like is when you're wearing a hat and a scarf and it pushes your hat off.
Yes, yeah.
So I just shaped it. So it's like a tie pattern in a way. So it's like
Okay.
shaped at the back of the neck and then it goes out wide again. And then you've got this lovely band to sort of slot it in. And as I said earlier, if you've bought some of that cable knit, what I did is I scaled this pattern down. I think it was like 1/3 of the size or half size. And then I made a little mini one.
I love it.
So,
I'd wear that in the office, when the air conditioning sometimes gets sheared,
Yeah.
then that'd look fabulous.
But it's quite sort of, in the check, it's quite, it's got that sort of,
And also,
you can pretend that you've got like some big mansion in the country.
I love it.
Shooting fishes. Like what we got.
Well, you won't have if you're selling your patterns at those prices. So there you go. Fabulous look.
And what else was there to show you? Oh, there's also, if you wanted to make in other fabrics, you can make it in cotton fabrics for the spring, summer.
Nice.
In a really nice mad bold print. Or, corduroy is always nice.
Nice,
as
yeah.
well. So, you don't have to just do it in these wool
Love it.
fabrics. It's got lots of scope.
Wonderful. So there you go. Shop with confidence. I think that's the key thing, isn't it? I do love your design. So beautiful. Right. So bag. That's where we were working.
Yes,
isn't it,
I
the
don't know
bag?
how much time I've got for each pattern. So I don't know how far I'll get. Maybe you can just do the foghorn when.
Okie dokie. So we'll see how far we
Yeah,
go.
so here's all the templates. I mean, I love a template. You know, some patterns just have measurements, don't they? But
Yeah.
I like a template, me.
We've got about 40 minutes overall on the
Okay,
show.
right, so the pattern's all illustrated. Let me just flick through that quickly. You've got a few little pictures in there. So it's lined, it's got an inner pocket as well. You've got an adjustable strap. Now, if you wanted to, so you've got the shoulder bag, but you've also got the backpack. Now, the backpack is basically the one long strap that you use for the shoulder bag, cut in half and used in a different way. So it sort of goes from one, as you go through the pattern, it sort of says for backpack version, go to section, blah, blah. So it's sort of 2 in 1. So
Lovely.
It's really good like that. Now, I have seen people make this bag with a bought webbing, which is great. Now, if you've got, sometimes it's nice with a nice wide webbing, so you can go wider, but just bear in mind that for the the rings might need to be adjusted. So I've done it all for a 30mm wide strap. So obviously, if you want to go for a 40 or a 50, you need to add another centimetre on the width of your strap. Or 2 centimetres, but anyway. So bear that in mind. But
Good advice.
But yeah, you can add your own webbing strap if you prefer. But the 1/2 metre, you will be able to cut a strap piece to make the strap from the fabric.
Wonderful.
Now, the first thing we are going to do is to focus on the straps. So now there's various ways of making this. I thought I'd just give you a little tip as well. I don't know,
You might need to slide it more into the middle
over.
area so as we can see.
So-
Oh, there we go.
Now, in the pattern, it says to fold over and press. I don't know if I've got any steam on this. Oh, and bear in mind when you when you press this fabric, don't have it too hot.
So, yeah, there's a
Because-
polyester. I don't know the exact mix of the fabric, but it has got polyester in there. So just be mindful that don't have your iron too hot. Maybe use a little test piece first just to
That's
see how
right.
it behaves.
Because also it's got a slight loft to it, and you don't want to singe that, you know,
Yes.
because that's very fine fibres that sit on the top which give it softness. You don't want to ruin that sort of feeling of softness. Now, in the pattern, it's about folding over and pressing 1 centimetre each side. And this is exactly the same for the long strap too.
Just so as we can see. There we go. Perfect.
And then you fold over and press again so that the folded edges are together like that. Now, I always keep a tape measure with me just so that I check that the width of the strap is correct. Because sometimes, you know, you can be a bit zealous with your folding and then find out you've got a 2.5 centimetre strap and then your rectangle ring doesn't fit. So just check with your tape measure
Good
that you've got the
advice.
right. Now, there is another way to do this, which I think is quite good too. And that's if I just bring that back again. And so it's to fold over and press just 1 centimetre on one side and then press over 3/4 of an inch. So you're folding over the other one into the centre. So it goes into the centre like
So we
that.
can have a proper good look at what you're up to.
And sometimes I quite like to use quilting tape as well, just to stick it down. And then what you do is you fold it over to the centre like that. And you stitch it down. And I've got one that I've stitched earlier here. And you can see that you stitch it down in the middle. And then that just keeps all your bulk at the centre of the strap rather than at one edge. And I find that sometimes better. But anyway, it's up to you how you want to make your strap. In the pattern, it's just as good to fold over and stitch that down. And then, so there's your piece for your side tabs. And then you've got a long piece for your strap. And then with your side tab piece, you just fold it in half. And if you can find your scissors, you cut it in half. So you want it exactly the same, 2 pieces, exactly the same.
Wonderful.
Like
Good tip. Like that.
now, if you're going to put in a push lock or a buckle or something like that, then that's all done at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Now, some people do write to me and say, oh, I can't sew this through the outer edge one only. It is possible, but if you've got one of those curly needles, that sometimes
yes,
makes it.
yeah.
You can do it before you put the bag together, but sometimes it's better to put the whole bag together before you put these on because you get
Positioning, isn't it?
positioning.
Yeah.
So anyway, just a little bit about that. But it is possible to sew it on, but you could go through the lining as well. You're not going to see it on the inside, are you?
True. That is true.
And then on the strap, I have fitted my rectangle slider, and I've stitched it down here. I had some raw edges, so I tucked it under and then stitched it down. It's quite thick there, so if you've got a walking foot, that makes it easier. But it is possible. I did that without a walking foot, so that was fine.
Wonderful. And don't forget, I've just took them out of the packaging, actually. They're really substantial, the hardware that you've included.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they? I know when they arrived, I was like, wow, they're good.
Yeah.
And they really kind of suit the project, don't they?
Absolutely. They're kind of like that vintage look, which marries up perfectly with the hardware that we were just chatting about. So. Okay.
Now, if you wanted to put a magnetic clasp on the flap instead of this, so you just want to pop it down and snap it closes, then you need to put the positive side on at this stage. So you just mark your holes here, and you were doing, like I sort of noticed on the screen.
Yes, Cara.
I was watching. I was paying attention. Just exactly the same thing. You mark your holes, push it through, and this is the lining piece. So you want it underside. You're not going to see it from the outside, and it's the underside. So you want the positive side. Press it into there before you put your flaps together.
Okay.
Okay. So once you've got your magnetic piece on, then now these are quite good for making bags, clips.
Oh, we've got the clips on the show as well.
Bag pieces are quite thick, aren't they?
I mean, they're called quilt clips, which really, they should take that phrase quilt off there, shouldn't they? Because you use them in so many different scenarios. I use them all the time.
Yeah. No, I think my cutting's gone a bit off. There we go. So, yeah, you can, I mean, it's just a lot quicker as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I use, we have people who've used them on packets to keep packets closed as well. I use them when I've kind of got lots of different similar looking pieces in a pattern. I'll clip them together. Now I'm going to use my masking tape rather than my sticky notes.
Do so.
Top tip.
That one's free on me. Right, let's get my glasses on and I can see what I'm doing. So I'm literally going to sew round the edge of the flap, but I'm leaving the top edge here open. So it's sometimes a good idea to mark your stop and start position on your top edge.
Okie-dokie.
If I'd really thought about it, I might have done that.
Wonderful.
My
I'm just
machine
going to
on.
sneak into the set, which is a bit naughty of me. But I think it's important that we have a close look at the bag because we haven't actually seen the finished bag. They've been on the display behind us, but we haven't had a proper good look at them. So this one that I've got here is made out of denim, which is lovely. I do a big fan of denim, as you can probably tell. And you can see you've got your clasp on the front here. So it's a different type of clasp to the ones that we've got on the show, but it doesn't matter. Your closure is personal anyway, isn't it? But you can see with this one, it's going to open up. So, oh my goodness, I love the fact that look at
it
that.
matches the dress that I have.
I love it.
So it's like, whoa.
I love it. That's a proper pow, isn't it? Proper surpriser.
Yeah.
So you've got a good size bag, as you can see within here. I'm just going to move our glamorous stuffing out of the way. So you've got a good size bag going right the way down into the bottom. You've also got a little pocket on the back there, which is attached to the lining. So plenty of storage, something that nice and safe for you to put your keys in if you're wanting to. The flap will come around the front. Obviously, this one's got the magnetic clasp. If you've gone for one of our little closures, then obviously you've got that kind of push-in element there. So you could be popping that one in there instead. The side pieces, don't forget, if you've gone for the pattern, then you are going to actually get all your findings within there as well. So you've got your little slider for your adjustable bag. You've got a magnet in there if you're wanting that, and then your D-rings for the side pieces as as well. So all of your findings are included. But the actual pattern itself will give you the ability to make 2 different styles of, well, 3 styles of bags in effect, because it depends on how you're going to wear the strap on this particular one. So this is the pattern. Now the pattern will enable you to create your fabulous Brompton bag, and your Brompton bag, it can be made as a crossbody bag like the one that we just saw there, or you can play around with the straps and actually turn it into more of a backpack feel. It does come alongside your D-rings. These are included. It also comes with magnetic clasps, although these aren't mentioned how to put those in within the pattern, but you might have a preference of doing that. And you've got your slider there as well. So all of these components are for your fabulous straps if you're making your crossbody, and then you've got the bonus of those little magnets in there as well. That, £15.50. That is phenomenal value for money. I thought it was just for the pattern by itself, which I thought was brilliant value, but it's not. You're getting all of that in there. And so all you need to do is decide on your fabric, choose your fabrics, potentially the fabrics that we've got on the show. This is the one that Fiona's working with at the moment. You can get 1.5 meters of your fabric, and if you've gone for all 3 patterns, then you're going to be able to make all 3 of the projects, well, there's actually extra projects in there, at least once. And potentially double up on some of them as well. So you've got that fabric that's available as well.
We should have done a 3-pattern deal, shouldn't we?
Well, yeah, it would make sense actually, but not to worry.
Let me just quickly mention about this. So the backpack version has got a different fabric, the lining fabric for the inside of the flap. But the shoulder bag has got the same fabric on the underside. Can you see? So, but if you would prefer the shoulder bag with the contrast fabric, you can mix and match. So that's no problem at all. Lovely. There we go. Just thought I'd mention that. So what I've done here is I've sewn all the way round, I've clipped my corners, I've left an opening at the top edge, and I've clipped my curved edges here around the side. So really easy. 1 centimetre seam allowance. And then we're turning it inside out, and we're going to give it a good press.
Wonderful.
So, are you going to stop me then when we've run sort of?
I got to be carried away watching.
When
actually,
we move
to be honest.
on, or do you...
Don't worry, Ben will let me know when we need to move on.
I mean, we could just do one project. I mean, we have run the hat on the programme before.
Well, we've got about 5. Well, what if we stick with you for another 5 minutes or so, and then we can perhaps move over to the hat?
Yeah.
Okay.
This fabric, I have to say, it does slightly fray a little bit, but it's not a problem because if you've got a few edges and you just would like them to stabilise them, I've just zigzagged the top edge here, just so that it kind of like stabilises it a bit. So there's just a little tip there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're all for the tips. We like little tips
now
along the way.
I'm going to get my very sort of high-tech...
My goodness, what's happened to your knitting needle?
It broke. I think it was en route, here one day, and I sat on it or something. But actually, being bendy is quite good. So, I mean, if you've got an old wooden knitting needle, snap it in 2, because it makes it a lot more easy to manage.
I suppose your elbows aren't at the height of your shoulders, are they, when you're trying to do it? Usually, So,
That's right. So anyway, there we go. Now, get yourself a cover cloth, or what I like to do is just give it, if you've got enough water in here, just steam.
Sometimes you can kind of just hover, can't you, rather than actually
hover over it and pat it down with your hand. Flip it over.
Oh, it looks fabulous. Even it's just the flap, but it looks lovely. Like it.
Very classy, isn't it? I know. I said to Jess, our buyer, I said, oh, you know, I found this lovely fabric. You've really got to get this in, because I just think it's so classy, and it's got that British heritage look.
Yes.
Without being £40-odd a metre.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Usually it'd be way more expensive than we've got.
Exactly. You want the look, but you don't particularly want the price, do you? Anyway, so now what I'm going to do is top stitch all the way round just the outer edge here. I'm not top stitching across there because we're going to stitch that onto our front piece.
Perfect.
So I'll just stop stitch that first.
Now the fabrics are proving to be very, very popular. 1.5 meters of each one of these. So got the fabulous blue check. This blue, whether it's because we're seeing it in action or whether you are naturally drawn to this one, I don't know, but is the one that's the most popular of them. So if you're wanting to get hold of this one, then the details are on your screen there. So you've got your poly wool. You might look at it and think it is like a wool content or a wool fabric because it's got that look about it. But you can see it isn't. It's got a poly mix with it, which means that the price comes down and also it gives you that durability with regards to it. So just do a little bit of test sewing and test pressing just so as you get to know the fabric before you start using it on your main project. So there you go, that is that blue check. Should I very quickly show you each of them? Very quickly, since we're doing it, we're still stitching around the edge, so that's okay. So £13.99. Again, this one here is your light grey. Your light grey has got that lovely kind of purpley blue in there, as well as your lighter tone with regards to that one as well. So that is perfect. And then the last one that you've got is your deeper, darker grey. And this one, you've kind of just got your two colours in there. See, I think that you can imagine that as a bag, can't you? That's a classic combination.
It's quite similar to the
the hats
my
that you've
one,
done,
isn't
yeah,
it? So
yeah, it is very similar.
that gives you
I
a good
like it.
idea of what it's going to work.
So yeah, if you like that look, if you fancy creating something along those lines, then that's going to be a good one to go for. And again, very affordable, £13.50, 1.5 meters. And then the final one that we've got is that gorgeous kind of it's sort of like a khaki green, an olive green. We've called it green, which isn't very imaginary, is it? But I think it's kind of got like a Victorian gentleman green. Okay, Ben, we can go with that. I like that one.
Make that one for your man in your life.
Absolutely, yes. £13.99, so 1.5 meters, brilliant value. And the details also popping up on your screen for your Brompton shoulder bag, which is the project that we're working on at the moment. And you're going to get all of these additional elements of hardware in with the pattern there, so absolutely beautiful as well. So I think what we'll potentially do is just if you just want to talk us through the bit that you've done,
okay.
and then we'll move on to the hat.
So the flap, can you see? I don't know if the camera can see how it's basically sticking up, and it's 6 centimetres down, and then you can just pin that on, and then it gets stitched down. Now, if you wanted to tack together that opening just to hold it together, now you want it to be central, so just get your tape measure out and just make sure that it's central. I think that line there meets up with that line there, because that's another thing, is when you're cutting out your pieces, just make sure that you've got, be aware of where your checks are, and also you want your lines to sort of run seamlessly around your bag. It's a bit like dressmaking in that sense, So
good advice.
So that gets pinned on there, and then you're going to, now you could hand tack that in before you sew it, just to hold it in place, and you do a line of double stitching along there just to hold it.
Perfect.
So you can see that I've ironed on my interfacing beforehand, my H640. If you've got bag foam, you will definitely need to cut 1 centimetre in from the edge.
Okay.
If you're not using a walking foot, definitely cut the 1 centimetre off the fleece interfacing. I've got a walking foot on, so I'm probably happy sort of just doing it without. Then you're sewing together your front and your back pieces, and you'll sew sides and across the bottom edge. We've got our lovely box bottom corners here. So
fabulous.
And then you're doing the same with the lining, but without. So the top edge, because you can see I've stitched on the top edge of the bag.
To the lining, yeah, nice.
So stitched it on, put my pocket in, and then stitched it round the side. So this is what you do with the outer bag. So the lining just doesn't have, the same as the outer, it just doesn't have the flap on it.
Okie dokie.
And then the box bottom corners, you're just literally sewing across like we all know how to do.
Perfect.
And then
jobs are good.
You put your tabs in. So you turn your outer bag right side out, and you put your tabs in the side, which you've attached to your sliders. If I could find mine, they're here somewhere.
That's okay, don't worry. I've been following you on the instructions actually, because you've got everything that Fiona's referring to. It's it's explained so well. I mean, you've got photographs in some areas, and then you've obviously got the illustrations in others. But everything that you've been speaking of is all detail in there.
That's
so,
right.
In order for us to actually see the hat coming together, I think we might have to move over onto the hat.
Right.
If that's okay.
Yes. Well, I mean, just put the lining and the bag together, sew along the top, and then turn it inside out through a hole in the lining, and then attach your strap.
There you go.
That's that.
All done. Fabulous, there you go. So again, don't forget that pattern, your Brompton bag, if you're wanting to get hold of that. But we're moving on to the Brompton military style hat. Now this is brilliant. So how about, what do you think? Should we do 10 minutes on the hat and then 10 minutes on the scarf? Do you think that'll be okay?
Maybe a little bit more on the, you know,
So should we
I can
do-
talk you through the scarf.
So a bit more on the hat than the scarf?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably...
The hat's a bit more involved, I think.
Okay, so maybe just say 5 minutes for the hat and for the scarf?
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. We'll say 5
Great.
minutes. There you go.
Here's
That's
the
a plan.
pattern. What I tend to do, what I've done this is to show you what the templates look. This is like scaled down, so I've literally copied
like
the
a mini
pattern off
version.
a mini version, yeah. And also, I mean, if you you know, if you want to scale down one and make for a child or something,
Oh,
you
what
could
a
easily
lovely
do that. Put your pattern
idea.
pieces on and scale it down.
Yeah.
Just work out your measurements and what you want to aim for.
Perfect.
And you can work out the percentage, can't you? Now, here's the lining of the, so this is what the pattern looks like inside. You've got bright pink, so goodness knows why.
Love
anyway, that's the crown that I've made beforehand, and you can see that I've just sewn the side pieces together and attached the crown, and then you just pop that to one side whilst you make your outer bag.
Okay.
Hat. Bag hat.
Bag hats, yep.
Anyway, so so here you can see that I've sewn the side front and the side back together, and this is the piece that goes here. So it's that side bit here.
Okay.
And so I stitch those together, so it makes like a ring, and then you can see that I've pinned it onto, or I peg it onto my crown. And I think it's a good idea just to sort of like hand tack that on, because you've got a circular piece here, and it just helps to hold the fabric. So there you go, that last bit there. And then you can take all your pins off.
Oh, because the tacking's
Yes,
keeping it together.
and what you're doing with the crown is you're marking your north, south, west, east, west points, and you're lining it up to your side band piece exactly the same way.
Nothing gets twisted or rotated.
Exactly, so you haven't got more on one side. But the crown is actually circular, so you can't really go too wrong with that one. But, you know, I've basically made the grids, and, you know, I've lined up the checks, you know, so you want that sort of kind. But then you might want it going crisscross, mightn't you? You might want to sort of.
So any design features that you want to include, yeah,
Exactly.
definitely, make sure that you're adding that into your remit when you're putting it together. I mean, it's brilliant. The fact that you're actually learning how to create a wonderful hat that's timeless, this style, isn't it? We've seen it through generations, to be fair, with regards to this style. So you've got your military pattern. Now, don't forget, we have been talking about fabrics that have got 1.5 meters in there, so you've got more than enough for you to actually create this, but you only need 0.5 meter anyway. So you might already have some fabric in your stash at home ready to go. Or you could make kind of like a trial version maybe before you create your final one. I mean, with this one, we're looking at this one, and I'm guessing you're looking at maybe an intermediate. It's saying here, suitable for hat lovers with previous sewing experience.
Yeah.
You're looking at a 3-dimensional project
Yeah.
that might be different to if you've done cushions and quilting. But it's, again, if you have done some sewing, then I'd have a go with it, I have to say, because I think sometimes the passion of a project will see you through it. You've got full instructions.
Well, I'm with you there, Hayley.
We've seen how brilliant the instructions are laid out by Fiona, so you can shop with confidence, in my opinion.
You
on
know,
this
each
one.
time you make one of these, you're going to do it better and better, aren't you?
Yes,
so,
that's
I mean,
true.
I think that it's one of those things that hopefully you sort of get, you know, better with practice. But, yeah, I mean, with hat making, it's all about easing. you know, it's about clipping, lots of clipping to make things fit well, sitting well.
That's where we're up to here now.
Yeah, so I'm just clipping the seam because obviously when you turn it to the inside, it needs a bit of space. So if I had a bit more time, what I would do is cut little, what's the word? Little V's. I'd clip it a little bit more so that the seam allowance has got space to fit.
Yes,
you know,
rather than it crossing over. Yes.
So and I would also remove my tacking stitches, which I'm not going to bother. So
I love this because each stage you see it kind of coming together, and it's that little story of it all. Love it.
Now, I like to use my tailor's ham for this because I think that's quite good for pressing, because what you want to do is press that seam on the inside towards the crown so you get that seam nice and flat. It's not quite so easy when you're on a flat.
I don't know, we might have the sewing hams or the tailoring hams on the website
before the show. If you haven't got one, it doesn't matter, you can still do it. Oops.
I've sometimes used a tea towel.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll it up like a big sausage and then just kind of use that when you're doing,
Yeah,
a bit like
when
a
you're
sleeve
doing
roll
a 3D
kind of thing.
kind of garment,
As
you
a
need something
makeshift,
like that, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing beats actually having the sewing ham. So,
I mean,
yeah,
a
look out
tailor's
for those.
ham is a pretty useful thing,
Yes.
you know, for any project, I
Yeah.
say. Even when you're sort of ironing small things, I like to, it's almost like a little mini table.
Yes, that's true, actually, mini ironing board.
Right, so once you've done that, we're going to sort of top stitch it around the edge. I think I'm going to miss that bit out just because it's not really going to show any different. So there's your hat as it is. And
There's
then
the crown all made.
what next? Band. So we've got that band there, and I'm missing a piece somewhere. Don't know where it is. Oh, it's on the floor. One of them is interfaced and the other one isn't. Now mark on your piece which is the side where your peak goes. It's all marked on the template. If you can transfer that with a little bit of tape or whatever, just to kind of just so that you know which side is which.
Okay.
Now, here's your peak. I've already made it earlier. Now, there are 3 pieces that you cut out for the peak. Now, some people contacted me and going, what do I do with the 3rd piece? And I thought, well, you obviously haven't read the pattern. But basically what you do is that 3rd piece, you're trimming the 1 centimetre off it. And can you see you're fitting it so it gives that peak a little bit of bump.
Ah, so it's kind of sitting on top.
Yeah, so it sits in the middle.
Got you.
It's the bit in the middle of the
Like that
sandwich.
little crescent that's sitting on top of the 2 other pieces, right.
So I've stitched around this outer curved edge, so the front and the back of the peak. I've interfaced both pieces and I've stuck that interfaced 3rd piece in the middle. I've clipped the top edge as well, and then I turn it inside out and then give that a nice press.
I love it. Again, I'm thumbing through the instructions here and there's nothing that's left out of these instructions. So obviously you can go back and watch the show, but we don't manage to make projects very often from beginning right the way through to the end. But the instructions themselves, you've got literally everything that you need in there. Full photos with these as well. So obviously you've got your photograph on the front, so that's what you're aiming to achieve. But then everything that is in here is detailed and laid out. So you've got your lay plans, where to put your fabric, which bits the pattern pieces need to go on when they're on the fold as well. The quality of the patterns, all of the patterns are phenomenal quality, I have to say as well. So brilliant value for money. And oh, lovely Sue. Sue, hi there. Sue, reiterating what we all love about them, that you're loving Fiona's patterns. The designs are so unique and the instructions are very clear, aren't they just? I mean, look at these, all of these photographs that are going to help you. The top stitching, didn't have a chance to do, that's detailed in there. How to make up the peak step by step right the way through, and of course making up the band and actually putting and constructing everything together. There is a reason why everybody loves Fiona's patterns when she comes, and that's because you're in a safe pair of hands. When she's actually designing something, she's making sure that you have got all the information that you need in a simple format, so it's really, really easy whatever level of sewing you are. But as you can see with this one, small, medium, large, with your Brompton hat and 1/2 metre fabric. That's all that you're using for this one. Love it.
Now, Hayley.
Yes, darling.
My needle's just fallen out, and I've fiddled around. I
do you
can't
know
get it
what?
back
When
in.
you were sewing, I thought I could hear. You know how they change, and it's so it's the screws.
I didn't have a screwdriver, so I just did it with my manually with my
Oh,
fingers.
I see.
And that's the reason, so it's my
Not to
fault.
worry. We'll-
Anyway, I've given up with sewing. So
Okay.
I'm just going to explain. So I'll top stitch around that outer edge, okay? And then I'll machine tack along the raw edge so that I keep those edges together.
Okay.
And then I pin it to the interfaced piece, which I have marked peak. Here we go, I've got a little...
Oh,
here.
right,
Peak.
yes.
And you want to find the centre point. It might be that line there. Yes, it is. And then I line that up to the centre of the band. And this band here is this piece here. So that's the
It's
band.
kind of the separation between the
Yes,
peak
you've got
and
a
the
side
band.
panel and you've got a band.
Okay.
So then it gets pinned to here, and then you'll machine tack that in. Now, a little tip, I always sew from the centre outwards. And then I
Okay.
turn it round and I sew from the centre outwards. Because if you start from one side and then end up at the other, it could easily just move. And what you
Yes.
don't want is a peak that's slightly off. Well, I don't know, that could look quite nice. It's, oi, governor.
I love it.
Oh, dear. But anyway, so you're machine tacking that in. Quick word about the peak as well. Some people say to me, oh, can I use buckram in the peak?
Yes.
And I'm like, you absolutely can. But what I've done is made this easier to sew.
Yeah.
It's a soft peak. It's, you can scrunch it up, pop it in your bag, get it out, and it's easy to sew. That's what I like. If you want to put inside that bit that I've trimmed down, you could put a piece of buckram in there, but just bear in mind that it's actually, to insert that, it's a little bit more tricky.
Okay, no, that's fair enough.
And then once you've sewn that into one side of the band, you put the right side of the other band, so you match up the centre, so you want to match up the back seams, and then you pin that so that the other one, so you're sandwiching the two together, and then once you've sewn it together, you're turning it to the right side, so that you've got almost like looks like a visor.
Well, Ben was just saying he wants to make one of these for the summer. I think when he's
Yeah.
out there playing tennis, that's what he's thinking.
At that point, good tip to just try it on, or even before you've put the peak onto the band, put the band on your head and just think, yeah, that's okay, that fits good. If you're like push it and it's like you've either got the wrong seam allowance or you've cut the wrong size. So just bear in mind that
Well,
that
you've got a
band
bigger head
piece
than you
is-
thought.
all those brains have expanded. haven't they? So once you've got your visor with the band, with the peak, you then literally add it to your outer hat, stitch that on, obviously matching up your back seam to the back. And then the very last thing you do is to pop your lining on the top. So I take it in stages, sometimes sew 2 or 3 times the same thing, just so that it makes it easier to manage. And then you turn it all inside out, and hey presto, you've got the most lovely.
And you've got to model it for us, Fiona, before we move on to the scarf, because
Glasses off.
look at that. That
Yeah.
is such a trendy look. Hey, styling it out.
Can of bananas.
I love it. So there you go. And just as Fiona gets herself ready for her last demo, which is the fabulous scarf, I'll just show you on the pattern the bits that we've just been looking at as well. So you can see the peak there, how it's coming together. You're almost creating that visor, as you can see there. So step by step, and then you're adding everything together there until you finish. And there you go. Ta-da!
And
Then you
all
have
the
your hat
pictures
finish
of
as
how
well.
you make this pattern are on the blog. So if you want to check that out before,
okay.
you can see whether or not it's something you can manage. But I mean,
Perfect. I love it. It's all about the education, and that's something that's very strong to Fiona's heart. So everything is included, and if you want your Brompton military style hat, then that is the pattern for you. But fabric-wise, did you want me to do an update with the fabric then, Ben, did you say? The blue, that blue has gone. So the blue that we saw being used in the bag earlier on, that one has gone. All the others are very limited in stock. So yeah, if you like the look of those, then you need to be quick with regards to these. These clasps, we have got these available for you. They're a separate item, $4.99 each of those. But your fabrics, you've only got those 3 left now. The blue has gone, and they are limited in stock. So that is the key thing. Now, the other thing that you need to consider is where our demonstration is going next, and it is your quilted scarf. scarf or wrap scarf and your baguette purse as well. So we've probably got about 5 minutes or so on this one. Is that okay, Fiona?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not going to talk about the baguette purse particularly.
Well, we haven't got a sewing machine now, have we? Because we haven't got a needle.
No.
So yeah, not to worry.
Well,
But we
I
can
fiddled.
talk
I tried
around
to get it in, but I...
Oh, yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
So yes, I've used some batting on this simply because, you know, if you like the... Oh, and a quick word actually about the wadding for the hat. I prefer to use H630 for that one.
Okay.
H64 is fine, but the H630 has got the warmth without the
we've got that
bulk.
on the show as well, haven't we, the H630?
We got that one. That is the perfect one for the hat.
Yeah.
If you live in America, somebody asked me the other day, what's the equivalent in America? I think they make them by Pellon. But anyway,
Oh, okay.
Pellon, something. Anyway.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. That name rings a bell.
yeah, because they don't sell that in.
It's Flyzoline, isn't it?
Flyzoline,
that does the
that's
H640 and 630. So, yeah.
So yeah, so I've, you know, if you've got some, if you're a quilter, you'll always have a bit of batting left over, won't you? And
Join
this
it
is like,
together, yeah.
well,
yeah.
well, you know, even if you've got like a length of it that you know you know, you only need 25 centimeters for that. And then you're cutting out your scarf piece, and you're like, I spray glued it on. Obviously, if you've got the fusible stuff,
Oh, that's where
you might need more than one packet. But actually, I think one packet would be enough, because you'd have to sort of piece them together, wouldn't you? Because you haven't got the width. But then you're literally, I've stitched lines. I stitched lines down the middle of my checks because I sort of didn't want to kind of ruin the lovely fleckedness of the checks. But you don't have to quilt it at all if you don't want to. And if you're making one for, say, spring, summer, and you want a nice print with a lightweight wadding inside, just use that very spongy 2-ounce, very thin.
Oh, okay, like the
one that's
polyester
quite
one.
airy, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Because then you'll get something that's a nice, but without too bulky. But this is lovely for winter. And then you can see that you sprayed it on, you stitch your quilt lines on. If you've got a more spongy fleece interlining, then you'll obviously get it a little bit more bouncy. This one I've done crisscrosses, but that one I just went freehand. The crisscrosses are actually marked on the pattern. Here we go, this is the pattern here. So you've got the quilt lines actually on the pattern pieces, and you've got the quilt lines also on the little baguette purse.
That's so cute.
Cute, isn't it? And this one I made out of leatherette.
And that pattern's included as well.
If someone said to you, where did you get that thing? And you went, Louis Vuitton. I think they would believe you, wouldn't they? It's so cute, isn't it?
Beautiful. I love it. Now, the pattern, I've got the pattern here. And again, as we've been chatting about it, I've been following again. So, yeah, you've got your fabulous scarf, as you can see there. Obviously, your layout of your fabric, where you're going to be cutting everything. How to put those diagonal lines in place if you're wanting to do the quilting that Fiona's just been chatting about. And then you've got your construction. So, showing you how to make the little strap that goes across, because, of course, you've got that little loop there that's going to feed through. And you've got all of the different elements, as you can see here, and also how to make the little purse. It's all included in there. So the fact that we've not managed to actually cover everything in the construction of the wrap scarf and the clutch purse, you have still got all the information there. And don't forget, again, for both the scarf as well as the purse, you only need 1/2 metre of fabric. So if you're wanting to get hold of your 1.5 metre piece and you have shopped for all 3 of the patterns, then you're going to be able to make a complete ensemble, if you will. And they would all come together and look absolutely amazing, just as our Fiona is looking amazing there. I love it. Becomes a firm favourite. And can I ask as well, because I haven't asked this, with regards to the scarf, I mean, again, can you make and sell what you're creating with these, or is it just for your own personal use when you're actually making your finished garments?
I think they're great to make for selling, actually, because they don't take a lot of material, and they're quite quick projects. But some people do contact me, say, is that okay? And so I'm going to say now, that's absolutely fine. But obviously, it'd be quite nice to be
Get a
credited for the
reference.
pattern.
Yeah, and also we're not talking mass production. We're not looking at thousands and thousands of these. Yeah, but I think as gifts, especially that scarf, I think it looks fabulous. Fiona, can I say I've had a truly wonderful time.
Do you know what, Hayley? I absolutely love you. You're brilliant.
Oh,
so
bless
thank you for such a lovely show, and it's been a great experience. So
it's lovely.
Always great to be back at Sewing Street.
I've loved everything that Fiona's bought. Please don't leave it as long before you come back again.
I'm going to get onto it.
Definitely, get that organised. So again, thank you.
Yes,
Fabulous
thank you.
hour.
Yes.
Now, if you've got any goodies in your basket, now is probably a really good time for you to complete your purchase and check your basket out. One, because we've had sellouts, I don't want you to miss out on anything. But also, as we get into the next hour, we're going to be busy again. So check those baskets out, and I'll see you the other side of this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome back again. I know I said this at the top of the last hour, but I am having such a good morning with you guys here at Sewing Street. And of course, we've just said goodbye to lovely Fiona and we are welcoming back Cara in this hour. And you may well have tuned in earlier on. Cara was here at 9 a.m. bringing us some absolutely amazing kits, some beautiful panels. And this hour she's back with more of the same, but different designs.
Yes. I'm revisiting Sakura, which I've done before, and then we've got a brand new one as well.
I love it, absolutely. I mean, these are beautiful. Very traditional stitching,
Yes.
Sashiko, should I say. Then it's kind of giving it a modern twist with this design, and certainly in the way that we are bringing these kits to you. So we've got choices for you, that is the key thing. And we've got not only the fabulous panels, but you've also got your instructions as well. So that's what we were looking at a few moments ago. So it's the Sakura flower, isn't it? That's what the word just suddenly popped out, but I think it was that Ben mentioned it in the first place. So that's those. Now, these are the current ones, aren't they? So these are brand new. Now, the beauty of these is you'll notice I don't have any paperwork, any instructions to share with you, and that's because it's all on the panel itself. So the panel, beautiful. I love the dove grey. Absolutely gorgeous. So we've got different variations of this one. So you've got obviously your cushion, well not obviously, but you've got your square piece of your cushion. So you've got your front, you've also got your envelope back, you've got your pieces for those as well, taking you right the way through. Along the bottom, you've got full instructions, so you don't have to worry about how to do everything. It is literally step by step, all printed on there. Incredibly simple and easy for you to work through. And you've also got these extra little bits here because if you're wanting to make a gorgeous little pouch, then you can do so. Again, with that Sashiko detail, as you can see here, absolutely beautiful. So with this one, you've got your lovely grey. So your dove grey, as you can see with this one. Everything has been filled in on here. I mean, you've used every last scrap of fabric on this one.
Which we like to sort of make sure that you get value for money.
Yes, yeah. And I love it because quite often if you've done Sashiko in the past, you'll know it's all about transferring over that stitch detail. And you'll notice from here, you've got on the four corners there, as you can see, that gorgeous floral element in the middle there. It's already printed onto your fabric. So you haven't got to do that. You haven't got to lay down a template, transfer that information, get your carbon paper involved or however you're choosing to do it. It's literally a case of it's all done there as well, which is absolutely fabulous. And I have to say, I mean, Cara, this design is beautiful. It's got a very traditional sense to it, but also a modern feel.
It definitely has. And actually, I sort of put forward a few ideas, and Lou, again, my lovely Lou, was able to put this together.
And I must mention who Lou is, because quite often
Yes.
it gets referenced and nobody knows. Lou's a lovely lady who helps us with graphic design when it comes to printing the panels, and she does such a brilliant job. And like you say, she helps incredibly well.
Yes, yes. So I was so happy when I got this panel and thought, oh, yes, I can see this in people's living rooms.
Absolutely, I love it, beautiful. So we've got the grey, which is on your screen at the moment. You've got your envelope back as well, as you can see here, and then obviously you've got your pouch there. Now, which part are we going to be chatting about and which are we going to be working with?
As many bits as I can.
Oh, right. Well, before we do that, can I give you a little bit of, information? Oh, Ben's saying knock, knock. Okay, who's there? Deal Fairy.
Again?
Deal Fairy who? Deal Fairy. taking the price down. So there you go, seamless that was. Is that a 25% saving there? $14.99. Wow. That is brilliant. So $14.99 is going to give you all the components to make your fabulous cushion. So very quickly, front and back, then you've got your pouch, which is featuring there. Now, the cushion you've got behind you has got that exact same style. It's a different colour, this particular one, but it shows you the style and the envelope back, because sometimes people are a bit nervous about cushions, aren't they?
Yes. So I'm hoping, I may not be able to stitch all of it in the hour, but I'm hoping to sort of get on to doing the envelope back for those who would like to. But this is the petrol.
The petrol?
Petrol colour.
Okay.
And that's the cushion.
Now, do we know what size the finished cushion is?
16 by 16.
There you go. I don't know who's asking that, but somebody's asking it. 16 inches worth.
Yeah, 16 by 16. And then you've got, on the actual panel, you've got a couple of little additional bits.
Beautiful, the little bits.
And I've made mine into a little purse.
That is beautiful.
Which is lined and everything as well.
Gorgeous.
So, same sort of design. This is actually, I think, I've done a bit of research. I'm thinking that this particular one around the edge is bamboo.
Ah, okay.
So it's a bamboo sort of pattern. And then this is a much, much simpler design in the centre, which is like a daisy sort of design.
And of course, that's all stitched out, but when you actually get your panel, you've got your markings on there. So straight away, you can actually stitch out using this. You don't have to kind of lay down your template or your pattern. Matching that price that we saw previously, so the chevrons are coming down. A 16-inch square. 16-inch square. Now, we don't have masses of these because we've got 3 different options. We don't have huge quantities. To be honest, all 3 really coordinate well together.
Yes.
Because they're kind of all cool tones, aren't they, I suppose? Beautiful mustard tone with this one. So, yeah, if you're wanting this colourway, which again, works with the teal, just saying. Works with the grey, just saying. So absolutely brilliant. Again, we're slashing that price, 25%, bringing it down to just £14.99. Do you know what? It's a bit mischievous of that deal fairy, I have to say, but that deal fairy is having a lovely time today. You're welcome. You're welcome. 3 different options, different item numbers, $14.99 each, and you could be forgiven, very much forgiven, for going for all 3 of those if you so choose. But what we need to know is, when we get our panels home, what do we need to do?
Right. Sit down with a cup of tea, coffee.
Love it already.
And just sort of look at the design. You're going to cut the pieces out from the panel along the edge, and that includes a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you'll cut out your panel, I'll put that on there, and then start stitching.
Fabulous. So no paper patterns or anything, love it.
No. So again, for those who are with us for the first hour, you will have seen how we start and finish, but for those who weren't, welcome. And we've got a knot on the end. And anybody who does embroidery sort of might put their hands up and go, oh, horrified. You can't use a knot. But you can. So what you'll do is you'll start stitching, and I've started on the centre there, but I'm actually going to do a little bit of the border because I want to show you how you can get a few stitches on the needle. So we start with a knot and we pull our needle through, leaving the knot on the wrong side. And then you just cover the printed pattern.
So wherever there's a white dash mark, you're going to fill that in with the stitch.
And what you can do with the Sashiko needles, which are nice and long and have a nice large eye for threading, is you can do a few stitches at a time, which is lovely. So it saves time and saves you doing just 1 stitch at a time. You just move along there. And we spotted a beautiful, unusual skein of threads.
I've got skein envy. in this hour, I have to say.
I definitely have, because I hadn't seen the one that you had. But I'm doing this. This is a traditional one. Where
this is exactly as I was saying, and I've actually stolen the cushion, which I may or may not give back. I haven't decided yet. But this is one of the busiest options that we've gone for. So the petrol blue, lots of you going for this one. If this is your preferred choice, then well over half the stock has gone, and it kind of gives you the look using that traditional thread. But you may well have noticed, in addition to your traditional cream, you've also got this lovely blue stitch that's running through, and that's because we have got some amazing threads to share with you. So excuse me for leaning across, but these threads are phenomenal. Now these bundles, I have to say, have been put together so beautifully, because what you've got is your traditional Sashiko threads. So you've got your plain tones. So again, those two that we've just looked at on the cushion featuring there. But in addition to that, we have got all sorts of fabulous gorgeousness. Now, are these all part of the same bundle, or are they different? They're available individually, so that you can shop for that one, you can shop for that one, so on. These ones are £4.99, so if you're wanting your light blue, details are on your screen. If you want your traditional kind of off-white, antique white, then you can go for that one at £4.99. We've also got a cream tone as well, so if you want more of a vintage feel to it, that one again is £4.99 if you're wanting to shop for that particular one. But then it starts getting a little bit funky, because this thread, as you can see, is variegated, but it's variegated with the prettiest colours. So with this one is ending where I'm 943. So this one, details popping up on your screen. This is beautiful. In fact, I'm going to take it out of the packaging just so as you can see. This no way is this £4.99 as well, really? But this is beautiful. Now, do go back and watch the show early on, because we learned a lot about how to actually get your skeins and prepare them ready for your project. But this one is gorgeous. So this one has got that rainbow pastel in there. So if you're wanting to go for this one, you can do. On the website, it might be a bolder colour. So yeah, so that's, yeah, that there is a rainbow bright potentially. Oh no, we had variegated in the brights, didn't we, earlier? Sorry, I'm making things up here. But you will get this pastel, which, to be honest, I prefer to that picture. It's beautiful, isn't it? So you've got that one in there as well. And also we've got others that are available. So if you want your metallics and elements as well. And I must admit, because Cara had got a bit of an inkling for that one, I forgot, there you go.
That's okay.
There you go, my work is done. So because it's important that we see how it stitches.
Well, what I wanted to do as well was, in the first show, I showed you how to prepare the skein.
You did.
I'm really happy to do that with this as well when you finish.
Shall we do that? Oh, so yeah, do shop ahead. I'm not going to go through everything, because we've got so many different kind of bundles and skeins and different things. But one of the most useful things that I took from that 9 o'clock show this morning was how to prepare your skein. Because if you've ever done embroidery, whether it's with embroidery flossies, whether it's with Sashiko threads, you can run the risk of getting yourself into a proper knotted tangle when you're actually using your skeins. And this, honestly, this is worth tuning in. Just for this one little segment that we're going to look at, this is the thing that I'm going to take away with me, because it's absolutely brilliant. It's that preparation. So over to you, Cara.
Okay. I haven't prepared a 100-metre one before, so who knows what's likely to happen.
Oh, it'll be fine.
But you take the label off, and then very, very carefully you open the skein up. And again, you have a section that's tied together. So you want to find that section and make sure that you haven't got any of the other threads there. And then you just open it up. So it's like that.
Well, that reminds me of doing the old knitting yarn with my mum.
And then what we do is, I'm going to just snip. Now there's two ways that you can do this. You can either have a long thread to stitch with, or you can have a shorter thread. And this is the scary bit where you cut.
Oh, the actual cut.
Yeah.
Now, don't throw away or rip that pack. You know, the kind of the band that you've got, because sometimes you kind of just rip it off, don't you? Do not do that, because this is worth knowing.
So I've cut that in half. I'm actually, no, I think I'm going to cut that in half again.
And is this purely because of the lengths that you're looking
to
at
work
now?
with.
Okay.
You can work with longer, but there is a tendency, because the thread is a soft thread and it's a matte thread, if you have it too long, it can actually go in and out of the fabric and start to fluff up.
Okay.
So I just find that length is much, much better for
Fair
stitching
enough.
with.
It's good enough for me then.
So you've cut it in half and in half again, and then take one of the ends and just twist it, just to hold the threads together, and take your label and pop that through the label.
Okay.
And then again, we divide into 3, so one chunky bit on one side, one chunky bit on the other, and then 2 smaller sections, and then we just plait.
And just a loose plait.
Very, very loose plait. This is just gorgeous, this
So
one. And I think
soft, isn't it?
It's going to look lovely on the grey. Very subtle, very, very subtle. So that's your threads all worked
You just
out.
leave it like that. You don't put elastic band or anything around
No,
the
you
edges.
don't. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, you could put a very loose elastic band at the bottom because
Okay.
it's quite a chunky thread. You could put a loose elastic band around there, but you don't want anything too tight, because what you want to be able to do is actually just pull the thread out, and I'm pulling it from one side and then pulling it from the other.
That is brilliant.
And then I've got my thread there. This is how you can do the same with, you know, the perlé threads.
Yes.
You can do exactly the same with the perlé threads.
I've never seen that demonstrated before. I was just think, and I've been around a while. I don't mind telling you, but I've never seen it. Never seen it. I just think it's so useful. While I've got your attention, just very, very briefly, we're going to go back to Cara. We've only got 10 opportunities for you to get involved with the petrol one that's on your screen. So this is that beautiful bluey green. Now I will warn you. 40 people have this in their baskets. Just because it's in your basket doesn't mean that you've reserved it, doesn't mean that you're actually going to get it. It's only when you complete your purchase that you know that you are going to get hold of it. And we've got people that are checking out their baskets as I'm chatting. So, yeah, there's 9 left. We've got 46 in baskets. So if you haven't even got as far as putting it in your basket, well, you're going to have to be pretty speedy quick. The petrol is the one that we've already got our 16-inch cushion cover created from. You've also got your fabulous additional little elements, which you could be making it into a little pouch if you're wanting to. You might want to create something different with that. But the key thing is the panel has got all the information that you need, as well as the instructions on there. All laid out, no paper patterns, no paper instructions. It is all there, ready for you to follow. All you need to do is decide on the thread that you're going to use. So the petrol is the one that's potentially going to sell out first. We've also got the grey, which is the one that we've also got that Cara's working with. That one is not far behind. I wouldn't be surprised if some of you are going for both of those together, because as you can see, they look beautiful. Nice and neutral as well. So most homes, if you don't know if you're giving it to somebody and you don't know their home decor, then the grey is always a safe option, isn't it? But the mustard as well. I mean, how beautiful is that? That is gorgeous. So yeah. If you're wanting to go for the grey or the petrol, naturally, as we often find, they are the most popular. They're the most vulnerable as well, but also that gorgeous mustard, if you're wanting to go for that one, that's not far behind. And you've got a £5 saving on each one of those panels while the panel is available. And I say available because potentially they're going to have gone. So the blue one's pretty much gone, so I'm going to take that one and move it out of the way and give you the details of the grey on your screen. Cara, thank you. I'm going to let you carry on. I'm sorry for jumping in again.
No, don't worry. Please don't worry. I'm just so pleased that you like the design. It's just very traditional, but I just love the fact that, you know, the threads can make it quite contemporary and it goes beautifully with, you know, the interior design and everything. So this is the light pastel variegated one that we prepared. And I'm just showing you how that works actually
good
on.
choice.
Yeah. On the design. Now what you want to do when you're stitching this actual area is you want to start in one section with your knot again and then do a line and then carry on. So what you want to sort of do quite a smooth line. So what I'm going to do is do that line going all the way across like that, and then I'm going to come back, and I can either come back and go on that second line there, or I've gone all the way over, and then I can do this section. And it's quite a puzzle to make sure that you try and do a continuous line, but you're always left, especially on these petals ones, with one line that you haven't been able to
I love
stitch.
it. It's like drawing without taking your
Yes.
pencil off the paper, isn't
Yes.
it? Trying to follow it around. So the key thing is kind of get a flow with it. Don't kind
It
of do
is.
random bits here, there and there, everywhere.
Yeah, and also, especially with these variegated ones, because you want the colour to flow, you don't want an abrupt sort of end to the
That's a good
the
point,
colours
yeah.
that you're working with. But you can, I mean, with this one, I was thinking, oh, I don't know, you know, I'll do the cream in the middle, and I might do that and that there, or I could do it in all of them.
Yeah.
Or there's some other lovely colours. You're just spoilt for choice, really.
See, I'm just going to throw it into the mix because I'm thinking that if you were using the grey, but maybe you chose one of the more mustard tone threads,
Yes.
you could then use one of the mustard panels with a grey thread on.
Yes. See, that would go
mixing,
beautifully.
yeah, mixing them up. So,
Yeah. And that's a plain colour. Or there you've got the brown in the variegated.
that's nice in the variegated
yes.
as well, isn't it?
And I like this one as well. And
They're all gorgeous
This is
threads.
gorgeous. This is the one I've used.
Is that the
for
one that you used
yeah.
on the petrol?
Yes.
Yeah, the petrol one has gone now, so I can't change the details on the screen, but this shows you the finished result. 16-inch square cushion cover with an envelope back. Obviously, you can choose different colours because this one isn't available. And then you've got your little pouch there as well, which you might be making with the leftover bits that are already printed on the panel as well.
You can play around with that as well. When I was doing the little pouch, you could actually do that piece of Sashiko and then put it onto the centre of a bag or something,
Yeah,
a big
that's a
tote
nice
bag
idea,
or something
yeah.
like that. You know, you've got all those little elements that you can play around with.
I love the fact that you've made use of that last bit that's on there.
Yeah. And I've, again, for the actual cushion panel, you could make a square bag. You don't have to actually make it into a cushion. You
point.
can make it into a bag as well. So, yeah, so this is, I just love it. I love the effect. It's very, very subtle.
Yes,
But
yeah.
it is just so pretty. So we've gone sort of through a yellow to a peach and
Lovely
then
to
sort of
just
a
see
pink.
that, yeah. Do you want to slide it a little bit further away from you? Because it being on the edge, we didn't quite catch. But you can see there, I mean, we're coming right in with the camera now. Oh, Ollie, thank you for that. You can see you've kind of got peach in there as well as
Yes.
almost like a soft green.
Yeah. And then you'll carry on and you'll see it goes to a yellow,
Isn't
then a
that
sort of
pretty?
aqua, pale blue, and then a lilac.
And again, as well, you can see there where you stitched on top of the white detail, which is the idea of these panels.
Yes, you're covering the white. The white won't come out, so you do want to actually cover. And the thickness of the thread is perfect for the thickness of the line.
Yes, yeah.
So you will be left with just the fabric showing and then the stitches. So that's that.
Perfect.
I was going to show one. So this is another one. So this was with one of the different.
Oh, this is one of the bolder variegated
Yes,
threads that we've
which
got.
I thought was quite.
Oh, that's pretty. The
Again, it's
purple.
showing how, you know, I sort of did the line there. And then I decided, oh, I'll fill in this section. So you can see with the variegated how you can affect.
And I suppose you get to know how far it changes
Yes.
before you go back to colour number one.
Yes, and this is where I can show you on the back as well. So we started with a knot here, and then when we ended the thread, we did like a slip knot just here.
Oh, okay, yes,
And then we
yeah.
started again. And when you're, you don't want a long line of thread on the back, but you can jump small areas.
Okay,
Just
yeah.
don't pull your thread very tightly.
Yeah, keep it loose. And I suppose if you wanted to, you could be really structured with regards to the colours that you place. If you're using the solid colours, so it might be where you're creating almost the leaves, the flourishes, it might be that you want to do those in a particular colour.
Yes.
And choosing one of the colours that complements your fabric. And then the connective areas or the solid lines like you did on the petrol
Yes.
one, doing that in a particular colour as well.
And I think what I love about these is that they do tend to mix and match. You know,
Yes.
you can sort of play around. You know, that goes beautifully there.
Again, yeah.
I've got some other ones.
I mean, the threads, I have to say, are beautiful. There's a lot of choice with regards to threads, whether you want to go for the solids, whether you want to go for bundles, whether you want to go for that variegated skein that we've seen being used in the demonstrations. Oh, that's a lovely one.
That's a lovely one, yeah. I'm not sure about that on the grey, but I love it on the gold.
Yeah, that gorgeous gold tone, isn't it? It's beautiful.
That'll be beautiful. And then you can play around with the cream as well.
Nice,
so depending
yeah.
on what you want. You can do your lines, so your curved lines, these curved lines, as you say, you can do those in one particular colour and then use the variegated for the little petals and things like that. But it's just so simple and so easy and just...
So doable.
Yeah, you just get carried away, you know, just... So nice just to sit and sew.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Incredibly transportable as well. So it's one of those kind of social kind of sewing elements as well. So we were chatting earlier on, as Cara was saying, I mean, you could have a sewing room that's upstairs in the garage, bottom of the garden, wherever it is. But in the evening, when you're wanting to sit with the family, but you still... I can't just sit and watch the TV. I have to be doing something.
Yes.
And I think as crafters, we all are the same. So this is something that you can very easily take with you. And whether it's you're sitting in a different room, whether it's in the car when you're waiting for somebody, whether you're in a waiting room somewhere, maybe waiting for an appointment, or going off on holiday, then you could be doing that. And also in the car, as long as you're not driving. Now, obviously, thread-wise is very much a personal choice, and we have got some lovely bundles, and I've just grabbed this particular one. I don't know, is Ben, are you there? Oh, he's in here. Only the reason is I've swapped out, and he might want to change the details for you because he's the one who presses the buttons. And he's going to change the details for you with this bundle because this one here, now I don't know if this is classed as the bright or the I think it's the vintage one actually. Yeah, because that one's the bright with the purple in there. So this one is the vintage, the antique. I changed the name of it, didn't I? But this has got the one that we've just seen Cara mentioning. So with those gorgeous warm tones that are beautiful with regards to that kind of gold tone that we've got. Again, it's got the gold in there. And this is where I was talking about the fact that you could utilise these on this grey, but then utilise a grey on the gold. So lovely bundle with regards to this one. So £19.90. You're going to get 10 skeins. So in the simplest of maths, it works out at £1.99 per skein, which I think is phenomenal. 100% cotton.
Really, really good value. You get 20 metres on those skeins.
You do.
And on the large one, you get 100 metres.
That's it, yeah. So if you're going for the multicolours, then you can see they're beautiful. Oh, Ruth, I don't know. Can I just check the mustard? It's called cottage green. Oh, when you're shopping on the website, is that what they've called it, cottage green?
It was originally going to be a green, but then we decided that actually the gold is better. So you're right, I did spot it as well. On the website, it says cottage green, but it's the gold one. The image is correct.
Okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I didn't realise that. So, good question, Ruth. And I'm sorry, I didn't even know that. So I do now. The grey panel. Now, Ben, okay, right. Ben's been getting himself ready for our final hour of the morning, Yarn Lane, with the lovely Mandy. And he's come back to his computer and it's all gone crazy. There's only 7 of the grey left. And we've got 31 people with it in the basket.
Oh, gosh.
Now, I was never a whiz at maths, but that doesn't go too well, does it? Don't forget, this is the final finish. This is the petrol that we sold out of what seems like ages ago now, but that has sold out. You've got your little panels that you could be using in a little pouch, but the grey, I'm going to be bold, it's going to be our next sellout. Because if you've got 37 people wanting to get hold of it and now only 5 opportunities, oh my word, it's gone crazy. $14.99, that's all that you're paying. $14.99 to make a 6-inch square cushion panel, cushion cover, should I say. That is phenomenal. And you've also, $14.99, you could be forgiven for thinking that you're going to be making a pouch. But you're not. That is almost like a bonus. And that bonus is because the way that the actual panel has been printed, there was some area there that Cara and Lou decided we need to put something in there. It's a good amount of fabric. Let's make it into something that is usable, and that's exactly what they've done. So you've got your front panel potentially of a pouch, the back as well, and then you've got your lining pieces there. But you can make it into a little pouch if you wanted to. If you want to, turn it into something different. There aren't actual instructions for that on the panel. You have got instructions along the panel here for making up the cushion, even how to make your envelope back. Last opportunity now, it's going to go. Please check your basket out if you're wanting it. And I can only apologise to the other 30 odd people of you that weren't quick enough. I tried to warn you. So yeah. Now, the only one that we've got left is the one that's it's called Cottage Green on the website. That could be why this one is still available, because it's confused the issue a little bit, because it certainly is a beautiful colour to work with. So mustard tone, as you can see there on the website. The item number is the number that you need. It's on your screen. The description, cottage green, kind of relates to what it was originally going to be. But you can see it's beautiful there. Absolutely gorgeous if you want to get hold of that. Oh, now, quick question. Now, I need to refer across. So how much thread do you need from one cushion?
Oh, good question. If you are, I think you've got some of the larger skeins.
We have got
so
the
if you're doing
hundreds.
it with the white, the cream, or the blue, one of those will be plenty.
Okay.
Okay.
As will the variegated one that
The
you
big
were
chunky
earlier,
one,
yeah?
yes, the big chunky one.
Cool.
If you're doing the smaller skein, the 20-metre skein.
Okay, which I think is one of these ones, isn't it? That's, I think these ones are 20.
I've not worked it out, but what I would do is, if it was me and I had the 20 metres, I'd maybe do, and you'd got a pack of those, I'd do one in one colour, one in another, one in another, and one in another.
Oh, for the four corners?
Yes.
Okay, yes, yeah.
Or you could, I think there'll be enough for the 20 metres to do diagonally opposite. So you
That's a nice idea, yes, yeah.
And then do your lines around the edge with something else.
Fair enough.
Well.
Thank you for that, because I
That's
haven't got
okay.
a clue, I'm not going to lie. So there you go. If you've gone for the if you've gone for the 100-metre skeins, these are individual, $4.99 I think they were, weren't they? Very, very affordable. You've got the cream if you like your traditional, you've got your white if you're wanting to go down that route, and you've also got the blue, as well as the variegated pastel, which is the one that Cara's working with. $4.99 each one of those. They're all on the website. But if you're going for the bundles, you have got lots in there that you're going to be able to utilise. And it might be nice if you want to mix up the colours, I think, as well. Like that idea. But panel-wise, I've got this one left now. $14.99, and it is rapidly approaching limited stock. Now that we've clarified that this is actually cottage green, it's not green. It was going to be green, but I have to say I'm glad that you did change it to that gold colour, because it's beautiful. So there you go, $14.99.
I just wanted to show as well some of this colour stitched on this particular one.
Look at that.
How nice that is.
That
And
is lovely.
in fact, the colour changes quite quickly.
Yes.
So you've got sort of like warm tones, but also the reds and
That's
the
the
oranges.
vintage one,
So,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think? Yeah.
So that's really, really nice. And you can play around with that as well.
That's the vintage
I think once,
bundle,
once you've got the threads, you'll just want to, that's what I like about sort of modern Sashiko. You're not limited to, the plain colours.
Yes.
If you like traditional and you like the traditional Sashiko, then you can go for the plain colours as well.
And incidentally, if you are looking for the traditional, we have got the traditional on the website if you do want to shop for it. But what we're finding with this kind of modern twist, it's working really, really well. You're liking it, should I say. Can I just ask as well, Ben, because we've sold out of the panels for the new cushions, we've got those other panels, haven't we? Have we got, because we've got a grey in that one as well, haven't we? Because, these ones are kind of ones that we've seen previously. So this is your Sakura cushion. So if you particularly wanted that kind of grey look and you've missed out on the grey panel that we've been looking at, then this is the one that we've got available for you. Again, it's a panel with all of the information. I'll get it all out to show you. We've only got a handful of these, which is why we've not mentioned it previously, because it's just been going without us even mentioning it. But this is the one that you've actually got over with you at the moment, Cara.
Yes. So this was one of the original ones that I did, and it had just the individual motifs in the corners and then different motifs in the centre, and then a more complicated one in the middle. And then it's got the stripes. So on the panel, you've got all the pieces that you need to actually put the cushion together.
Okay. Oh, I like this. I've not opened this up until now. Oh gosh, you're getting a lot of content in here. A lot of content. I'm looking at it and guessing it's a 16-inch cushion cover again.
Yep.
But, oh, there's lots of components. You've got that gorgeous... Now, this is nice because it's a different grey. It's quite a darker grey, isn't it, with this one? But again, you can see, obviously, your Sashiko details there for your Sakura flowers. You've also got your coordinating fabric with your sashing as well. So when you come in to put it together, they are all there. You've got your lighter grey, because it's almost like a checkerboard effect that we saw on Cara's. You've still got your handmade by little labels, utilising that space there. And you've also got your cornerstones, your connective elements featuring there. And you have got that beautiful backing fabric there. So yeah, again, it is one that has been very popular. We've only got, well, we've got less than a handful of these left now. So that one is your Sakura flower. And again, you can see on your illustration and on your picture on the screen there, what a beautiful, beautiful result you're going to get. If you're wanting to put it together as a cushion, I mean, when you see Cara's got that put together in that checkerboard effect, which I think is fabulous, but I think people might be looking at these and like the idea of making them into little individual motifs and using them. Yeah,
definitely. And once you get started with Sashiko, I mean, Susan Briscoe's books are incredible.
Oh, okay.
They really are, and I'm not sure if you've still got them on the website, but they really are inspirational, and there's lots of different elements that you can then start playing around with yourself.
Now, this is interesting. On your screen, you can see that there's almost like a mottled effect. You can't see it quite as much in the studio. I don't know whether it's your screen at home, you'll pick it up, but you've almost got like a mottled effect with this, which is lovely, really. And you can kind of see these warmer tones coming through in different areas. Those variegated threads would look nice.
I know,
that, wouldn't they?
I know. Or I saw, did I see a gold thread on your table?
You did. Excuse me leaning forward.
That would be absolutely beautiful.
That gold. That would look amazing, wouldn't it, on there? That would look amazing. If you're using an embroidery skein, do we split the skein?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's another way of doing it, especially with the metallic ones. There's 6 strands on the skein there, and you will be able to pull, you'll keep the labels on, and you'll be able to pull one of the strands out that's got the 6 strands.
Okay.
And then you'll split that down, and so you've got just an individual strand. And then what you can do is put a little slip knot on the needle to hold it in position whilst you're stitching. But again, with the metallic ones, you don't want to work with a very long length of thread.
Well, it's kind of wrapped around a core, isn't it, metallic thread, so they can be quite springy. I'm probably going to be a real rebel here, but could you potentially use a traditional but stitch with 2 at the same time?
You could. Your threads will be thicker.
Okay.
And you'll obviously use more thread.
Right.
Because you've got 2 skeins, but you could take a strand, we call it tweeding, a strand of one and a strand of another, and put the 2 in the needle. Because
so it is a thing.
Yeah, because the metallic thread is shiny and it's not as soft as the traditional Sashiko. I don't know how easy it would be to stitch with.
Yeah.
But yeah,
play around, do a little
around,
do a test piece,
experiment.
Now I was going to show you the panel, wasn't I? Sorry, I got a bit distracted by shiny stuff. It happens regularly. Now you've got your little panels here. Now your panels are in 2 kind of colour tones. So you've got that gorgeous gold, but you've also got a paler element there with the little gold stitching there. And then, of course, you've got all your different pieces that are featuring this. Again, we don't have huge quantities of these, just introducing them because we're sold out of so many of the other panels. But, yeah, it's just something worth considering, isn't it? So going down that particular route. Anything that you wanted to explain to us about the construction of this one?
No, I think there's a separate set of instructions, isn't there?
Oh, OK. Now, it comes with the panel. Am I right? Yes, because there's no instructions on there. But it is available by itself as well. So I'm just going to pop that to the side there. We don't have many of these at all. We have 5. That is the definition of not very many. But within here, this is kind of, again, loads of illustrations there. Have we got templates in this
Now
one?
that's what I couldn't remember.
Oh, okay, fair
templates
enough
in
then.
there or not. I
No,
don't
there's
think I
not.
did,
There's
no.
not. But you could use this technique with, maybe if you have got a book that's got
Yes.
templates in that
Yeah.
you could use, couldn't you? Because it's kind of
There's
giving some
lots
ideas.
and lots of inspiration on the internet as well for individual motifs. So
Yes.
if you wanted to, and you just got the pattern there and wanted to use your own fabrics, just go on the
Nice
internet
idea.
and find the individual motifs.
I love this. And I love education as well. I love learning about the different areas. The 1600s, is that when it originated? My goodness, the Edo era. And it was traditionally used to stitch together layers of fabric for extra strength and warmth. So kind of like early quilting, really, isn't it?
Yes, yes, and also, you know, when the garments and everything got worn out,
Yes.
they used to layer on top, and burrow is another way of stitching, Japanese stitching, to actually just piece things together.
Okay.
But, you know, again, Susan's books have incredible
Go
history and
scoot those
inspiration.
out, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we may well have them on the website, I don't know, but I'm certainly interested to learn more. So there you go. If you're wanting your instructions by themselves without the panel, then you can shop for them, $9.99. But why would you want to do that? Was it $14.99, was it, for the panel alongside it? Or did I look at the wrong thing? I looked at the wrong thing. Oh, was it $24.99? But to be honest, $14.99 for the panel, $22.99. So yeah. Incidentally, the grey version of the Sakura flowers has gone. We've only got the gold available. So it's the gold in the Sakura flowers. Have we still got the gold available in the new panel as well? For now is the phrase. All about gold. All about gold. So I've made a real mess here. I've just been kind of throwing things together.
Same here. I've been just piling things up.
So just to reference, if you have joined us, where have you been? Oh my goodness, it's been a real rush going on. We've got the details on the screen for the Sakura Cushion kit. Now, it is one that we're revisiting, but we've got a brand new panel to share with you. And it's potentially going to be our last opportunity to share this one with you, because we've got less than 20 opportunities. Now, there has been a little bit of confusion, because as you're looking on the screen, you will see we've got this gorgeous mustard, and it's mentioned mustard on there, but the details are over there on your screen. It says cottage green. So that if you're shopping for this on the website or speaking to the call operators, it was originally going to be green, but we went down the mustard route, but we forgot to change the details. So apologies for that. What you're going to be able to create is a cushion cover utilising the panel. Now, this is one of the, well, it was the first colour to sell out, the petrol, and you can see that gorgeous stitch detail, which is replicated on your cushion panel. You've also got your fabrics for your envelope flap, which you're going to learn about how to create with that panel as well. And you've got some additional pieces that will enable you to create a lovely little pouch if you're wanting to go down that route. And the method of this one is a very traditional stitch idea with the Sashiko. That is remaining the same, but again, quite a modern look to it, as you can see, a contemporary look with it. But rather than you transferring over the detail and the pattern, it is already printed on there. And that is the beauty of this. So there's no preparation. All you need to do is choose your thread and away you go. And we have got some beautiful threads that you could be utilising. Now, the grey has sold out, but the grey is the one that Cara is kind of demonstrating with at the moment. So we'll go back to Cara, I think.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yeah, no problem. What I was going to do was go through how easy it is to do an envelope back.
Oh, okay, thank you.
If that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
Just imagine, use your imagination and imagine that this is all being stitched beautifully. Okay?
My imagination's working now. I'm there.
You'll have two pieces of fabric. One is slightly larger than the other. And what you'll do is cut those out, and then you'll fold over. I'll show you on the gold one. So you'll, right, just bear in mind that there is a direction.
Oh, of course, yes.
Okay.
It's like a clamshell almost, isn't it?
Yes, so there is a direction. So you want to just bear that in mind when you're folding the top edge. So you'll fold once, and then fold it again. And then top stitch across there, and then do the same with the other piece.
Okay.
So you've got the two pieces like that. Okay, you'll notice right sides together, we'll pop that.
Lovely. So it's kind of the outer parameters
Yeah.
rather than the fold. I suppose the fold can kind of sit wherever, can't it? I suppose, yeah.
Yes, it can do. And then you've got the fold there and you've got the fold there. And they'll overlap. So you've got a nice deep overlap. If I can have the...
Sorry, I stole it earlier. There you go.
You can have a nice deep overlap there. And what would be beautiful is if you maybe had a couple of buttons or 3 buttons and buttonholes.
That's a nice idea.
So you can actually, put buttons there. You can use a zip. So if you've got a long zip, you can use a zip as well.
Are Sashiko buttons a thing at all? Could you actually stitch?
Oh my gosh, yes, you could.
Yeah.
You know the little stars that we had earlier on the
Yes.
on the
panels
you could
earlier.
do a little button, a self-covered button,
And stitch that on there.
do the little stars on there, which would be really
Nice
nice.
idea.
But you can see that if you have it in the same direction, it does look a lot better than if you have one going one way and one going the
Beautiful.
other. Pop those on top of each other. And then you'll machine all the way around. There's no need to leave a turning gap because you've already got your turning gap in there. So you'll machine all the way around. You'll trim any of your wadding off if up to the seam, the stitching. And then you can clip the corners and then you just turn it through and that's what you'll end up with. So
beautiful.
It's really, really, really simple, and instructions for the envelope bag are actually included on the panel.
I think that's brilliant. Love the colours with these. I don't know about you guys, and this is where I'm throwing it out there to you guys at home because you're the people that we bring the products for, and you're obviously loving this style of panel and the stitching. If we see more of these styles, not the exact same style, but obviously we saw Sakura, we saw different styles, would you like them to be the same colour palette so as you can kind of build up a series of cushions but different patterns on there? Just a thought. I mean, I don't know, because it's you guys who are shopping for this. You've loved the petrol, you've loved the grey. We've got the gold as well, not many of these left. But it might be nice that in the future that we have more of these gorgeous cushions, but with different fabric panels featuring on there. So you could actually have a series of these sitting on your sofa. I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there because I can. But the top and bottom of it is this is the only option that we have left now in that beautiful, beautiful design. So Sashiko, obviously very traditional type of stitching. We've got that gorgeous mustard tone with this one. If you are shopping for it online and you're thinking, where's the mustard option? It's actually called Cottage Green on the website. So that's the one that you need to go for. You might be a little bit nervous checking your basket out with regards to that one, but don't, because I think there's an image. There's an image that will show this colourway. So yeah, shop by the image, not by the words. And certainly by the number that's on your screen as there. So HIUU97 if you're shopping for this one. You can go for multiples if you're wanting to. I know sometimes people will want to do that, but only multiples of the gold because everything else is gone. But it's the same pattern that you're seeing from the previous ones. So if you're now thinking, well, I wish I'd gone for that one alongside the grey, because as I was mentioning, you could mix it up. You could be utilising mustard thread on your grey and then grey thread on your mustard. And you've actually got two similar but different cushion covers. You can't shop for this one now, so sorry, that one has gone. But if you've already gone for one and you're thinking, do you know what, I would like an extra one, then don't be afraid of going for the mustard, because as I say, the connective element between the two different colour bases could be the threads that you're using. So use a petrol thread on this one, use a gold thread on your petrol version, and instantly you've got a pairing. And that is the beauty of this one. So yeah, potentially it's going to be your last chance to get hold of this one. Details are on your screen. Just to reiterate what you're getting on your panel. It's a big panel, selvage to selvage. Every last area has been utilised. So you've got your cushion cover. Now your cushion cover is a 16-inch cushion, Really good size, lovely one to work with, absolutely beautiful here, absolutely gorgeous detail. The idea being is you're going to stitch on that white area. So as with traditional sashiko, you might be used to transferring the design and then stitching. You don't need to. That particular design is going to be hidden by your threads, and it's been designed to be the right thickness that it will be disappearing underneath your threads. Now, I say disappearing, it's not going to disappear, it's going to be covered. So I better reiterate that as well. So this is printed on the fabric, it's not going to go anywhere. But then you've also got the complementary fabric that's echoing that design on the back for your envelope flap. 2 pieces, as we saw being demonstrated by Cara a few moments ago, but then you've got the bonus of these extra little pieces here, which are yours to do whatever you so choose. There's no instructions for you to utilise these, but it might be that you're making them into a little purse. You can use it in whatever way you want. You might even be transferring some of your sashiko templates onto the other side that you've got here, but then you've got your lining fabric as well there. Along the bottom, you've got all of the instructions that you need for you to actually complete your cushion as well as your cushion back. But the key thing is we have less than, how many we've got? 9 of these left. We've got 26 people with them in the baskets. Now, when the 9 have gone, which they will do, we've got nearly another 10 minutes before we get to the top of the hour, 9 minutes to be proper, accurate with the time. What's the word? The word just popped out of my head. These will sell out. If they don't sell out during the hour, they will sell sooner out after we've finished, because we've got about 5 minutes or so. So if you are one of those 20 odd, did we say 25? How many people did you say? 27. So somebody's checked out the basket. So yeah, if you are one of those 27 and you want to get your hands on this, can I suggest something? Check your basket out. It's not rocket science. It is yours. It's kind of reserved when it's in your basket. And the thing is, sometimes what people will think, oh, I'll just try it out. I'll put one in my basket. And if it's not available, it won't go in my basket. No, that is true. If it's not available, it won't go in your basket. But what it also doesn't tell you is how many are available. So we could have thousands of people popping it into the basket, but still only 9 people are going to get it. So that is the key thing. Just because it's in your basket, please do not think it's safe. Please do not think you're going to get it. And if you're looking at making multiples purchases of this one, even more so, check your basket out, because the key thing is, once the stock has gone, the stock has gone. It's a brand new style, it's a brand new design. You've loved it. You've loved the whole concept and the idea. And I know we are going to see more of this. So absolutely beautiful. And I love it. Cara, it's the first time that I've worked with you, but can I congratulate you and Lou on
Thank you. Thank
it's been such a popular style.
Congratulations to Lou for interpreting my mind.
Sometimes Lou, bless her, she gets all sorts of garbled little messages, backs of envelopes and all sorts.
Oh, honestly, I try to make it as straightforward as possible and sort of say, right, this is what I'd like, and she comes up with the goods every single time.
I love it. And Ben has absolutely loved working with you today. So
oh, good. Thank you, Ben. I've liked working with you.
Oh, bless him, bless him. Now, was there anything else that you wanted to tell us about? Because we've got about 3 minutes or so left.
No, just the threads. I just absolutely
that's a good
look
point,
at this.
actually.
Can you see how that has worked?
That is lovely. Is that the one from the vintage? I think it's that one, isn't it? That's the vintage, which with the gold is perfect.
Oh, just absolutely beautiful. I think I'd want it to be sort of quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's all different. You could actually have all different.
But it's taking something that we're quite used to, because quite often that kind of off-white or that cream is the way that we think of, interpret sashiko, which is brilliant. But like you say, I mean, those variegated, this bundle is made up of all of these, incidentally. You've got 10 skeins, 20 metres on each one of those, including your 4 variegated, including the one that we're seeing stitched out. And it's brilliant because it's got so many colours within one.
It has. I mean, you know, you can see sort of you go from different colours and everything. And I just think it will make such an interesting sort of design if you did maybe this section in this one in a different one.
Nice idea, yes.
And you can quilt them as well. That's the other thing. So if you do the wadding, you could actually just quilt round the edge as well. So that would be quite nice.
It's a nice idea, isn't it? And obviously, if you want to add additional little bits and pieces, make it your own, you can do. I know sometimes you might want to add a little button detail or maybe some beads or something like that, then you could do. Now, the threads that we're looking at here, these are your vintage. They're not vintage at all, they're antique. I can't, it's not going in, it's not going in. They are the antique collection. Works out at £1.99 a skein. I mean, what's not to love about that one? But we're going to go from the antique to the brights. Now, these are beautiful. You've got your variegated in there again, and we did see these ones being used in Cara's first show, which I do urge you to go back and watch the beginning of the first show. Again, she did revisit it in this, how to transform your skein into a very usable piece, easy for you to do your threads. Again, you can see you've got very supportive elements, and this is the thing that I love. So if you wanted to say the variegated around the edge, you could do that very easily, but then you might want to use them more as a solid colour in the centre. So you've got the option that you can do that very, very easily. £1.99 a skein, I mean, absolutely. Even if you're not necessarily thinking about going down the Sashiko route, you could use them for your traditional embroidery. You wouldn't necessarily split them.
Definitely not split these ones, actually, but it would give a matte finish, which would be quite a nice contrast with your mercerised, the normal stranded cotton. So, you know, it might be quite nice to mix
very much so. Love that variegated. So that one is your brights, and then there's just one more colourway, which it'll be rude if I don't mention it. Rude if I don't mention it. And this one, again, you have got variegated in this one. So you've got your 3 skeins, again, with regards to these. This pink one, incidentally, if you just looked and you thought, oh, hang on, no, that one we looked at has got a bit of purple in there. So I think they are all different. But again, you've got colours that are going to work together, as you can see there, if you're wanting to. But equally so, you've got your 3 variegated in there, and then you've got your 7 solids there. £1.99. £1.99. How amazing is that? Absolutely. So yeah, so those are your pastels. But I'm going to leave the last details with regards to the fabulous golden tone. We have got 5 opportunities left now with this one. I know some of you will be waiting until the end of the show to actually check your basket out with this one. But we've got more people that have added this in since I did tell you about the quantities previously. So we've got 29 people with this in their baskets. So that works out that about 24 people are going to miss out on this one. It's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. It might not in the next few moments while I'm saying goodbye to you, but by the time we come back with the next hour being a yarn lane hour, it will have gone. So if you're watching on repeat, I can only apologise. You should have got here sooner. But don't worry. That was a bit brutal, wasn't it?
It was a bit brutal.
That was a bit brutal. I didn't mean it yet. You're unfortunate that you weren't here earlier, and I apologise. But good news, I know Cara will be back. Cara, have we got a date for you coming back and visiting us? Not necessarily with this.
I think.
Okay,
yeah,
lovely.
March.
And is it Sashiko again?
I was going to say, if you'd like me to do some more Sashiko, I will do some more Sashiko.
I think that'd be a good plan, personally. And can I put myself down for that show? Purely selfish basis. Well, Cara, thank you. You've been
thank you.
inspirational.
It's been lovely. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks for joining us.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't say it better myself. Now, don't go anywhere, though, because I'm going to be back with you just after the break. Lovely Mandy Cameron's here, and we've got the most amazing projects for you to work on. Gorgeous. We're calling it... Now, what was it? It was chunky, cheeky chunky. Cheeky chunky. You've got to tune in just to see what that's all about. I'll see you after the break.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome to Yarn Lane. And I have to say, I'm very much looking forward to this. It's such a long time since I've worked with you, Mandy.
It has been ages.
It has been absolutely ages. And I have to say, we have got the most amazing hour ahead. Now, Yarn Lane traditionally is the last hour of the day here on Sewing Street. So, yeah, 12 through until 1 o'clock. And we've got some amazing kits to share with you and some beautiful quality finished items, as you can see behind us. Do jump ahead and have a little look, because we've kind of got different ideas, different prices with regards to the actual kit. So the quantity of yarn, you've got knitting needles, the patterns, all of these different things form part of your kits, but of a variety of different colours, different styles, and lots of different variations. Now let's make use of Mandy while she's here. If you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, I've got the tablet, social media, you can get in touch, send us a message or send it through the website as well. But I have to say, one of the first items that we're going to be looking at is one of my favourites, because I love a poncho. You have a look at this one here. I mean, this is beautiful. I love it, Mandy.
So versatile, and it's knitted in just one rectangle.
Okay.
So there's no seams, there's no sewing. You just cast off for the neckline and then cast on the.
So you make a hole in the middle for your head?
Basically, yeah.
I love this here. Yeah. Now, I'm looking at these, and these are big stitches, so is this going to grow quickly?
It grows really, really quickly. It's 15mm on the needles, really thick needles, and it's obviously the super chunky merino.
Beautifully soft as well, I have to say.
Yeah, the cable is a 16 cable, so you're picking up 8 stitches and holding them to the back of your work to create that lovely twist up the middle.
And I must admit, it's one of the most satisfying elements of knitting, for me personally anyway, because it's kind of absolutely beautiful twist that you've got.
Yes.
And I have to say, the fact that, because you've only got, where am I, 1, 2, 3, 4 twists in there.
4 twists.
Just shows how quickly it comes
together. And then
together.
you stop just before the neckline on the 5th one.
Beautiful. And it's so, I wish you could put your hands through the screen and kind of have a proper scrunch of this.
So it's extra fine merino is. It's the softest fleece that you can buy.
Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. So there you go. I could talk an hour about this one poncho, I have to say. But we've got lots of other things.
Yeah, one size fits all, and it just drapes nicely, and it's going to keep you really warm when you're cold.
Yeah.
It's going to keep you cool when you're hot.
That's a nice idea.
That's the benefit.
You kind of got that
the merino,
the ventilation, and the merino, obviously. Yes,
I mean, there's nothing to stop you sewing up this edge here and having a little arm.
Almost like a kimono type look. Yeah,
it's entirely up to you.
Love it. Yeah. There you go. So that is the 2 different colourways that we've got with regard to this one. So you've got that beautiful we've got a message come through already. My goodness. Good morning. Oh, it was Jules. I only saw Jules and then it whipped away quick. Hi, Hayley and Mandy. Hiya. Lovely to see you both. Huge thank you to Mandy. I got stuck on one of her kits and Mandy was really helpful.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I do like to try. I don't want anybody to get stuck and sort of like disregard the whole project. So, yeah, just get in touch and I'll help you as much as I can.
Where will we find you if anybody does want to contact you? You've got social media and things?
Mandy Cameron.
Lovely.
Mandy Cameron Designs on Instagram. So, yeah.
Perfect. I love it. Now, very quickly going to show you the other colour option, and then we'll undo the packaging and all the boxing and everything. Because now, I'm going to get you to hold one half of this as well, because this is beautiful. This gorgeous dusky pink. Absolutely gorgeous. And this is one of the ones that will go with anything, won't it, this colour?
Well, it will, this colour and the teal, because it's just sort of a more natural, neutral colour, isn't it?
Yes.
And it will highlight, well, I've got purple on, you've got red and blue. So,
yeah, it goes with anything.
Anything, browns, blacks, anything.
And it's timeless, it's a classic. You'll be making it and wearing it this kind of winter, through the summer, back into autumn, but then next year and the year after and the year after.
Yeah, so, like I say, the drape, you would hand wash it, dry it flat, but it dries really, really quickly.
Beautiful.
So it keeps its shape then, the drape.
Gorgeous, gorgeous feel to it. It's lovely. The details are up on your screen, but of course, what do you get? That is the key thing.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing is you get the most incredibly packaged bundle, and this is the thing that I love about these. When you actually get the kit, it's not like everything's thrown into plastic bags and it's all kind of there. This, I'm going to show you this on our overhead because this, let me just move that out of the way. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Straight away, I'm happy.
Yeah, Wool Couture is about natural elements,
Yes.
being organic and sustainable. And it's another reason why they use merino, because that is biodegradable in itself.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The fleece will biodegrade in 12 months, and by which time the sheep have grown another coat anyway, so it's
Off we go again.
It's a constant cycle.
Now, I'm going to tip everything out of the bag because you are going to get literally everything that you need.
Yes, including the sewing needle.
For the knitting needles as well, my goodness. So I'm going to pop everything out. You can keep this
Go on
almost
then,
as a
I'll catch
project bag. I don't know when it's going to end. We're finished. We've got to the bottom of the bag. Let me just move that out of the way. Now, you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
8 balls of merino. Merino, is it mix? Did
No,
we
it's
say
100% merino.
100, so it is wool. Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Take that away. Take that away. You're looking at £10 a ball of merino wool.
Yes, yes. It's crazy, isn't it?
My goodness.
Those that know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Amazing value
Gosh.
for money.
That is phenomenal, phenomenal. But add into the mix that you've got the most incredible knitting needles to create your project. Beautiful cable needle as well. All absolutely incredible quality.
These come free with the kit on air. You can't buy the kit with the needles
so this has
anywhere
been
else.
put together
This has been put
exclusively for
together.
us.
Yes, yes.
And then the fact that you've actually got a project that you're going to be able to create as well. Phenomenal, including your needle there as well.
Needle, yes. I mean, you might think that this yarn is a little too thick to go through that darning needle, but with merino, you have to twist it.
Got you.
You do have to twist it. That twisting gives it its strength so that when you're sewing with it, it stays nice and tight.
Perfect. I love it. The only thing you need to decide is, do you like the teal or do you want to go down that pink route?
It's not a hard decision, is it, really? You have both.
Well, yeah, you could be quite tempted to go for both, to be honest.
I would be.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. You're liking the teal, but there's not a lot in it at the moment. Not a lot in it at the moment as well.
It's the two sides, isn't it? You've got your sort of more, your brighter modern, and then you've got your vintage.
Classic, absolutely beautiful. So, just to reiterate, because I can't get over that. I can't get over that. Because first of all, you might look at it and you might be looking at the project and the price. But if you know your this is merino wool, 100%. We're not looking at a mix. There's no polyester content in there. It's not been eked out. This is 100% merino wool. You are getting 8 balls of yarn. The equivalent of, if you take everything else out of it, £10 a ball, which I think is phenomenal value. Add in your knitting needles, add in your cable needle, add in your project, and of course your sewing up needle, all of that for the price that you'd be paying more. I think if you go out looking for that, you will find you'll be paying a lot more. But just look at how beautiful it is. It is so gorgeously squidgy, and you can see all those merino fibres coming through. Absolutely beautiful. Good choice of fingernails, I have to say.
Yes.
So there you go. Those are the details. Now, we have got a bit of a demo with this one, so I'm going to slide this over and give you centre stage.
Thank you.
And then we will have a look at everything else in a few moments. So I'm just going to move you into that area, if that's OK, Mandy.
Yes.
So as you can see exactly what you're up to.
OK. So basically, I've just taken the middle panel of the poncho. Oh, I need that. I've done the 4 rows of just garter stitch rib, and this is all it's taken. It's just knit and purl. That's all you need. Although you've got a cable in the middle, it's not as difficult as you
And
think.
this is the thing, sometimes people will look and think, oh, there's no way I can do a cable. Well, if you're going to learn, this is the way to do it, yeah.
So I'm just going to knit across the amount of stitches, whoops, just pulled that one undone.
That's okay.
That it tells you to in the pattern. I've just taken a a section.
Because I'm gonna scrutinise the pattern while we're
Yeah,
chatting.
it's quite
80
simple, look.
stitches.
Yes.
Wow.
So I think I did 7.
Your cable's made up of 8 rows as well.
Yes, but only one of those rows is doing the
Is your twist, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
And that makes it even simpler.
Yeah.
And I just have my little notebook and I cross my rows off as
That's
I go
it.
along.
I love
so
it.
I know exactly where I am. So just before I get to the stocking stitch of the cable, I'm going to do 2 purl stitches, which gives you that backdrop.
Kind of like recess, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
to make the cable stand out even more. So then I'm going to go back to my knitting area, so the yarn is behind the work, and then you're going to slip 8 stitches onto your cable needle.
Okay.
And you literally just slip them off.
I always refer it to parking these. You're going to park them.
Parking. Oh, that's clever. That's good. I like them. I like that.
When I was
So-
explaining it, I was like, well, you kind of park them.
You do, because you're now going to push the stitches along to the other end so that they're ready to knit from, and you are just going to park it behind
put
your
it
work like
behind.
that, and then you're going to knit those other 8 stitches off that centre panel. And I'm just holding that with my other finger. You can let it drop if you wish.
Well, they're staying there, aren't they? 'Cause
They are.
That kind of cable needle.
Yeah,
that
and
you've
I
got
think
there.
because of these bamboo needles, it holds this yarn quite well.
And I love this because anybody that's watching at home might be thinking, oh, I don't know, I've only ever done knit and purl. Well, that's all that you're doing.
That's all
with
you
this.
need. So now
And the skill level is actually on the pattern as easy.
it is easy.
Yeah.
So if you've never knitted before and you want to do something like this, I'd say go for it.
Absolutely,
'Cause
yeah.
There are tutorials to back the Wool Couture patterns
And
up,
I'm guessing
so
as well, there's no kind of increasing and decreasing. with
No,
this, other than
there
that you
isn't.
kind of got the neck, but you're
that's just
casting
cast
off and
cast
casting back on.
Yeah, which is one of the basic things you learn, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now I've pushed the stitches on the cable needle up towards the end, and you're going to use this now as your knitting needle, and I've dropped the one that I was holding, and
Yeah.
I'm now going to knit those 8. You might have to stretch it and pull it a little bit, but it'll all fall back into place.
Yeah, it all comes together, doesn't it?
Yeah, so then I'm just going to knit.
And it depends on the tension that you have, your own personal tension.
Yeah,
when you come
I'm
to knit.
tight.
Oh, are you?
I am tight, yeah. I know that I'm a tight knitter. So literally just pushing them back onto this needle as you go. Because I'm tight, I have to push them back. Normally they would just flow.
Okay.
So, and I'm just knitting them off.
Beautiful to knit with, isn't it?
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. It's so soft. It doesn't itch because it's such a natural
Yes,
fibre, it doesn't itch. So now I can
So
put that
just
to one
put that to one
side.
side for now.
I'm then doing my little recess again.
And you
'cause
can
I like
see
one.
that, can't you?
Can.
Yeah.
You know, it creates that recess
Yeah,
here.
so you don't necessarily have to count.
No.
You can see it.
So I'm pushing my stitches back, coming to the front with my yarn to do the purl stitches.
So just a couple of those.
Yep, a couple of purls. And then you're back going towards the end of your row with just your knit stitches.
Off you go again, and before
Yeah.
you know it, you've done another row.
It's very straightforward, I think, and it's really
Absolutely,
quite
yeah.
therapeutic. And it is something you can do whilst you're watching your favourite programme. So the next row, as you can see that real lovely
Isn't that
twist
lovely?
coming out.
Yeah.
So you would just turn over. You would purl where you purl.
Oh, I do apologise, but tickle.
You're okay. So I'm now just purling back. And I'd normally be sitting in an armchair and not at a desk.
I know.
So there wouldn't be this
It's not
annoying
the
noise.
most comfortable position, really, is it standing up knitting?
So I'm purling across, and it will tell you how many stitches to purl across. And then you're coming to the other side of your recess. So where you were purling for your recess, you're going to change and you're going to knit.
I love it. Now, just very, very quickly, I'm going to let you carry on knitting away.
Okay.
I'm just reiterating the kit that we're chatting about here. It's this fabulous poncho, and you've got 2 different options of your poncho. The only difference is the colour. So if you like the look of the teal, which is the one that we've got on the mannequin behind us, that is the one that you're going to be going for. Very, very easy pattern to follow. I'm not going to turn that round because you will learn that when you actually get your kit. You've also got your needle in there, so that is useful when it comes to making up. But the things that struck me about this one, when we brought the details up, you have got 8 balls of merino yarn. Not yarn, wool. 100%.
Absolutely.
100%. So we can call it wool. And if you were shopping for this out on the high street, I don't think you would be able to find this for £10 a ball. But what you're actually paying for your 8 balls of yarn is £79.99, which is the equivalent of £10 a ball. But in addition, you're getting your pattern that I just showed you, but you are also getting your fabulous needles, your chunky needles that will make sure that you are knitting up your project so swiftly. It will grow and come together incredibly quickly. So you're going to get that gratification, that's the word. Thank you, Mandy. Got them. I just need to swap those teeth around and I'll be all right. You've got your cable needle in there as well. These aren't always readily to get hold of. But you know what? I know it's an aesthetic kind of thing. I'm choosing all the big words now. I just like the fact that they look nice together and you're not mixing them up.
They do, and they keep your hands warm. They don't draw out the heat from your hands.
That's a good
so
point.
it's very good for anybody with a little bit of arthritis or dexterity issues.
Good point.
They're very good to hold, very easy to work with.
So you're going to get those in there. Now you've got options with regards to your colours. So I'm going to hold this one up. So this is your pink. And you've got your gorgeous cable running through. So we've got the teal on the mannequin here, showing you that lovely design. And it's a simple over-the-head construction with this poncho. You have got the cable running down the front as well as the back. I suppose if you wanted to, you could just do it down the front.
You could change the placement of the neckline if you wanted a shorter front and a longer back.
Oh, that's a good idea as well, yeah.
Stop the
with it.
neck, you know, 8 rows down.
Beautiful. So incredibly soft. I do urge you to consider this one, especially if you are a novice stitcher, because it is classed as an easy project. And of course, as we mentioned before, Wool Couture want to make sure that you get the most out of your experience with them, which is why everything is so beautifully packaged as well.
They like to encourage you to do more than just the basics by putting in just the cheeky cable.
Absolutely.
I
love the name of it, cheeky
getting
chunky.
people to get into knitting.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Now I'm going to pop this back in the bag because we're a bit limited on space and we need to get a move on because we've just noticed the time and we've been chatting for way too long. So we've got lots of other projects to share with you. So that is your first, your poncho. So your poncho pattern, all of your balls of wool are included for that brilliant price of £79.99. Not sure where to put that, so I'm just going to put it over here for now. There we go. Popped it out the way. So where are we going next? Oh, the bomber cardigan. Now, this one is available in a variety of different sizes, but also different colour options as well. So we've got that gorgeous... Oh, is it just the pink? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm making things up. So the pink that we just looked at is your largest size with regards to this one is up on your screen, I believe. We've got 3 different sizes with this one. Mandy, do you know the different sizes?
The sizings are sort of extra small, medium and large, large. Oh, it's got 4 on here. So you've got large to extra large and extra large to 2XL.
Okay.
And it does say the garment is designed for to be an oversized garment.
Right.
So there's about a 20 centimetre easement in the sizes. So
makes sense.
Yeah, even if you're a medium, a small would fit.
Okay, that's fair enough. So we've got your different sizes popping up with different item numbers. That's the key thing. The size of the kits, does that vary depending on the size, as in how many balls of wool you've got? So that's why they've got the different prices on them.
That is exactly right. So if there's an extra ball in for the large size, then that's why that's just slightly dearer.
I love it. And of course, with this one, yet again, you're going to get everything, the experience that we spoke of previously. Obviously, you're going to get your pattern in there. Lovely, lovely jacket, I have to say. So the details on your screen are your large to your extra large. So this is the largest of the 3 sizes. So you're going to get 10 of those balls of yarn. Again, wool, Hayley, it's wool, not yarn. Again, we're working on that rough calculation of £10 a ball. But again, you are going to get your knitting needles included with this one as well. So with this one, Well, it says what you need, because usually you can't get this as a kit. Usually it's just a pattern that you can get hold of.
Yeah, and you buy all the items
So
separately.
you go off and
but
kind of do your bit of shopping.
Yeah.
So with these, there you go, optional, but in kits. So you can get 2 sets of needles with these.
I've just checked the chart, and it does say both sets.
Oh, because you've got your different for your rib as to your main body,
which is,
I guess.
a £15 value that's being put into the
Wow.
kit. Yeah. So it's like £8 for the 12 and £7 for the 10 mil
Wow.
needles. So
That's a good price for those
well,
needles
it is,
as
isn't
well,
it?
to be fair. So yeah, split pay on this one as well. $49.99 if you fancy getting hold of that one. And as you can see, a beautiful garment. With this one, let's have a quick look. We've got a level on this, and easy again. So it's classed as easy. So again, if you do want to go down the route of trying this one out, ultimately it's knit, stitch and purl stitch, isn't it, throughout when it comes to knitting. It's just how you put them together in different combinations, that is the key thing. But obviously you've got your large needles, meaning that it's going to grow really, really quickly, and it means you get that kind of look and that feel for what you're creating incredibly speedily as well. So you've got different sizes with this one. So that's the larger one where you've got your 10 balls of wool in there. Next one that's popping up on your screen, this one has got, I'm guessing, 9 balls because of there being £90 price point on this particular one. I could be completely wrong, and then my
you've
theory's
got,
out the window.
8 for the small sizes, 9 for the mediums, and 10 for large and upwards.
Oh, okay, so there you go. So this one is your medium to large. Again, you're going to get your 2 sets of knitting needles in there, and the equivalent of £10 a ball of wool with regard to this one. So we will see this one in a demonstration in just a few moments, but I'm very keen to get another one of those kits involved because I know you've been shopping for these already. And this one is another bomber that we've got for you. So this particular one, again, a size down, and again, you're looking at $79.99 because there's 8 balls of yarn in there. Wool, it's wool. It's because we're not in the habit of being able to say that it's wool. I keep saying yarn.
No, exactly.
Yeah, but there you
Exactly.
go.
There's so many more properties in wool than there are in your acrylic yarns.
So that is your third and final size in your bomber jacket, as you can see. They're beautiful design, as you can see. And of course, it could be that you are a small size, but you want to go for the medium because you want the longer length. You don't necessarily want that bomber length, then you can do.
Yeah, you could use the extra yarn just to add on a couple of inches.
Absolutely,
yes.
there you go. Love it. Yeah. So there we go. So another cardigan that we're going to share with you. Which one are we going to next? The Saunton. Now, the Saunton is this gorgeous lilac one, which is fabulous, and it's a lovely, almost like an oversized. I'm going to swap that out so you can have a little look at that pattern as well. And this, this is a proper snug. My daughter would love this.
That to me is your slouchy cardigan, you know, and it's again, it's just mostly garter stitch, so very easy beginners, very easy. A bit of purling on the rib, but that's it. Drop shoulder, so there's no shaping.
And it's funny because sometimes people do have a preference for a stitch, don't they? They don't mind a knit stitch, so garter stitch is perfect.
You can't really go wrong.
You can't go wrong. Yeah, it's the most novices knit stitches almost as well. So different sizes with regards to this one. So again, this one has got £99.99 because you've got your 10 balls of yarn, which again we're saying is a tenner a ball. So lots of you gone for this one and popped it in your basket. So we haven't got huge quantities of any of these because we've got so much choice. We've kind of bought you choices more than quantities in this hour, so you need to be quick. Now, you've got another happy bag.
I have got another happy bag with everything in. Now, this comes in as a... Is there a colour option on here?
Beautiful. No, I think it's just just the one colour with this one, which is that lovely...
Right.
Almost like a lavender colour, isn't it? It's
lavender
beautiful.
grey.
Yeah.
Call it.
Gorgeous. So you're going to get, I mean, look at that.
Oh,
beautiful. Yeah. So, yeah, size-wise with this one, you are going to get, is it 2, or it's a rib in there as well? So is it 2?
8 balls. And
these look like
one set of needles, because the rib is obviously done on the side.
Ah, fair enough.
So,
oh, yes, it is, your 12 mil.
Yep.
These look quite long, actually.
I think they're about 35 centimetres.
Good job.
Yeah, but you don't need many stitches, actually. The back has got between 41 and 59 stitches.
See, that again is like happiness, isn't it? In the past, I've done, and this is one of the things that put me off knitting, I must admit, is because you'd pick up a pattern and it'd say like cast on 205 stitches. You're like, how many? Yeah. So yeah.
And that one does have the twisted rib.
Lovely.
So that's just another little
Nice little
technique
feature.
that,
I'm going to pop that one in there. Size down from that original size that we were just chatting about. So this one, £89.99. So this one, again, you're looking at 9 balls of wool in this one. £10 a ball, which is what we've been saying. So it's kind of a rule of thumb with regards to these. So when you are shopping for any of the patterns, it kind of gives you an idea of how many balls of wool you're going to get within there. So there you go. So that is another of those as well. And one more size, because we've got 3 sizes in this one before we get to a demo on the bomber jacket. So this is your smallest of your sizes. So again, it is one of those situations where you have got 8 balls of wool for £79.99. And you have got those fabulous knitting needles. I can't get over that. Those knitting needles are incredible. So there we go. Right, let's get into the bomber jacket. Now I'm going to move you back into this area because I'm incredibly nosy. I want to see what you're doing. And if you keep wandering off, then I'll keep pulling you back. So
I'm too far away from my things.
I know it's all your tools.
Over our tools, aren't we?
We are, yes, yeah.
So what I'm going to show you here is you pick up and knit the rib.
Oh,
you don't do it as a separate item. You pick the stitches up from the side.
So this would have been knitted like that.
Yes.
That piece.
That's
and
right.
then you
Then you pick the
rotate it.
stitches up.
Oh, okay.
But what I've done here is to show you, because I'm going to show you a little tip how to keep that edge straight.
Okay.
So at the bottom of the bomber jacket on the sample, it's nice and straight. So you add a stitch here, which is what I'll show you.
Okay.
And it stops it doing this type of thing.
Right. So that's kind of the natural flow with your tension and everything.
Yeah, so if you picked up the first stitch here and you picked up 12 over and you did your knit 1 purl 1 rib, this is what happens.
Ah, okay.
So what I've done on
Yeah,
here
that's beautifully straight.
is I've picked up my stitches, which I'm going to do along here in a moment, and then I've added one on the end. So it doesn't attach to anything, but what the natural line of it does is it kind of just curls under. And gives you that straight line effect. So it's actually, there it is.
So it's that one that's curling rather than the main piece of your your fabric that
so
you're making.
if you add one,
right.
It's not this one here that you've put on your last stitch that's curling, it's the one, extra one you've added on.
Ah, good.
So
I like that idea.
I'm sorry, I've used my other 10 mil
Do you want the ones out the bag?
Yes, actually.
Oh, I don't need to, hold on, which one are we? I haven't got the bomber jacket. Is it the same?
The bomber jacket's just there.
Is it that one? Right.
Smaller ones.
The smaller. I will need to reclaim
Oh, yeah.
them though.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I don't mind.
I've got into trouble because I keep giving things away. I won't be back again. I won't be allowed in the building.
So I'll get quite a bit off here.
Lovely.
So if you were picking them up, you'd pick up the first one. I've done that too tight, so I'm going to have to go in here.
Okay. And you're using a crochet hook, so is that a
Well,
top tip?
It is. But I'm going to do it with the needle first, and then I'll do it with the hook.
Okay.
Because you're going to pick up and knit, so you have to pull this one through here.
So you've got a little slip stitch to
I
start
did my little
with.
slip knot. That's just a habit. You don't have to. You could just wrap it around your needle.
Whatever you're comfortable with, I guess.
Yeah. So then picking up and knitting, you would just go then into the next stitch.
And you're kind of looking at, because this is always a bit baffling, it's almost like you've got these little V's, haven't you,
Yes.
down the edge?
And that's what
And that's kind of your stitch where you've got these little V's.
Yeah. So then I'm going into the next one. Now you can go quite close to the edge.
Okay.
Which is the very next loop, and then you would go into that one, or you could go into the one here. That is personal preference.
I just want to keep touching.
So I've done 3, and then the pattern suggests you miss the 4th one. So I would miss picking up that one, and I would then knit 3. And that's
Is that
all I'm
because of
doing.
it getting a bit baggy, a bit loose?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you're picking up every stitch, then and as you do your rib, it will go out and it will bend in a curve.
Right.
So you kind of need to keep that stretch. Whereas if you did the band separately, you would be stretching it to sew. I can remember my nan teaching me how to stretch it,
yeah,
and I
picking
said, "Well,
it
I've got a
out.
bit of a bendy hole there." No, don't worry, that will sew in. She'd
And
say,
of course,
"So you do this one."
is it a rib that's going to be attached at this side as well?
Yes, so I've got
And
to
that's
pick
more
this-
elasticated,
Yes,
isn't it? So yeah,
exactly.
makes sense.
And that's what you want. You still want that rib to come in. So if I'm doing it this way with the knitting needle, this is how I do it. And you just pick up. So I've done 1, 2, 3, and I've missed one. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to miss one.
Okay.
Now the way I was taught way back, I would still pick up every one, and if I felt there was too many, so because you'd count your stitches at the end.
Yes.
If I'd done 100 stitches and I needed 90, then I got 10 too many.
Yes.
I would even out where they would be along those 100 stitches or 90 stitches, and I would knit 2 together on the
when you come back.
the first.
Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes when you're going over a seam, it might not sit right, depending on how you've sewn the seam. So you could actually pick up an extra one if that made it lay better, but mark it so that on your row back,
you know where
knit
to
2
take
together.
That's a good tip.
So,
because I used to be kind of stitch marker, so I'd kind of divide it up.
Absolutely.
And then kind of think, right, okay, I've got 4 sections, so from 100 I need to do 25
That's
there,
right.
25, 25,
That's exactly
25,
what I do. If it says you've got to pick up 45 stitches, or say 40, you'd go every 10 stitches, 40 stitches in 10 inches, and you'd mark it out.
Lovely. Okay.
Okay. So if I use my crochet hook, because I find this easier, I just go in, and then I've got so many ends here. Here we go. I would just put my hook in, I'd pull that through, and then I'd pop it on my hook.
Okay, yes, yeah.
And then I'd go into the next one.
Well, that is a
Put it
good
on
way
my
of doing
hook.
it, isn't it? Yeah.
And it just saves you trying to find or putting your needle in and swapping hands, knitting it, using this hand to pull it off, you know, knitting it, pulling it. Sometimes it's not easy to pull it through.
Yeah.
You don't need a really big hook like this. You could have a small hook, because if it was on that seam section, you know, if you have a thinner one, you can still grab the yarn and you can still pull it through.
I love it.
Just like
Now,
that.
I've just heard one of the scariest phrases in TV. You've got about 20 minutes left.
Oh my God.
Where's that time gone? We're over halfway through the show already.
So if I'm at my end here, I would then just literally just do a twist stitch.
Oh, yes,
Like that, pop it on the end. And then when you're doing your first row of ribbing, you would use that in the way that it tells you to. Knit first. You would knit it. Oops. But the next one's also going to be knit.
So do you follow the pattern for the almost second stitch that you're
From the
creating?
second stitch on, that's right, yeah.
So
now
sometimes
the pearl
it might be a pearl that you're doing.
Yes, so then you would purl it twice, and that makes it curve round, and you would get that straight edge. And that's all you would do. And yeah, I'm knitting now.
Sorry, I'm chatting. I'm distracting you from what you're doing.
I find it easier when I'm crocheting to chat. And
Yes,
than I-
and of
than
course
I
this
do
is
my
a rib,
knitting.
which is why we're seeing kind of the variation from knit and pearl.
Yeah, of course. And of course, the backing piece also depends on where you pick your stitches up.
Yes, yeah.
As to whether it lays flat or whether you've got a little lump there. You can see the backing here.
Yeah, and
It's all
obviously as
nice,
you progress, you'll see
nice
how
and
neat it is.
Yes.
Oh, that's a brilliant tip. Thank you for that, Mandy. That's why we love it when Mandy's here at Yarn Lane, because she brings us all these little nuggets of information. So with regards to your bomber cardigan, we've actually got 3 variations of that one, all size-wise, and it will depend on how many balls of wool that are in there, and they're all on the website. I'm not going to revisit that one because we've got so much more to share with you, and not a huge amount of time. So the next one, it's time for Lucinda. So we're going to wheel Lucinda in. And Lucinda, this one, again, variation in sizes with this one, I believe. So this is our first jumper. Everything else has been cardigans really up until this stage, hasn't it?
This is straight over the head, garter stitch.
It's like a funnel neck, isn't it? Like it.
Still got the it's got the setting sleeves,
Okay.
but slightly off shoulder, not all the way down here, so it's like a T. The slightly set-in sleeves.
Colour.
And you just decreased to get that nice funnel
Beautiful.
neck.
I love it. I love the colour of this one. It's a gorgeous kind of smoky grey that you've got with this one. Beautiful. Now again, this is one, it's a kit that's been put together for us here at Yarn Lane or Sewing Street, so you can't shop for this one anywhere else, but we're using that rule of thumb that we've been using throughout all of the kits, because it's basically, we're looking at £10 per ball of wool with regards to these kits. So with this particular one, actually with this one it's slightly different, so it's £79.99, I do apologise. So on this one you've actually got 6 balls of your cheeky chunky, which is the most gorgeous. On your screen it might look more of a purpley hue to it.
Possibly, yeah. But it is a sort of
like a steel grey,
steel grey, smoky grey. It's that warmth, grey.
Absolutely.
It's not a cold one.
Knitting needles, that's coming alongside this one as well here. So these are your 10mm. And of course you are going to get your instructions as well. So your pattern is included with this one, including your little needle there as well. So everything that you need is within this kit. Depends on the size that you're going for. This particular one on your screen, what's the size of this particular one that we've got?
Small.
Small?
Yes.
Class as small, is it?
Small.
Yeah. Small and easy. Easy it's classed as this particular one as well.
Very easy.
Oh, I don't know.
A little bit of rib on the bottom, and that's the straightforward knit one, purl one rib that I've just done. It's not
Okey-dokey.
sausage rib.
Now, with this one, it might be one of the larger sizes because we've got other variations of this one, but it's less price point. So it could be, unless I have got is this one the size that we've got 6 balls of yarn, or have I just emptied out the wrong one? Right, okay, let's have a quick look and see.
6
So,
is small, medium is 7,
right.
and then large.
I think this might be the small that we've got on the screen, because the small has got 6 balls of yarn.
Yeah.
So if you're going for the medium, you'll actually get an extra ball of yarn. That's what I'm trying to say, because with this, it is a case of that you're going to get 7 balls of yarn, as per the pattern instructions. So, yeah. So different variations. It's just go and find the size that you need or the price point that you're wanting to pay and go for those, because we've got 3 different options, I think, with this one. So, yeah. So we've got 9 balls of yarn in the XL bundle.
That goes up
and
to
then the medium. So I'm going to pop the details up for your medium. I mean, I'm holding these like chopsticks. But there you go.
But
Must be
they're
coming up
smooth,
to
aren't they?
lunchtime.
They're super smooth.
They're beautiful,
Yeah.
beautifully smooth, I have to say. So the one that's on our screen now, this one, we're going to double check with these. Made it a little bit confusing with regards to the actual sizes. So this one, we believe, is the medium. So you're going to get 7 balls of yarn. I've only got 6 here, but it's working on that scenario, that rule of thumb that is £10 per ball of wool. So you will get 7 on this one. So just use your imagination for that 7th ball. You're going to get your knitting needles in there as well. And as you can see, we're kind of giving them a price point of £8 with this one. And you are also going to get your pattern in there as well. But the small size one, if you want to go for the small, which I think is the one that I've got here, you've got 6 balls of yarn, you've got your knitting needles, and you've got your pattern, and you're paying just £59.99, which is phenomenal value for money for something that looks so incredible, so lovely and toasty and cosy as well. So there you go, if you fancy getting hold of that one. There's 4 more projects to share with you. I'm going to move that one out of the way. We've only got about 15 minutes. I don't think we're going to even get any more donos in. Now the Ella card, now we haven't got a finished version of the Ella one to share with you, but we've got different sizes with regard to this one. So this one, again, brilliant project, absolutely fabulous, gorgeous cream. I mean, this is just a gorgeous, gorgeous colour. Knitting needles with regards to this one, you've just got 1 pair of knitting needles, size 12. So this one is your XL size. So your XL size, the details are popping up on your screen. Oh, ball bands come off on that one particular one. So you're going to get 10 balls of yarn. So again, as we said, 10 a ball of wool. So where am I? 3. There we go. 6, 7. You've got 7 in that one, have you? So you will actually get 10. So again, use your imagination with regards to yours. You're going to get your pattern. You're also going to get those knitting needles in there as well. So again, working on that 10, 10, 10, 10 per ball of yarn. 10 balls of yarn, £99.99, and you've got split pay on this one. Now, the next size down, this one is your medium. I think, no, this is large. To be fair, the sizes kind of merge into each other because it's quite loose fit with everything, isn't it? So, yeah. So, but this one, the key thing is you're going to get your 9 balls of yarn. I'll put my head on the block there. You're getting 9 balls of yarn. I'm working on that scenario of 10 a ball. So yeah, £89.99. So again, the same design with this one. Lovely, lovely cardigan. It's kind of like a cropped waist length one, but with those oversized kind of seams. And it's also got a lovely kind of lift up collar that I'll show you on the pattern in a few moments.
Knitted as the back collar is knitted as you go in.
Okay.
The bottom rib is done totally, and you leave 12 stitches on a separate needle.
Got you.
You then carry on with your stocking stitch, and your front band is then done afterwards, and you sew it on.
Perfect. There you go. So it all kind of grows. Again, then we're classing this one as easy. Yeah, easy again.
Little diagram on the back so that you know where to sew it.
There you go. And this one again, I'm just going to turn it around. I don't know whether you'll be able to see. It's kind of got a bit of a lift up collar on this one. So more, it's kind of like a bit like a funnel colour with that one. Same colour with regards to your yarn on this particular one, but this time we're looking at your medium. So if you're wanting to go for your medium, I'm going to start tidying up while we're chatting. Yeah. 8 balls of yarn. Is that from that bag there? Sorry. Yeah. 8 balls of yarn this time. Tenner a ball again, as we were saying there. So $79.99. If I do say yarn, please wrap me on the knuckles because it's actually wool, merino wool.
Don't you?
Every single one of these. Oh my goodness! It's just because we don't often have that 100% pure wool opportunity.
That's
so
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been told that many times that you can't call it wool because there's a kind of a man-made element to it that it's just in there. But anyway, wool. You're going to get 8 balls of wool within that particular kit there if you're wanting to go down that route. And we've actually got a small one of this one as well. So 4 sizes within this one. So with this one, you're going to get 7 balls of wool in this one for £69.99. The details of which are on your screen. The connecting factor with these is that you're going to get the same pair of needles with each one of them, and you're going to get the same pattern. So those are bundles that have been put together for us here. They're not available anywhere else. So yeah, definitely worth taking advantage. And it's kind of, you're getting freebies with regards to knitting needles and things like that. So that is the key thing. So garment-wise, I think we've come to the end of the garments, haven't we? Are we looking at kind of accessories now?
We are. Yes, we are.
So just out of interest, the poncho has been one of the most popular ones so far. So the poncho, just one size with these, you've got 2 different colour options with these. So with this one, just very, very briefly, let me show you. I've got it to the side here, but you can see it on our garment there. Absolutely beautiful, knits up quickly. You've just got 4 twists to create that fabulous cable. And of course the cable, it's done over 8 rows, but it's only the 4th row that's giving that actual twisted element there. So classed as an easy project, knits and purl stitches, that's all that you've got in there. No increasing and decreasing. The neck is actually done by casting off and casting on again, which you'll know how to do because otherwise you won't be able to finish or start a garment if you don't know how to cast off and cast on. So there we go. So garments all done, tick. Accessories, that's what we're looking at next. Now, the Sunday knitting.
Yes, Sunday one.
So Sunday knitting is made up of the scarf, the beanie. That'll be a beanie.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So are these all 3 together?
No, it's just the scarf and the beanie, but there isn't a cream scarf because it's exactly the same as
Oh,
the
I
grey.
see. Okay, so it's two projects. So okie dokie.
Yeah, 2 projects. You need the 10mm needles for the hat and the 15mm needles for the scarf.
I think somebody's added in an ampersand there. I think it's a beanie hat, not a beanie and hat.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. So it is 2 projects. So it's a scarf and a beanie hat.
So you've got your moss stitch on your hat as well, which is your alternating.
Lovely.
Knit one, purl one, but then you do it the other way round.
Oh, isn't that effective?
It's 25 centimetre circumference so that it fits, adult. It's adult size.
And I suppose if you want, you could actually, if you don't want the slouchiness,
just have a nice
you could
curve
kind of just
on it.
roll it back, couldn't you?
Nice headband on it.
Yeah. Nice, like it. Our Ben does like a hat, bless him. I think he's liking the look of that one. And then you've got the scarf.
Which is really long. The scarf is, how did it tell me? Yeah, 174 centimetres.
Good size. I will mention, because you might be thinking that's an odd combination, the grey and the cream. You're going to be able to, you'll have enough wool to make both of those, but in the same colour. So you will have your balls of wool to make your hat and your scarf in your cream. I don't know if you've got the grey on the show as well, but that's basically how it will work. So with this one, how many balls of wool have we got in this one? Do
5.
we know?
We get 5.
5.
We do. And you get your needle on the pattern, and I think you might even get.
Have I got these in here? Is this one that I've got here? No, that's just the
it's
carding.
right at the front.
I've got bags all over the place. Excuse me, I'm going to nip round the front to get hold of that one. My arms aren't long enough.
Yeah, it shows you how to sew up the back of the beanie so you can't see the seam.
So,
Mattress stitch.
now hang a minute, stop the clock. Value for money wise.
Yeah.
So, you're going to get your pattern, okay? Tick. You're going to get that in there. Ooh. Nearly. You're going to get, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we can get all of those. 5 balls of wool. So working on our tenner a ball, you're looking at $49.99 really. But the price on your screen is $46.99.
Yep.
In addition, you are getting 2 pairs of knitting needles.
It's either 2 or 1. I'm not too sure on this kit whether it's 2
okay.
or 1. Let me just check my list.
Now, I've got here
It says
10
both.
and 15 on the pattern, so I'm assuming...
Yeah, it says 10 and 15
And there's
here.
two in the bag,
Yeah.
so we're going to go with that one, I think. So you consider that, working on our scenario that we've been chatting about for the whole of the hour, 10, 50 pounds worth.
That's just
Add those in and knock £3 off.
Yeah, value for money, isn't it?
But
Incredible value for money.
Absolutely. But you might think to yourself, do you know what? I don't know if I want to make a slouchy hat. I don't know if I want to make a scarf. We're not going to come back and take the wool off you if you don't make up those garments. You might have another project in mind, so you can make it up into whatever you like. Personally, even if you've got no idea what you're going to make it up as, I would be getting that now for $46.99 for all of that together.
Yeah.
100% merino wool.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, take advantage of that one while you've got.
It's also good to add to your stash because if you want to lengthen
Absolutely,
things
yeah.
as well.
Nice
so
idea.
You've got the actual matching yarn.
Perfect. I've got
Add
two.
on.
I've got 2 mystery bags over there. I'm not quite sure what I've got in those, so we're going to have a little look. So, the Saturday scarf mittens. Ah, that will be the kind of the ski band that I just saw a few moments ago. I wondered where that had come from. So this one. Ooh, now what's the price on this one? Is this $46.99 again? Wow. Oh my goodness, value for money wise. Oh, grab this one and take to the hills. Because with this one, we have got, and again, don't necessarily think about the projects. Fabulous projects, don't get me wrong, but think about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balls of wool. This time you are getting 1, 2 pairs of needles and a cable needle.
Yep.
My goodness. For $46.99. Now bear in mind, originally we were saying that's a tenner a ball, so that's £50 worth.
Yeah.
Add those into the mix. Phenomenal. And do look at creating your cable twist with this one as well, because that's a lovely look, isn't it?
It is. So your recess is caused by your garter stitch, and this is just the same procedure as with the poncho, with less stitches. So this is a 6 cable back, so it's a C6B. So I only take 3 stitches to the back of my work on the cable
So
needle.
on that one there, yeah?
Yep, and I knit the other 3, and then on the way back you just purl across.
Soft, so
Yeah.
soft.
And of course you've got the mittens with these as well, which
You
on
have?
the pattern, which we haven't got a sample of,
That's okay.
but I've got so far on them.
Oh, now I'm going to let you
So-
just chat us about that, and I'm going to get the other bag ready to show
Okay.
everybody. So,
So
there you go. You take over that
On the
space there.
preceding 6 rows, every other row I had to do some increasing to give you the start of the V for the thumb gusset. And then what it just tells you to do is to knit across 9 here to create the thumb. So
Lovely. This might be a first for people
1, 2,
as well.
3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. And then at this point it tells you to turn, because all you're going to do is work on creating the thumb.
Okay.
So I'm just going to turn it and I'm going to knit across those 9.
Lovely, nice
And
and
it just tells
easy.
you to knit those 9 stitches for a certain amount of rows, and then to do the top shaping you'd knit 2 together, which is as simple as it sounds. So there's the start of my thumb. My thumb would go in here, the cable goes on the top. Do that for my thumb. So you would then, that would wrap round your thumb as the extra rows at the end.
yes, yeah, of
You'd
course,
sew the
yeah.
seam up, and the top is just created by knitting 2 together, which is literally picking up 2 stitches and knitting them together. Again, very easy pattern to follow. And what would happen, once you've cast off those, you'd have to rejoin your yarn down here, and I'm going to take them off. because then your thumb would be finished and you'd rejoin your yarn and you'd carry on to
make that
knitting
tube.
across. And then so this is where your thumb would pop up.
There it is.
Here. You'd carry on knitting back and forwards with your pattern, doing your cable in the correct places, and then you just sew up
Those
your
are fabulous.
sign. And it's very easy
How
to do.
warm and
This is
toasty.
this is the twisted cable. Can you see how
Oh,
every
yes.
other row kind of has a bit that is larger?
Yes.
And all that is because I've knitted in the back loop.
Got you.
Instead of just knitting
Just
it
kind
straight
of turning
forward,
it as you stitch.
you knit in the back loop, which twists the bottom of it, and that's how it comes out.
Perfect. I love it. Explained beautifully well as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I like those. One more kit, 1 minute. Can we do it? Can we do it? Of course we can.
Yeah.
Now this time we're looking at a snood. So again, even if you're the most novice of crafters, then this is one to go for. So again, this is our most affordably priced kit that we've got for you. 4 balls of wool, tenner a ball, $39.99, but you've also got your needles in, and these are brilliant. Nice long length with those ones as well. So size 12, take advantage of that one. It's a kit that's been put together for us here, and of course you have got, you've got the knitting manual in there as well.
Snood. It comes with your knitting manual to explain actually how you do everything, how you hold the work, every way you wind the yarn.
I love
around,
it.
Stitches,
Perfect.
and everything else.
So even if you're completely new,
And it goes so well with the poncho.
Just indeed, perfect, isn't it? Now, we have got the most amazing day ahead of us tomorrow. I'm sadly not going to be here, but Sandra is back. Sandtangling with Sandra. We've got Sixpenny Memories coming up after that. Then another hour of Sandtangle with Sandra. Then Kim, it's like a crafty tag team between the two of them. And then the lovely Jane Greenoff is here with Cross Stitch Guild. Johnny's back tomorrow, so I know you'll be very much looking forward to seeing John. I will see you at some point later in the month. I think. I can't remember the exact date. But can I say thank you?
Thank you, Hayley.
I've
It's
had a
been
lovely
lovely.
day. And if management are watching, can I come back again, please? I've had a lovely time. I'll see you soon.